Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are here tonight to do our due diligence, and I have been for quite some time on tonight's special report. You've heard me mention this a few times. It has been very difficult to get through all of these cases and try to do a thorough and good job on each of them. So welcome to our special report, A History of UFO Crashes from 1897 to 1965. Now, those of you who are deeply steeped in UFO lore and mythology may recognize that we're covering the most well-known, or what some would say, the most popular cases from 1897 to 1965, some 7 cases in full. Interestingly, 3 of those cases all took place in New Mexico within a few year time span. I always found that interesting and wondered, what was it about New Mexico that perhaps drew alien visitors to that area? Some say it was the early nuclear tests in New Mexico. So we will take a moment to recognize the live chat and welcome. Is everybody in, friends? Is everybody in? Because the presentation is about to begin. I have been pecking away at this for quite some time. I hope to do an adequate job, and I thank all of you for joining us. We will be exploring one of my favorite rabbit holes, which is UFO and alien crashes. And we will be trying to do as thorough a job as possible. Now, there may be a part 2. People are already sending me other cases and asking why I did not include them in tonight's presentation. And again, we'll be covering the most popular or the most well-known 7 cases, beginning in 1897 and ending in 1965. Greetings and salutations. I see Randy is in the live chat. We've got IR Film, Asman with kind and generous super sticker for £3. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support and helping us to praise the cash. Flip Out says, I've been through probably 50 past broadcasts in a week. Broken femur. Well, thank you for that. You're helping our watch time. We appreciate you, Flip Out, and I hope you feel better and heal quickly. Archaic Revival is here and asking, why 1897? My over 2 years of research collected as recently as last Friday points to a UFO crash causing the Big Bang. Could be. Yes, conspiracy theories abound when you go down these strange and mysterious rabbit holes. So without further ado, friends, let us begin. And you'll have to excuse me if I don't read the super chats as they come in. I promise you we'll have time after tonight's presentation. We read every single super chat, so please don't be shy with them thinking that I'm ignoring you. I'm not. We're simply going to focus on getting through the presentation. I have a very data-rich presentation for you this evening, and it's going to be very difficult if I have to stop every, so often to do the super chat shuffle. You'll forgive me if we save those for the end, but you have my word, and we will read every single one and also read every single PayPal pledge. Instructions for how to help are in the description of this video. So tonight we're going to be talking about UFO crashes along with sightings in some of those cases of aliens, both living and dead. We'll be providing a historical overview about these cases and their overall cultural impact. It's important to recognize that the history of these alleged UFO crashes and sightings of aliens on Earth is a rich tapestry of myth, mystery, and intrigue. These stories, after all, have fascinated and perplexed humanity for generations, leaving an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. Tonight, we'll be providing you with an overview of the historical development of these UFO crashes and alien sighting narratives, along with discussing their cultural impact and their role in shaping popular culture and even entertainment. Additionally, we'll be exploring how these stories have spawned myths, conspiracy theories, and have had a profound influence on our modern society. The phenomenon of UFO crashes and sightings of extraterrestrial beings has captivated the human imagination, some say for centuries. And while specific incidents may vary in detail, the broader narrative is a consistent thread throughout history, representing, I believe, our deep-seated curiosity about the possibility of life beyond our own planet. Tonight, we'll be examining the evolution of these stories, their cultural significance, and their lasting impact that they have had on society. The history of UFO crashes and alien sightings can be traced back to ancient civilizations. Tales of strange lights in the sky and otherworldly beings visiting Earth can be found in the folklore and religious texts of many cultures all around Earth. The modern era of UFO sightings, however, began in the mid-20th century with quite a significant uptick of sightings and cases during the Cold War era. This period of intense geopolitical tension and technological advancement contributed to a climate that became ripe for UFO sightings and conspiracy theories. Of course, the most famous incident in the annals of UFO history occurred in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, initially reported by the United States military and government as the recovery of a flying disc. The U.S. military later stated it was just a weather balloon. The Roswell incident laid the foundation for the popularization of UFO crash narratives and sparked widespread interest in extraterrestrial life. It became a linchpin in UFO mythology and continues to be so to this day. The controversy surrounding the Roswell case persists to this day. The stories of UFO crashes and alien encounters have left an indelible mark on popular culture. These narratives have seeped into literature, film, television, and music, influencing creators and captivating audiences. There have been iconic works, some say inspired by these cases, such as Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and the X-Files television series have further fueled the fascination with UFOs and aliens. These cultural representations often explore themes of human society, human curiosity, fear of the unknown, and the quest for answers beyond our own world. UFO crash and alien sighting stories have evolved into modern myths and legends. Like ancient folklore, they contain elements of the mysterious and the unexplained, offering narratives that transcend reality. These myths, it would seem, continue to grow and adapt as time goes on, with new incidents and theories contributing to the ever-expanding UFO mythology. Pardon me. Myths and legends, after all, by their nature, often defy empirical evidence, but yet still become deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. UFO crashes and alien sightings have given rise to numerous conspiracy theories, and these theories often revolve around government cover-ups, secret technology, and clandestine interactions with some form of extraterrestrial beings. The proliferation of the internet and social media has accelerated the spread of such theories, fostering communities of believers and further entrenching their beliefs. These conspiracy narratives can have real-world consequences, and we have seen that here with our coverage of multiple murders that involved some of these belief systems. These belief systems do have real-world consequences, often influencing public opinion and even shaping government policies relating to UFOs and national security. The history of UFO crashes and alien sightings is a fascinating journey through our enduring fascination with the paranormal and the unknown. These stories, whether based on fact or fiction, have permeated every facet of our culture, from entertainment to music. They have created a mythology that continues to captivate the human imagination, leaving us here to ponder the possibility of life beyond our own planet and our place in the cosmos. In doing so, these myths, these legends, these stories remind us of the enduring power of myth and legend and their power to shape our understanding of the world and our own place in it. All right, friends, so we're going to begin our journey with one of my favorite cases, one of my absolute favorite cases, which is the Aurora, Texas UFO crash. This case is perhaps my favorite UFO crash case because it essentially is it's tantalizing. Tantalizing is the word I would use to describe our first case. And 1 second, let me get up some visual aids for you. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and we're presenting our special report, A History of UFO Crashes from 1897 to 1965. The first case on in our presentation tonight is the Aurora 1897 Texas case, which purportedly involved the crash of an alien spacecraft and even an alien pilot who would later, according to the story, be buried in the local cemetery. So we're going to begin our deep dive with that case. 1 second here. Let's get our visual aids going. Just bear with me, friends. A bit disorganized. There's so much. We have an awful lot of data to share with you this evening in our presentation. Okay, got it. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. So let us begin with the Aurora 1897 crash case. This case has always been incredibly tantalizing to me because if you believe the stories that people told, an alien spacecraft crashed into a windmill and it contained a single occupant described as a small being with big eyes, the typical description of an alien. Interesting that so many, interesting that so much of the story has rested around the local cemetery. However, for one reason or another, the local cemetery board would not allow anyone to dig. And that, of course, has made me skeptical. Some say that this specific story was just made up to get tourism or to save a dying town. 1 second here. So we're going to begin our journey with this case because we're going in chronological order as we go through this list that we have of all of these different UFO cases. So we begin tonight with the Aurora, Texas crash of 1897. And this, of course, involved an alleged extraterrestrial incident. The Aurora, Texas UFO crash of 1897 has garnered significant attention over the years as a possible encounter with extraterrestrial life. We will be examining historical reports, purported remains of the crashed UFO, the alleged alien body, and the subsequent research efforts that have been aimed at unraveling the truth behind this mysterious event. Mick Mars, well-known conspiracy theorist and author and researcher, really dug deep, literally, or tried to, into this case. By the limitations, we'll be discussing some of the limitations of the available information on this case, which highlights the need for rigorous investigation and more investigation into this case. The UFO crash incident has been heralded as a crucial piece of evidence supporting the existence of extraterrestrial life. However, I believe it's essential to approach this event critically and to subject this story to rigorous scrutiny. The late 19th century witnessed a growing interest in unexplained phenomenon and a surge in newspaper stories regarding unidentified flying objects. Against this backdrop, the Aurora incident unfolded in April of 1897, when an alleged UFO reportedly crashed into a windmill belonging to Judge J.S. Proctor. Accounts of the crash describe a large cigar-shaped object that collided with this judge's windmill, resulting in its destruction and a subsequent fire. Eyewitnesses apparently reported finding metal debris scattered around the crash site, indicating the wreckage of otherworldly craft. Then there was an alleged alien body. This is one of the most captivating aspects of the Aurora incident, is that there was a purported discovery of an alien body among the wreckage. And this is according to local lore. Also, according to local lore, the body was described as small and humanoid, with advanced technology affixed to its remains. Notably, a burial took place in the local cemetery in Aurora, Texas, where the body was supposedly laid to rest. The Aurora UFO crash received extensive media attention at the time and has since, both locally and nationally. Newspapers such as the Dallas Morning News and Fort Worth Daily Gazette reported on the incident. This was actually reported as a true story or a news story in 1897. But these outlets often sensationalized the story to capture readers' imaginations. And while these reports undoubtedly fueled public interests into the subject of aliens and extraterrestrial life, they also contributed to the blurring of fact and speculation. Next, we get to some research efforts, because many people have tried to research this story. And in recent years, researchers have made attempts to uncover the truth behind the Aurora incident. However, due to the limited availability of credible primary sources and the passage of time, most of the original eyewitnesses to the event are long dead. These efforts have encountered significant challenges. Historical records, witness testimonies, and physical evidence have proven very difficult to authenticate, further complicating the task of separating reality from folklore. Is this really a true story, or is this just a local myth or legend? Difficult to tell, given the current obstacles. Upon closer examination, however, several inconsistencies emerge within the Aurora incident accounts. Varying descriptions of the UFO, there are conflicting witness statements, and a lack of concrete evidence. To me, this casts doubt on the veracity of the alleged crash and its subsequent events. While the Aurora, Texas UFO crash of 1897 remains a captivating episode in the annals of ufology, it's crucial to approach this story critically. After all, there is a lack of verifiable evidence, there's sensationalized media coverage, and of course, an awful lot of passage of time, and those present significant challenges in unraveling the truth of what really transpired there. One second here. So I have some other. There is a monument there at the Aurora Cemetery, and here's part of what it says. Located in Aurora Cemetery is the gravestone of the infant Nellie Burris, with the often quoted epitaph, "As I was so soon done, I don't know why I was begun." And here's where it gets interesting on this monument. Also, it says, and this is at the original graveyard, this site is also well known because of the legend that a spaceship crashed nearby in 1897, and the pilot killed in the crash was buried here. Struck by epidemic and crop failure and bypassed by the railroad, the original town of Aurora almost disappeared, but the cemetery remains in use with over 800 graves. Veterans of the Civil War, World Wars I and II, and the Korean and Vietnam conflicts are interred here. So interesting. And as I said, many people have petitioned to dig up the body. And we see an image here of a one-time headstone. At one time, according to the stories, the grave of the spaceman was marked with this grave marker, which contains an etching of a flying saucer on it. However, that gravestone disappeared and was never found again. And interestingly, Mick Mars and others still endeavored to, and they believe they found the original grave site. The History Channel did an episode where they did an investigation where they used LiDAR and metal detectors and appeared to have found something at the grave site. But again, the local cemetery board will not allow anyone to dig. Therefore, the tantalizing proof, the tantalizing evidence, what could be the smoking gun evidence of extraterrestrial life visiting Earth, may be buried in some sleepy small town in Aurora, Texas, but no one's allowed to see it or get to it. This has always bothered me about this story. If the story were really true, wouldn't the local townspeople want to allow a respectful archaeological dig to get to the truth of the story, to understand what really happened there? I would hope that they would, but apparently many people have requested permission to dig or further investigate this gravesite, and all have been denied. Here's another shot of the marker. Sorry, that's so small. And interestingly, there is a monument of sorts, and this is from tomsmahall.com. He went there and investigated this case. There is a sort of monument to the spaceman there in the cemetery, with a big rock placed over the place that is purported to be the final resting place of this spaceman. So what an interesting story. However, it really does fall shy of definitive proof. Interestingly, there have been books written about this story, documentaries, and I believe even a Hollywood fictionalized version of events, a dramatized story of what happened here in Aurora, Texas. There are several different books. This one, Aurora, Texas, 1897, The Truth is Buried. And when I have this book, I think this is an interesting title, right? Because imagine if this story is true, and there's the body of a spaceman, an extraterrestrial biological entity, just buried in some sleepy small town. And here again, we see a view of what the craft was supposedly look like, a bullet-shaped craft. Very, very interesting story. But I believe that this story will, it's very difficult to dig up any new information. I know that Mick Mars was a very dogged researcher, and he and many other researchers dug as deep as they could, weren't able to provide any substantial or supportive evidence other than some of the original newspaper reports and local legends in interviewing the locals there. There was also some interesting developments. Apparently, Mick Mars unearthed that some of the debris from this supposed alien spaceship was apparently thrown down a well for whatever reason. And there's some pictures, I'm sorry I don't have them to share, of a local resident who had terrible deformities that apparently he got from drinking from that well. And again, this is a story. It hasn't really been proven. I believe that person may have suffered from some sort of lead or heavy metal poisoning due to drinking from a contaminated well. Was that well contaminated with alien materials? Some say yes. And again, the History Channel, I think on an episode of the UFO Hunters, got access to that well. They weren't able to find any alien metals or technology down in the well. So quite a tantalizing story, though. And I always think that this story is incredibly tantalizing because the absolute smoking gun proof of extraterrestrial visitation on Earth could be buried there. but we can't get to it. And that to me is incredibly tantalizing. So we will move on, friends, to our next case. 1 down, 6 to go, friends. Yes, B. Baker is correct. The guy who supposedly had tumors from drinking the well water, it was a medical condition not related to the water. Yeah. So isn't it interesting? The story, which version of the story you believe depends on who you believe telling these different parts of the story. Some people say that he got deformed because there was some sort of alien biological agent or alien infection in the metal, or just the fact that it was alien metal thrown down a well. I would think that any metal thrown down a well, enough of it would get you sick if you keep drinking the well water. And this part of the story never made any sense to me because why would someone who's going to drink from that well throw weird metals down in the well? But people have made attempts to look for it and have been unable to find these things. Interesting to me. All right, so we're going to move on to the very next case here, which is, let me see if we can find my guide here. And by the way, I'm going to be publishing to Patreon in the member section tonight's presentation. If somebody else would like to use it or expand on it, that'd be fine. Next, we're going to go to the Italian UFO crash of 1933. And this one is become quite controversial lately. And that is because Mr. Dave Grush, the alleged or so-called UFO whistleblower, has been mentioning that case. And that caused many people, including myself, to sort of take a very deep dive into the case and see if it was a real and valid case or not. Lou Elizondo was promoting or pushing this case as genuine, which makes me suspicious of that it's real. And then Dave Grush mentioned it. However, it's very important to point out that the version of the story that people are running with is really a concoction of two different stories jammed together. And we'll get into that. So this crash purportedly or allegedly took place in Mussolini's Italy in 1933. 1 second here. I think this case has been little known in the United States due to, I think, the language barrier. There's been a lot published in Italian on this by an Italian UFO researcher, but that has been difficult for people to get to or find. Okay. So as far as this specific crash goes, this crash has been largely debunked. I believe this crash has been largely debunked by several people. In the description of the video, we will share with you some of the links and resources that we will be using. We have covered this case previously because a very incredible researcher, D. Dean Johnson, did a piece on this, Kevin Randall did a piece on this. And this crash is very, very problematic from the standpoint of being factual and real. First of all, people are forcing the United States government to recognize stories or investigate stories that have little or no evidence or proof. So here's an article from the Daily Mail. Exclusive: Italian researcher shares extraordinary evidence files of world's first UFO crash. Completely factually inaccurate statement. Usually somebody writing these UFO articles for some of these major publications has no idea of UFO history. So that's completely wrong. 14 years before Roswell and the secret department set up by Mussolini's government to study the craft that was later captured by U.S. forces, Robert Pinotti obtained evidence documents of the alleged June 13, 1933 crash in northern Italy and a secret department set up by Mussolini to study the craft. Well, these are the claims. He told DailyMail.com the files were mailed to him from a mystery source who claimed to have inherited them from a relative who worked on the program. Interesting to note that these documents, which amount to telegrams talking about the crash and what happened surrounding the crash, they have been called hoax documents by other people other than this person selling the story. There is no other historical match to those documents. In other words, people went through Italian archives looking for those documents. Nobody can find them, leading many to speculate that those documents that this entire case is based on were hoaxed or fraudulent. It's important to note that this researcher, Roberto Pinotti, claims that he had the paper and the ink analyzed and it was period correct. However, I can't find record of him releasing the lab reports or who did that analysis. And that's problematic for me. And even if the ink and paper were period correct, it's not proof of an alien spacecraft crash landing. And of course, this comes after Pentagon whistleblower David Grush claimed the U.S. ran a top secret UFO retrieval program for decades and claimed the Vatican was involved. Now, the Vatican being involved in this story is where it gets interesting, because the original story was simply we have these telegrams that talk about a crash UFO and a program to recover it and deal with it. But then the story gets expanded upon by well-known UFO hoaxer William Brophy, who added on that included in the crash were alien bodies, and also that the Vatican was somehow involved in getting this craft recovered and given to American custody, where it apparently went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, or allegedly went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So Grush is now attached to this story. Grush claims one of these alien spacecraft crashed in northern Italy in 1933 and was secreted away by the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini before it was captured by American forces at the end of World War II and shipped to the U.S. DailyMail.com understands Grush was briefed on the supposed June 1933 crash by a staffer who allegedly worked on a non-human craft in a U.S. government program. These are awfully big claims, but remember, we're 92 days in and David Grush has not proven any of his original claims, including these claims. Apparently, Roberto Pinotti shared extraordinary details of the saucer crash, and the details he shared were some notes and drawing, an artist's impression, and these original documents that some claim are just completely and totally made up and hoaxed. And the reason for that is very simple. If these were real or official documents of the Italian government, there would be some other record. Somebody would be able to verify that these came from actual government sources. But much like the MJ-12 documents, these documents alleging an alien spaceship crash landing just appeared apparently in the mailbox of a well-known UFO promoter and I suppose researcher. This becomes incredibly difficult for me to believe. They just happened to show up. No one can find any other records of them. There are claims that these are period correct as far as grammar and, the format of the document is exactly as it would have been or should have been. But again, these are claims, and I don't know what expert decided that, but the promoters of this story say that. I haven't seen evidence to support that being factually correct, but that's what people claim. And of course, there's no copying. And these were telegrams, apparently. Other documents sent to Pinati refer to a mysterious government department called Gabinetto RS-33, or the Special Research 33 Cabinet, supposedly set up by the Italian dictator, that would be Mussolini, to manage the retrieval and study of the alleged saucer wreckage, as well as other UFO incidents. Pinati says RS-33 was headed by Nobel Prize-winning inventor Guillermo Marconi, the inventor of the radio. And again, all of these are claims, and there is no proof that Guillermo Marconi was a part of this program. There's no historical documents to support the existence of such a program. These are largely a lot of claims based on some guy who sells UFO stories who happened to get some documents in his mailbox from a mysterious, anonymous, unknown source. Piecing together the mysterious documents, Pinati was able to pinpoint SIA Machete in Vergiati, an aircraft facility near the alleged crash site outside of Magenta, a satellite town of Milan, as the likely site where the supposed wreckage was stored. The site miraculously avoided regular bombing raids by Allied forces during the Second World War, and 12 years later, in 1945, the region was secured by the US and UK troops. U.S. whistleblower Dave Grush claims it was around this time that the supposed craft was shipped back to the U.S., the first saucer recovery to his knowledge. And again, these are claims. There's no evidence to support that. And that part of the story was added on top of Pinati's original story. The story of the Vatican's involvement and it being shipped to the United States somehow, and there being alien bodies or alien biological, whatever, non-human intelligences, either living or dead, being involved as well. That was all added on. And they were supposedly Nordic type human looking aliens. This was all added on by well-known UFO promoter and hoaxer William Brophy, who was also involved in the Trinity UFO hoax, which we will detail. But allegedly in 1933, a bell-like craft around 10 meters in size was recovered in Magenta, northern Italy. It was kept by Mussolini's government until 1944, when it was recovered by agents of the Office of Strategic Services, a former U.S. intelligence agency. And this is what Grush told the French newspaper Le Parisien last month. Ironically, he said, it predates anything the public has heard about for decades, such as Roswell. He declined to be interviewed, Dave Grush, for the Daily Mail about his claims. Interesting. And here we see some images. Pinati says he has been able to authenticate at least some of his paperwork. He says that he had one of his documents dated 1936 tested by a forensic expert who concluded the paper and ink was from that period. The 1933 telegrams have not been tested. So apparently he has a document dated 1936 that he claims has passed a forensic analysis. However, he has not released the name of the person who did the forensic analysis or a forensic analysis report to back up the claim that some of these documents are period correct. However, it should be noted that people can still find old paper and old ink to hoax old documents from. And one example I can think of is the Hitler diaries, I believe. There's been several examples where people have used old paper ink to fool people into thinking that a new document was an old document. So besides the problems, there's really a lot of problems with the story. And we have previously detailed previously detailed Kevin Randall's blog, and we gave you a link in the description of this video. And let me just share my screen, because I think Mr. Randall, as well as several other researchers, pointed out a lot of the problems and inconsistencies. The story of the 1933 crash, as told by Robert Pinati, an Italian journalist and UFO researcher, was that the object fell in Magenta, Lombardy, Italy on April 11, 1933. The Italian intelligence unit called RS-33 Cabinet somehow was involved. The UFO was stored in the hangars of SIAI Marchetti in Verigacci. Mussolini believed the craft was a secret weapon of either the Nazis or the Allies. Pope Pius VII learned of the crash and may have been told about it by Mussolini himself. When Mussolini signed a treaty with Hitler, the Pope worried about the craft and told the U.S. about the object. It was later, after the war, that the craft made its way to the United States. And here's where things get dicey. According to Kevin Randall, Lou Elizondo, who was involved in UFO investigations, said that he had seen documents from Mussolini's office that he found compelling. He seemed to suggest that the craft might not have been alien, but was some sort of advanced craft using jet engines that had been developed by the Nazis. The timing, however, doesn't seem to fit. April 1933 is too early for the development of jet engines, and the design might have been something created by the Horton brothers' attempts to build a tailless aircraft. There were tales of bodies that made their way, and I say allegedly here, to Wright Field. They were badly mangled, looking as if they had been in a car wreck, but their heads were fairly intact. They were 7 feet tall, had long blonde hair, blue eyes, small noses, small mouths, thin lips, and no signs of facial hair. The conclusion, based on the examination of those bodies, was that they were not human. Now, here is a connection that will raise a few eyebrows. There is an account from another source to corroborate some of these details. William Brophy. Again, William Brophy is the person involved in the Trinity UFO hoax. He said that his father, who was a lieutenant colonel, had seen the bodies at some point and told him, the son, about them. Yes, this is the same Lieutenant Colonel Brophy who supposedly flew over or landed near or was somehow witness to the 1945 UFO crash described by Jacques Vallée in his book, The San Antonio Trinity Crash. The younger Brophy's entry into this case taints it, just as it does with the San Antonio crash. So what we really see here is that the story begins what we really see here is that the story begins one way, and then a well-known UFO profiteering huckster who's been caught selling fake UFO hoax stories before, he's involved in all this UFO and alien stuff. He comes in and suddenly there's bodies and the Vatican is involved. This is how I believe that UFO mythology is created. It's layers upon layers of people adding their pieces and bits. But the original story is nothing like people run with when they describe the story. When people promote this story, they talk about bodies and they talk about the recovered craft being taken to Wright-Patterson. And quite honestly, there's no evidence at all to support that other than the words of a well-known UFO hoaxer. So the problems with this entire story, they get worse and worse the deeper that you dig. Yeah, and so Kevin Randall has covered this much better than I could. It just appears to me to be that the documents, the original investigator can't prove really check out. He hasn't tested most of them. Why? Why would you not test all of the documents? Could it be that some of them did not pass a forensic analysis? And very troubling that William Brophy, well-known UFO hoaxer and profiteer, involved in other UFO fake stories, is directly involved here and used to make the story work. It's almost as if the story was not fantastic enough on its own, so another layer was added. And again, including alien bodies, an entire conspiracy concerning the Vatican. By the way, the Vatican has declined to comment to both me and others on anything surrounding this case. And some people take that denial as some form of, indication that the story is true. Only in the world of UFOs is we won't comment. You see, they were part of the cover-up. I think that this story is incredibly problematic. And equally problematic is the people who promote or attempt to profit from it, like Lou Elizondo, like Dave Grush. Everybody is very big on claims, but very light on evidence. If you're going to claim that the story is true, where's the forensic analysis of the original documents that just showed up in this researcher and journalist's door? If you're going to claim that the story is true, why not be honest with people in that half of this story was tacked on by a well-known UFO hoaxer who constantly was trying to get fame and money out of UFO stories. He's got a track record of that and was involved in the well-known Trinity UFO hoax. It's problematic at best. And then, of course, we have Dave Grush, 90 plus days in. What are we at, 92 or 93 days since his original claims? Still no evidence to support his original claims. If you're going to say that this story is true, we need corroboration. We need on-the-record statements from eyewitnesses, and those just aren't here. So is the story true? I think that I can neither prove the story is true nor prove that the story isn't true. You just get stuck at an impasse with this one. And therefore, to me, this case has little or no value. It won't move anything forward if you can't prove it's true. It will remain, like many, just another story of a UFO crash based on shaky evidence and the involvement of, let's just say, less than credible people promoting the story in the form of William Brophy. So we will, and 1 second here, I forgot to, we'll share a few more of these visual aids. Not able to find very much. Here's a shot of Mussolini with a error correct flying saucer. This is the original investigator, Mr. Pinotti. And of course, here is the so-called telegrams that whoever the mysterious source was that gave them to him claimed they inherited them. Not very much that you can find on this case due to the language barrier and it being originally written about in Italian. Painstaking, I would say, to try to go through all of this. Get translations for everything. This is why this case has been not very well known or popular. We will continue our journey, however. Our next case after this 1933 crash is the Trinity UFO crash of 1945, which, interestingly, William Brophy was also involved in this case. And if we examine the incident claims and historical impact, we may be able to come to a conclusion on the Trinity UFO crash. 1 second here. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and we are bringing you a extensive history of UFO crash cases from 1897 through 1965, 7 cases in total. And we have reached case number 3, which is the Trinity, New Mexico UFO case. One moment here. Okay, so this case was made famous recently by a very famous book by Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée, depending on who you ask, he was or is, some would say, considered to be one of the preeminent UFO researchers, a scientist who's written extensively and really spent years, perhaps decades of his life, investigating the entire phenomenon of the UFO case, of the UFO. He investigates the entire phenomenon of UFOs. And in some of his books, he talks about different explanations. Interesting that he's not nailed down to the alien hypothesis or explanation of the UFO phenomenon. I was quite surprised to see that he got behind this case. I didn't think very much of this case. No one did. And there are some historical references to people saying there was nothing to this case that were well-known and respected researchers into these events and this subject matter. So interestingly, Jacques Vallée gets involved, and then suddenly it becomes a hugely popular case. Um, and of course, there was a very popular book. In fact, two editions. There was a regular edition, original edition of this book, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret. And then there was this new expanded edition. So, in order to get two volumes of a book in such a short time frame, friends, it has to be tremendously good seller. I don't know how much Jacques Vallée has made from selling this story, but it's a lot considering there's two volumes, different volumes of books still available for purchase, including this new expanded edition. And here's the original, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret. Interestingly, the promise on the front of the book is groundbreaking research reveals a new UFO history. I don't know about that. And here, of course, is Mr. Jacques Vallée, along with an artist rendering of the crash event. What is very interesting about this case is that literally UFO wackadoos essentially forced the United States government to spend time and resources looking into this case, which would later, in short order, be more or less 100% definitively proven to be a complete and total fake story, a hoax. None of this happened. Nothing. It's really a sad story for Mr. Jacques Vallée, who really got behind this. And by the way, just for those who are wondering, after the story completely and totally fell apart, regrettably, and I think, disappointingly, Mr. Jacques Vallée just doubled down. He refuses to believe in the overwhelming evidence that this story is completely and totally fake. But before the story was really exposed to be a complete and total hoax, we have the Pentagon ordered to reinvestigate 1945 crash of mysterious avocado-shaped UFO, dubbed the Roswell before Roswell, as expert reveals eyewitness accounts of the encounter. Jacques Vallée, former contractor for the government's UFO office, wrote a book about the case and described it to dailymail.com. Vallée was the inspiration for Francois Truffaut's character in Close Encounters. Yes, so if you've ever seen the Close Encounter, the movie, Jacques Vallée is the inspiration for one of the characters, the principal investigator in that movie. The government's UFO office had been ordered to reinvestigate an alleged 1945 crash of a strange object in New Mexico, dubbed the Roswell before Roswell. New military spending bill signed into law by President Biden last week was specifically amended to incorporate the intriguing case into a historic review of UFO incidents to be conducted by the Department of Defense. Jacques Vallée, a former contractor for the UFO office and co-author of the book, gave an exclusive interview. Vallée, a renowned scientist and UFO investigator, was the inspiration for the French scientist character in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So he describes the alleged August 1945 crash of an avocado-shaped craft in the edge of an atomic bomb testing site near San Antonio, New Mexico, about 100 miles from the infamous Roswell crash 2 years later. Interestingly, so what happened is this book got incredibly popular because of the popularity and people trusting Jacques Vallée to be an on-the-level good researcher and investigator, and after all, he's a scientist. Then the entire story falls apart. Several of the congressmen, says this article, involved have the book that Paula Harris and I wrote about our research at the alleged crash site, Trinity. They came out with a new version of the book released this year with new information, mainly focused around testimony of a witness, a B-52 bomber pilot, and two young sons of a rancher on whose land the UFO supposedly crashed. And of course, there was supposedly recovered metal from the crash site. the two researchers interviewed the family of Lieutenant Colonel William Brothy, who said he revealed in the years after the incident that he had been sent out to survey the crash site on August 16, 1945. And the story literally falls apart, however, under scrutiny. And I think that the Trinity UFO crash really serves as a lesson to be learned, that we have to always be careful that we don't get too far into the rabbit hole and just believe things because we want to. This story, however interesting it is as a story, it lacks actual or real evidence, relying largely on stories and anecdotal second and third hand accounts. This is extremely problematic for anybody, trying to get to the actual truth of the story. Still, the Trinity UFO crash remains a notable event in UFO lore, surrounded by claims of an alien spacecraft, recovered debris, and a cover-up. And if we delve into the claims regarding this alleged crash and recovered materials and examine the evidence presented, including Jacques Vallée's book, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret, we find that this story falls incredibly short of actually proving that it's a true story. Despite the overhype and over sensationalism used to sell the story, it really lacks real evidence. The Trinity UFO crash of 1945 has been the subject of intrigue and speculation within the UFO community and intense debate. But if we critically examine the incident and the claims of an alien spacecraft and the recovered debris, and of course, there's a cover-up. There's got to be a cover-up. This is a common theme among UFO crash stories. But if we adopt a skeptical perspective when evaluating the witnesses and individuals sharing this story, I think that we can definitively come to some understanding of what this story is really about. The first atomic bomb test took place in 1945 in Trinity, New Mexico. And it took place in the desert. Reports emerged years later suggesting that an unidentified flying object crashed near the test site on the very same day. So apparently there was a, atomic test of a bomb, and on the very same day, according to the promoters of this story, a UFO crashed at or near the test site. Okay, so next we get claims of an alien. We get these claims of an alien spacecraft and recovered debris. Claims surrounding the Trinity UFO crash involve an alleged extraterrestrial spacecraft resulting in the recovery of metallic debris exhibiting unusual properties, according to Jacques Vallée. And also, a piece of metal that was pried off the inside of the downed craft was allegedly taken by one of the principal witnesses. According to some accounts, the crashed UFO and its debris were transported to various locations, including Los Alamos National Laboratory. Other claims suggest that the wreckage was taken to a secret government facility for further analysis and cover-up. And again, these are claims not substantiated by much or any evidence. Jacques Vallée and his book, Trinity, the Best Kept Secret, explored the Trinity incident. His work examined witness testimonies and some say presented a compelling case for further investigation. The Trinity UFO crash gained limited media attention at the time, but it grew in prominence through subsequent years, particularly within UFO literature and conspiracy circles. A skeptical analysis of witness testimonies and individuals involved in sharing the Trinity UFO crash reveals major inconsistencies and discrepancies in their accounts. These factors underscore the need for scrutiny and rigorous investigation. And then we get to debunking this Trinity UFO crash as a hoax. Over time, researchers and investigators, most notably, and we have given you the link to his piece on this. As far as busting this as a hoax, D. Dean Johnson did an incredible job breaking down why this story is fake and presented a compelling case for the entire story being essentially just another story with no evidence, and being promoted by UFO profiteering hucksters out for fame, glory, and of course, money. In-depth analysis by people like D. Dean Johnson has led to the conclusion that the event was a hoax, and it was perpetrated by individuals seeking to capitalize on the notoriety of the atomic bomb test. The Trinity UFO crash of 1945 has garnered attention and speculation, but critical analysis and research efforts have definitively debunked the incident as a hoax. While the event remains significant in UFO culture, it's essential to approach such claims, especially out-of-this-world claims of alien spacecraft, with skepticism and rigor to differentiate fact from fiction. The Trinity UFO crash serves as a reminder of the need for careful scrutiny and evidence-based investigation. So what we have here is a case that completely and totally fell apart after the money grab. And we have talked about this before. What's the money grab? That's when somebody will do a big money grab, claiming that a story is true. And then usually after the big money grab, we get to the inevitable under-delivering of evidence. It's always over-sensationalized, overhype. And you go to do the money grab. They always promise they have more evidence than they actually have. Not always, but it fits the pattern. And then we get to the situation where we get to the phase of the big letdown. Shortly, not long ago, this story completely and totally fell apart. And Jacques Vallée, however, refused to concede any of the facts and evidence. It should be noted that William Brophy gave incredible amount of inconsistencies in his story. And we're talking about a man who is recounting childhood memories that's already very old, which is further problematic. Next, there were claims included by this William Brophy of a piece of metal that was ripped from the inside of the alien spacecraft somehow. And that object was determined to be a metal piece of a windmill. It has been definitively identified as not alien in nature or origin. Why would somebody give UFO researchers a piece of a metallic fragment or manufactured on Earth object from industrial machinery and claim it was a piece of an alien spacecraft? Your guess is as good as mine, but the story really does fall apart. Unfortunately, Mr. Vallée has already collected quite a lot of money for this story before the counter evidence that the story was completely and totally fake was presented. And still, people cling to the mistaken belief, I believe, that this story is still true somehow. I don't believe. Well, I could be incorrect in my dating. I apologize if that's the case. Drew Williams says, FYI, the claim is that the crash happened on August 17th, 1945. Not when the Trinity explosion. Well, it was around the time of the Trinity explosion. Thank you for the correction. I don't know. We have 15 pages here, so I may have mistaken dates. That's one of the other things I just want to recognize. These cases kind of run together because they're so very similar. We always have a government cover-up. We have military presence cordoning off the area. We have, objects being recovered and taken to someplace like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or Area 51 or Los Alamos National Labs. There's a lot of similar threads in all of these, and they tend to run together. if you're not very careful. And if I haven't been careful enough, I apologize. And thank you for the correction, Drew Williamson. One second. Okay, so we're going to get to our very next case. And next up is the big one, of course. And that would be, I believe, the Roswell UFO crash, of course, of 1947. And I have some visual aids for that as well. Roswell, of course, is the granddaddy of all of these cases, the most famous case. And did you know that there are more books written about the Roswell event than any other UFO event in history? Look on Amazon, just search for Roswell. It is incredible the amount of material that is available. And of course, this story has made an indelible mark on human culture. One second, let me get my, okay, got it. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen with some visuals. You may be aware, and if you're not, you can search in our archives. We did the deepest dive into Roswell that I thought humanly possible. And then we cut it all into an 8-hour stream fest all about Roswell for the Roswell 75th anniversary. And during that series, we interviewed every world-leading expert, author, and researcher into the Roswell event. And here we see the famous original newspaper article. When this first happened, they issued a press release, the military, saying the RAAF captures flying saucer on a ranch in Roswell region. There was radio reports that went out saying that they had recovered a flying disc. And thus, a legend was born in that moment, my friends. And here we see Jesse Marcel with some of the apparent wreckage from the craft. Jesse Marcel would later claim that there was a debris switch and that the debris that was shown to the press corps was not the same debris that he had seen and witnessed at the actual crash site. And interestingly, we should note that the Roswell story, when it first came out, was sensational. People thought that we were in possession of an alien spacecraft that had somehow crash landed because of the press releases and the early coverage. However, the United States government would quickly squash that and say that, oh, we made a mistake. It wasn't a flying saucer. It was not a flying disc. It was just a weather balloon, which never made any sense to me because we're talking about the very same military men responsible for the only atomic bomb group in the United States. For someone to suggest that they didn't know what a weather balloon was is kind of ridiculous. And interestingly, besides Jesse Marcel here, there was one other witness that claimed that there was indeed a debris switch. So as the legend goes, they really did capture an alien spacecraft, and then the government and the military tried to cover it up. We have General Ramey meeting with members of press and showing what is clearly debris from a weather balloon and radar reflectors, showing the press, here's what it is. It's nothing special. It wasn't aliens. It was very ordinary explanation, just a weather balloon. However, Marcel, to his death, and his son, Jesse Marcel Jr., to his death, adamantly denied that this was what actually crashed. What was shown to the press corps was apparently not the same material. And this has been claimed by Jesse Marcel and one other witness to this press corps event who also saw the original debris. And here we have General Ramey, and there's another interesting story. You see there's a memo in his hand. Some people have tried to get negatives of this original photograph, blow it up, and some people believe that the memo he has in his hand discusses the recovery of a flying saucer and even bodies. Somehow they were able to blow up that thing in his hand and decipher what was written on it, at least if you believe the legend. And of course, there has been major cultural impact. Every few years, especially on the date of an anniversary, there's a renewed and newly piqued interest into the Roswell case. And sometimes new details emerge, or new witnesses come forward, or there's new layers to the story. It's interesting to point out, however, that Roswell, like many of these stories, exists in layers. The original story, of course, is that something crashed in Roswell, New Mexico on a ranch, and a rancher, Mac Brazel, found it, went to the military. Suddenly, they released a press release saying that they had recovered a flying saucer. And then they would backtrack and say, we made a mistake. It was just a weather balloon. And the initial excitement for the story died down instantly when the military came out with the other explanation. And here is a display from the Roswell Museum. Great. Disc craze continues. Army disc outs New Mexico find as weather gear. So here the story begins to change. Here's a sign from the Roswell. And here at the crash site, there is a monument, and it says, in July of the year 1947, a craft of unknown origin spread debris over this site. Witnesses would report materials of an unearthly nature. In September of the year 2002, the Sci-Fi Channel brought scientists from the University of New Mexico to search this ground for evidence of that fateful night. Be it observed that, whatever the true nature of what has respectfully become known as the Roswell incident, humankind has been forever drawn to the stars. So interesting, there's a monument at the crash site, and you can pay to go and visit the crash site. There's tours, and you can go visit. And of course, it's a huge tourist attraction. And this is from the Roswell Dispatch. Directly after saying that they captured a flying saucer, Army debunks Roswell flying disc as world simmers with excitement. Officers say disc was weather balloon. So, of course, the initial excitement for the story, and here's another from the Roswell Daily Record, General Ramey empties Roswell saucer. Ramey says excitement is not justified. Yeah, it wasn't an alien spacecraft. It was just a weather balloon. So the story in 1947 quickly fell apart and was largely forgotten. That is until researchers in the 1980s, most notably Bill Moore and Stanton Friedman, would find some original witnesses to the event. And Stanton Friedman tells an incredible story and about doing a talk on UFOs somewhere, and someone just simply came up to him and said, hey, I know somebody that had their hands on pieces of one of those flying saucers you're so interested in. And Stan Friedman was like, he touched pieces of one? And the gentleman said yes, gave him the name. They were ham radio buddies, apparently, Jesse Marcel Sr. and this gentleman that approached Stan Friedman. So Stan Friedman gets a phone book and all, and he goes and he finds Jesse Marcel. And it is largely because of Jesse Marcel that we know anything about the story. If not for Stanton Friedman and Bill Moore and a few other early Roswell researchers, the story may have been completely and totally lost to history. But then what we get is what I call the layering effect, because interestingly, we begin with just a story of a crash and a debris field and strange hieroglyphics on some of the material that was in the debris field. And of course, you've all heard that the description of this strange material that you couldn't cut with a torch, you couldn't dent it with a hammer, but it was incredibly, incredibly lightweight. And if you crumpled it up in your hands and dropped it on the table, it would return to its original shape. Very strange material for 1947. Later, things like nitinol or memory metal would be invented, which is an alloy of nickel and several other things. But some people believe that nitinol was actually discovered from the Roswell UFO crash or wreckage. Interesting that there have been layers added to the story, however. And what do I mean by that? The original story is there's one crash and there's one crash site, and it was not an intact craft. It was a completely destroyed, just debris for miles. Then the story gets grander, as UFO stories tend to do over time. And eventually, through research efforts of Stanton Friedman, Bill Moore, people like Don Schmidt, Kevin Randall, and Tom Carey, and others, suddenly the story takes on a new dimension. And there's not just one crash site. Somehow there is a second crash site, approximately 175 miles northwest of Roswell, the San Augustine Plains, the Plains of San Augustine. So there's the original crash site north of Roswell, and the debris field approximately 75 miles northwest of Roswell, and then, of course, a second crash site. And all the stories of bodies and intact recovered spacecraft come from the secondary crash site. And I've always found it a little bit troubling that the original story and the original witnesses never mentioned a secondary crash site. And Jesse Marcel was a high-ranking intelligence officer in the military. He never mentioned it. It was new witnesses that were discovered by UFO researchers and people who sell UFO stories. Interestingly, found more people that talked about a second crash site where there was alien bodies recovered. And then, of course, we get more and more people. After Stanton Friedman and Bill Moore's books, the story really took on a life of its own. And suddenly there was all kinds of witnesses, secondhand witnesses and firsthand witnesses even, because remember, many of them were still alive. And people did come forward and make incredible claims of seeing alien bodies and other things that are extremely mysterious happening. Interestingly, some of those witnesses, including people that whole books were based on, would later be found out to be tellers of tall tales, but not all of them. And interestingly, many of the people involved directly, firsthand witnesses to either of the crash sites, spoke to their children. And there's a book that I always found interesting called Children of Roswell. And it involves a lot of deathbed confessions where people kept the secret of it, as they were told to do, apparently, by the United States government for many, many years. But in their later years, as they neared death, they confided to their children what they had seen. And many described similar tales of bodies, 3 foot tall, large head, big eyes, no hair. Interesting that there are so many deathbed confessions about seeing alien bodies. And that has always sort of troubled me, because I just don't see multiple people telling their children as they lay dying on their deathbed about seeing alien bodies. But that is part of the available evidence that you can go through if you choose to. Now, I will say that the Roswell event has been the most influential, I believe, UFO crash in the history of UFOs. The Roswell crash of 1947 has become one of the most iconic and controversial events in the history of UFO phenomenon. We'll be providing an overview of the known story. We'll explore some of the conspiracy theories surrounding alien spacecraft and bodies, and examine stories of alleged remains of the crashed UFO. We'll also delve into some research efforts aimed at uncovering the truth. So the Roswell crash of 1947 stands as a cornerstone of UFO lore, captivating the public imagination for decades. The Roswell UFO crash happened in July 1947. Reports emerged of a crashed object near Roswell, New Mexico, initially believed to be a, quote, flying disc, unquote. The U.S. military later stated that it was just a weather balloon. However, alternative narratives surrounding alien spacecraft and even alien bodies have persisted over the years. Conspiracy theories abound regarding the Roswell incident, proposing that the crash involved an extraterrestrial spacecraft and the recovery of alien bodies. Some say even the recovery of live beings. These theories claim that the government engaged in a cover-up to hide the truth from the public. According to some accounts, the debris recovered from the crash site exhibited unconventional properties. Witnesses described metallic fragments with characteristics distinct from common materials, which sparked intrigue and speculation about their true origin. Then claims emerged of witnesses encountering and witnessing the recovery of alien bodies at the secondary crash site on the plains of St. Augustine. Reports suggest that these beings were small, with distinct physical features and advanced technology, fueling the belief in a government cover-up of alien visitation or crash landing on Earth. Numerous researchers have devoted many years of their lives and themselves to investigating the Roswell incident, aiming to separate facts of the story from fiction or myths surrounding the case. These efforts have included interviewing first-hand witnesses, second-hand witnesses, analyzing available evidence, and scrutinizing government documents looking for the truth of the event. The quest for truth has been challenged by limited access to classified information and the passage of so much time. The media coverage of the Roswell incident, particularly in the early 1980s and during anniversary events like the recent 75th anniversary event, elevate the event to near mythical status. Roswell, whatever you think of it, has become synonymous with UFO crashes and government cover-ups, contributing to the rise of UFO subculture and its impact on American popular culture. The Roswell UFO crash of 1947 remains an enduring enigma. Many people believe that they have solved the mystery. However, I believe that definitive proof of what actually crashed at Roswell remains incredibly elusive. This story has been surrounded by conspiracy theories, intense research efforts, and a great deal of cultural significance. While the official explanation first pointed to a weather balloon and later a mogul balloon, which was a top secret project to measure or detect, I should say, nuclear or atomic tests by the Soviet Union. The persistence, however, of alternative narratives demonstrates the deep-seated fascination with the possibility of visitation to Earth by extraterrestrial life. The Roswell incident continues to shape public perception, serving as a touchstone in the ongoing exploration of the UFO phenomenon and our place in the universe. So we have really dug deeply into the Roswell event. And I apologize, I have not done so, but I will be adding our Roswell anniversary event to the description of this video. If you truly would like to learn more about the Roswell event, some of you guys, however deep I get is not deep enough. So if you want to go deeper, we did a Roswell 75th anniversary special event. We did interviews with Walter Bosley, Cal Korff, Don Schmidt, Kevin Randall, Tom Carey, alien scientists, and others, trying to get to the bottom of the mystery. And quite possibly, it just left me more confused. You know, I thought I had my mind made up At one time, I really believed that what crashed was an alien spacecraft. Later, I thought it might have been an early uh, space test or American experimental technology of some sort. The truth about the Roswell event remains ever elusive. And I do love a great mystery. It's also important to note that many fake hoaxes and stories were created to make money have been tacked onto Roswell. We have the alien interview, we have the alien autopsy, we have the Roswell rock, we have the Roswell slides. It would appear that if you really want to make money with a fake UFO story, it's a good idea to tie your fake story to Roswell, because many people apparently, or clearly, I think, or believe that an alien spacecraft crash landed on planet Earth in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Therefore, many UFO profiteers have hitched their wagon to the Roswell event, claiming that they have proof of the Roswell event, such as the alien autopsy, which was reported to be an autopsy of one of the recovered aliens. Later turned out that was a complete and total fake hoaxed film. Oh, some still argue on that one too. And then, of course, we have the Roswell slides, where Jaime Maussan, well-known Mexican UFO promoter and man who has hoaxed more than anyone else, with the possible exception of Third Phase of Moon, they did an event, and there was all this hype, and they had a slide purported to be an image of one of the recovered Roswell aliens. That turned out to be a complete and totally fake story and a hoax. It turned out to be a mummy in a glass display case, a Native American little boy. So many people have hitched their hoax wagon to Roswell in the hopes of generating fame and fortune, and some have been incredibly successful. Most notably, the alien autopsy, which generated millions upon millions of dollars and continues apparently to generate money for the creators of that hoax to this day. The Roswell event is an enduring mystery, and I believe that a definitive explanation for what really happened that everyone can't argue with will never happen. There are some prevailing theories. Of course, the most popular is that what crashed was an alien spacecraft, and the United States recovered bodies and technology. But of course, there are alternative theories. Some of them get really wacky, like Annie Jacobson's book, where she claimed that the Soviet Union hoaxed the Roswell event and put deformed children that were experimented on in this craft to scare the Americans. It gets very bizarre. I like Walter Bosley's explanation, and pardon me if I get it wrong. He's very particular. But he believes that the Roswell crash may have been related to early space tests. After all, Project Paperclip brought all those rocket scientists that were working on V-2 rockets over to the United States right after World War II. And this was 1947, when for sure they would have been developing rocket technology and early space and missile technology. Then, of course, there are even alternate explanations, and some people who are very skeptical. Cal Korff has a book which details his belief that this was a mogul balloon related to a top secret government project to release balloons with instruments on them to detect radiation from atomic or nuclear bomb tests of the Soviet Union. There are multiple explanations. So who do you believe? Well, I read it all, and I'm not quite made up my mind who I believe. The deathbed confessions in the book Children of Roswell is incredibly compelling to me and always gnaws at my mind. However, there is a great deal of testimony from people that were involved directly in the Mogul project who essentially swear that what happened at Roswell was indeed the Mogul project. There are firsthand participants and eyewitnesses to the Mogul project that have sworn that what crashed at Roswell was one of these Mogul balloons. That's gnawed at my mind. So yeah, Roswell will likely always be an enduring mystery. I have loved this story since I first heard it, likely in an episode of Unsolved Mysteries as a child, when it was first repopularized by people like Bill Moore and Stanton Friedman and Don Schmidt, Tom Carey, and Kevin Randall. I tried my very best. We did this Roswell 75th anniversary special, and we went deep, deep down the rabbit hole looking for the truth. And like I said, the truth is very elusive when it comes to this case. And I don't believe that this mystery will ever truly be solved. I think that one of the explanations is likely correct, but which one? I would certainly love to believe that the alien hypothesis is correct. And I have trouble believing that a bunch of people on their deathbed would start telling their children about seeing the bodies of spacemen in 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico, if that wasn't what happened. Or could the explanation of some kind of deformed children being used by the Soviet Union be true? I don't think so, because Annie Jacobson in her book references Joseph Mengele being involved, and that would be literally historically impossible. But interesting. And Bottled Water is commenting, I agree. It's often been said that in order to solve Roswell, you have to chase the undertaker, because many or most of the original witnesses have died off in recent years or even decades. I mean, 1947 is 75 years ago. So if they were alive, they would have to probably be children, right? And how reliable is 75-year-old testimony from somebody who was 5 or 6 at the time, right? Bottled Water says Roswell will forever be a mystery. Everyone involved has passed away. Yes, well, luckily, we did have researchers like Kevin Randall, Don Schmidt, Tom Carey, Stanton Friedman, and Bill Moore, and others who were running around taking firsthand testimony from people before they passed away. I'm thankful for that, because at least we could get a clearer picture of what really happened, since we have a great deal of testimony. And in closing on the Roswell case, I just want to make sure that we comment on this. There is more material to digest on the Roswell UFO case than any other UFO event in history. There are more documentaries about Roswell. There are more books about Roswell. There are more websites about Roswell. There are more blogs about Roswell, podcasts about Roswell than virtually any other paranormal event. It is the big case. And if we take a moment to, this may not be the greatest measure of cultural or historical impacts, but I think it's important. If you just search Roswell on Amazon, Witness to Roswell, 75th Anniversary Edition, Roswell, Top Secret. There's all kinds of Roswell merchandise. The day after Roswell, that is still being sold. For those unaware, that's the story of Philip Corso, who claimed that he somehow became in possession of some of the recovered articles from the Roswell event, and he gave them to private industry, and that's where we got things like fiber optics and Kevlar and integrated circuits. I really don't believe that that story is true or accurate. There's a lot of problems with that one. Roswell, UFO Conspiracy Unlocked. This one's a video. The Roswell cover-up 75 years later. UFOs in wartime, what they don't want you to know. Legend of the Roswell crash. I mean, friends, it just goes on and on. There's, look, we're 20 pages of Roswell stuff that you can buy. So, of course, and there was a Roswell television show as well. This is excellent, actually. If you really want a good dramatic telling of the story, this movie, this was a Hollywood movie with Jeremy Kagan as director, Kyle MacLachlan, and Martin Sheen. And I'm sorry for, I really wrecked his name. It's an excellent retelling of the story from the perspective of Jesse Marcel Sr. and perhaps Jr. I really, really enjoyed this film. And like I said, there's an endless buffet. Here's Roswell 1947 by Thomas Setme. UFOs, The Secret History. That, of course, has Roswell in it. ET's Among Us. I Know What I Saw. Father Knows Best. What does that have to do with Roswell? I don't know. Alien Conspiracy. They Are Here. There's an Unsolved Mysteries episode of Roswell. Unsealed Alien Files. That was a television show on history, right? There's all kinds of T-shirts, endless books. I have more books on Roswell than virtually anything else, any other subject. And of course, there was the television show. There's been the Hollywood movie. The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell. Latest findings. This is Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt. There's just, I'm telling you, friends, there is an endless buffet of Roswell material that you can digest. There is more material on Roswell than any other single UFO case in history. And it's sort of overwhelming if you really decide to get into the case deeply, like I have. I read everything that I could try to get my hands on for this Roswell 75th anniversary event that we did. It would appear, it's difficult to trudge through all that there is. There's just so much volume of material. And that also troubled me because, we've got some very good researchers that find all the witnesses and interview them, but then you have some books that you might not have heard of, lesser known, and you get those books and there's somebody totally new you never heard of involved with the case before, and they're saying even more fantastical things. Like I said, Roswell has been built in layer upon layer upon layer. And the legend of Roswell keeps growing as more layers have been added over the years, in my opinion. So next, friends, we will continue our journey with the Aztec, Mexico UFO crash of 1949. Or excuse me, it's 48. Is it 48? Let me check. I'm sorry. Like I said, 1948, Aztec, New Mexico. Why do I have? Oh, I have it both ways here. So, interestingly, oh, do you know what? I think we miss the Cape Girardeau. Oh, I know I was going to do that. Yes, the Cape Girardeau crash of 1941. We skipped. I apologize, friends. So we're going to go to that one next. The Cape Girardeau is, I think, the weakest UFO crash story, in my opinion. The case is largely based on second and third hand reports and witnesses. I think this is the weakest. It's from one basically primary source, but not really the primary source, more like his family members. And that's problematic because when we get to, okay, so this story came to us, the original person who told the story to his family members died. Then we get to his wife who retells the story, and then she dies. And then we have his granddaughter, the original person who told the story. This is problematic at best. I do have a nice video about this one, so I think we're going to share that. Just bear with me one moment because there's commercials I have to cue. Okay, this is a recent story too. From March of 2021. Remember the original case took place in 1941. So this one was before Roswell, and it took place in Cape Girardeau, Missouri in 1941. Um, it's a interesting story. However, I have problems with the fact that the whole story is based on second and third hand retellings of the original source of the story. But let's share with you this video. This is from a local news report from the area looking back at alleged UFO crash of 1941 near Cape Girardeau.
New video leaked from the Department of Defense showing Air Force encounters with unidentified.
Oh, 1 second. We have to put our fair use banner up. We'll start that over. I apologize, friends. This is fair use. It's transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. We're using this video to educate the public, and we will be discussing the information presented herein in our discussion. Our live chat is discussing what we are showing. This is therefore a transformative work, and this is covered under fair use. 1 second here. We will get back to it here, but I'm going to restart it. For those unaware as well, we may recut tonight's episode into a sort of mini documentary of sorts, depending on how things come out and what I want to add to this history. We consider it a public service to make educational free documentaries, and I think this would make a good one, given a little more time after tonight's broadcast and a little more production. So you all may be part of our studio audience for our documentary filming here. Thank you for being here. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and we are presenting a history of UFO crashes from 1897 to 1965. We mistakenly skipped the 1941 Cape Girardeau crash, so we're going to get into that right now, friends.
You've probably seen new video leaked from the Department of Defense showing Air Force encounters with unidentified flying objects. And Senator Marco Rubio is asking the Secretary of Defense to release a report on the sightings next month. We don't know what to expect, but we do know there's a story of a UFO crash near Cape Girardeau that still has us looking for answers. Isabel Hansen reports.
Yes, and isn't it interesting that all of this congressional attention has led to a great deal of new looks into these old stories and old cases? I'm not sure that's a good thing, because if these stories weren't proven to be 100% true when they were first sold or told, why would or should the United States government waste money looking into the cases again? But I do think for history's sake, it would be worth looking into some of these cases. This one, not so much.
I thought Cape Girardeau, spaceship crash and aliens? You've got to be kidding me.
You might be thinking the same thing as Paul Blake Smith right now. A UFO crash in a farm field near Cape Girardeau County? Show me the facts.
Everyone was told, do not talk about this. This is a matter of national security. It didn't happen.
Just to be clear and precise, the claim is that everyone was told, that witnessed the crash was told not to talk about it. But we only have really a second and third hand account from one witness who is claiming that. It's not like we have, this is deceptive language to me, because it's not like we have 10 people that all came forward and said, yeah, they told us not to talk about this. We have one man who was a minister in the area who is now deceased. And at one point, his wife came out and told the story that he told her. Later, she died. And then the granddaughter told the story that the mother, this is where it gets complicated. So the original witness died. And the story came out in I believe the 80s, where the wife of the original witness, this minister, retold the story. And then the wife of the original witness, the minister, died. And then now we have the granddaughter of the original witness retelling the story that the father told the mother, then the mother told the daughter. If that makes any sense. I know it's kind of hard to follow, but this is why I thought that this story is the weakest, because it relies on second and third hand testimony, and we only have one witness to the event. There have been despite incredible efforts by several researchers, there have been zero corroborating witnesses that can corroborate this minister's original story, either the story his wife told that he told her, or the story that his granddaughter told that his wife, that he told the wife that the wife told her. It really is on shaky ground from the very beginning. And again, there are no corroborating witnesses that have ever come forward from military or local residents. So the story is very weak as far as any corroborating witnesses or evidence or additional testimony that would support the original accounts of the story.
So did or did it not happen? Let's start with what Smith, born in Cape Girardeau, found out during his years of research.
Getting hard evidence for this has been like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. It's very frustrating.
He tells me the crash allegedly happened late April 1941. From what Smith uncovered, he says the UFO went down in a field possibly near this one.
Yes, and that's interesting. I would think that if you had witnessed an extraterrestrial spacecraft, and even dead and alive alien extraterrestrials, you would make note of where that crash happened, but we have no details of where the crash happened, just a vague description of the general area where the crash happened. And that to me is very problematic. I would think that seeing alien spacecraft would be a once in a lifetime opportunity. Well, for most people, don't ask somebody in UFO land. And yet we don't know. There was no details given of where the actual crash site occurred.
Somewhere west of the Cape Girardeau airport, between Cape and Chaffee. His main source for the crash details, the granddaughter of this man, Pastor William G. Huffman. She says someone asked her grandfather to come to the scene to pray for the victims of a plane crash.
Yeah, and this is where the story gets wonky to me. As the story goes, this man was a minister, and he received a late night phone call to come to a certain location to give last rites to the victims of a crash. He assumed it was a plane crash. However, when he got there, things took a turn for the weird, you might say, and he recounted to his wife, and I believe the wife later recounted that to the granddaughter, that what he saw were dead aliens and a crashed spacecraft. And then one alien was still living and died in front of him. Now, this is where you really have to go out on faith, I suppose, because, I asked around to some military people and asked if it is normal military policy, or, if there's a crash, do they call a minister or a priest to administer last rites to the dead or dying at the crash site? And most people told me no, they'd be more concerned with, providing medical attention to those in the crash. But who knows what you do, and then the other issue is, wouldn't it by nature, an alien spacecraft crashing and alien bodies be some sort of biological hazard? Would they know that in 1941, that maybe you don't want to just go walking around while there's dead alien bodies around you? There'd be all kinds of contamination issues, I would think. And so the entire story is kind of anchored to a very strange premise, which is that some members of the United States military were in the middle of a UFO alien spacecraft retrieval, and somebody thought enough of the aliens, maybe they were religious, to call the local minister and say, we've got a crash, you've got to come here and administer last rites to the victims. And then he did. It just seems like a stretch. That it doesn't seem like a likely thing to happen to me. if the government was in recovery of alien spacecraft and alien bodies, I would think that they would want to cover it up. You'd want as few people at that crash site as possible. You wouldn't be inviting people like, hey, come on, come and bless the dead and dying aliens for us. It's just, I have always had a problem with this story. I mean, it's a great story, but it seems very implausible. That's what it seems to me. Implausible is the best word to describe about how I feel about the premise of the story.
And he got there, he got the shock of his life. There was no cylindrical airplane with wings or propellers. There was a round silver disc that was broken open. And there was debris, metallic shards in the field that had set fire to the field.
Here's a sketch Pastor Huffman's granddaughter drew of a picture Smith says she saw of the alleged 3 victims.
One of them was apparently still alive, still breathing, as Reverend Huffman knelt over this creature. And they were about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, your typical grays, as we would call them today, with big black eyes and long, thin arms and legs. And the creature expired in front of him.
Smith.
Well, that's interesting. So he's going to give last rites to this alien, and it dies right in front of him. And then, of course, there's accounts where this minister was told this event never happened, which is interesting because that's a common thread in many of these UFO crash stories.
It tells me the U.S. military eventually arrived at the crash site, forced everyone to secrecy, and took all the evidence.
Ever since, it's a big mystery. Where did they take the physical evidence, the bodies, the debris, and the crashed vehicle that was cracked open, which Reverend Huffman said had little gauges on a kind of instrument panel and tiny little seats and some hieroglyphic writing on a silver band inside the cockpit.
Yeah, interesting that they mention hieroglyphics, which is another that's involved in, I believe, Aztec and also the Roswell case. It's a common theme, and also involved with the Kecksburg 1965 crash. All 3 of those cases mention people seeing hieroglyphic writing on the craft.
He couldn't make it out. He thought it was very mysterious.
With the facts still up in the air, we did some digging ourselves. After reaching out to the FBI, officials responded saying, quote, "We were unable to identify records responsive to your request." And the Air Force gave us a similar response. They, quote, "researched their files and found no documentation concerning this event." Air Force officials also say, quote, "A review of the histories for the Air Corps training detachment at sites in Missouri was undertaken. Regrettably, no mention was found in the official unit histories regarding such an incident."
So there are 0 corroborating documents about any sort of crash recovery or crash, period. And in fact, people have actually enlisted the help of like the local fire departments, because certainly if there was an aircraft and a big fire, the local fire departments, one of them would have been involved. I am personally aware of a researcher who checked all of them, asking for records of this event, and no one had any. So what we get with this case is a single witness who's already deceased at the time this story comes out, who told this story to his wife. She then dies, but before she dies, she tells the story to the granddaughter, who then begins discussing this with various UFO researchers. It's very, very shaky, this one.
The Cape Girardeau story should be a big bombshell story that got squelched.
What do you say to the skeptics out there?
I understand your skepticism. I come from a rather cynical family myself. We all want to see the absolute hard proof, but it was taken away and people were sworn to secrecy.
I also asked Smith if he thinks.
Yes, and a convenient common thread in many of these stories is that the government swooped in and gathered up all the evidence, and that's why we don't have evidence of it. I think that's a bit of a stretch. Somebody would talk. There would be some corroborating paperwork or evidence, some record of a fire in the town. There isn't on the apparent time of this supposed sighting.
thinks any information about the crash will be released next month in the requested report from the Director of National Intelligence and Secretary of Defense.
I'm a little pessimistic. The government has covered this up for about 80 years. I don't see them suddenly reporting to Congress and the American people, but others feel that, yes, disclosure is coming.
So, did a UFO crash in 1941 near Cape Girardeau?
Yeah, it depends on what you believe. If you really want to believe in aliens, sure, this happened. But if you're like me and you require a little bit more than a second or third hand retelling of a story that a single witness told, and then when people do exhaustive searches looking for any corroborative paperwork or documents that would support the story, find nothing, I tend to discount this story as just another story. And again, the premise of the way the story begins, it just doesn't make sense to me. If you were in the middle of a flying saucer recovery, would you really stop and get a minister to come and bless dying aliens? I mean, I'm not sure what the policy is on that, but it just seems like a stretch to me.
Says it doesn't need to stay that way.
It really should have put Cape Girardeau on the map. And to this day, it could, if someone would just come up with that physical evidence, a piece of metal, even a small one. We sure encourage you to come out and help prove this story once and for all.
Isabel Hansen, Live Local Now, Heartland News.
Yeah, so there we have it, the Cape Girardeau incident. And I have some additional information. So the Cape Girardeau UFO crash, one second here, let me take that down. Okay. So this Cape Girardeau UFO crash of 1941, like many other similar stories, has captured the imagination of the public and UFO enthusiasts and researchers especially. But if we examine the known story and its origins and delve into some particulars of the story, I think this story is built on very, very shaky ground, considering it is based largely on a single witness that was deceased when the story originally came out. And then we get the third-hand accounts now. And I don't know if you're familiar with the childhood game of telephone, but if one person tells another person even a single sentence, let alone an entire story like this, and then that person tells a third person, and then the third person tells a fourth person, we're into fourth hand now, because we have the original witness who's dead. He tells his wife before he dies. She dies, but tells her granddaughter before she dies. And then the granddaughter is telling all these stories to the researchers, who are then digesting and retelling the story. The game of telephone really, really applies to this one. How many times was the story changed slightly or inaccurate? And again, there is a lack of any corroborating testimony or documentary evidence, corroborating witnesses. Not one person ever came forward to say, yeah, I was a part of that recovery operation, or yes, I saw those alien bodies too. It's a stretch at best, this one. According to the accounts, in 1941, a UFO crashed near Cape Girardeau, Missouri. It's claimed that witnesses, including Reverend William Huffman, saw the crashed object and encountered alien beings at the site. The incident was allegedly kept secret and later covered up by a government UFO crash retrieval team. At least those are the claims. However, no corroborating evidence to support that claim can be found either. Reports suggest that the UFO debris recovered from the crash site in Cape Girardeau included metallic fragments which were once on fire near the original crash site, and that these fragments may have had peculiar or unknown properties. Then, of course, there was the presence of alien bodies, because the story involves this minister claiming to have seen and even interacted with alien beings at the crash site, one of whom was still alive when he got there but died in front of him. Descriptions through various retellings of this story from different individuals, including the minister's wife and later granddaughter, vary about what the creatures look like. There are some major inconsistencies there, but they generally both refer to small humanoid figures with distinct features and unusual attire. It's alleged that the bodies were subsequently retrieved by a secret government team and taken who knows where. So researchers, many different researchers have researched this case and sought to uncover the truth behind this Cape Girardeau UFO crash mystery. However, the lack of primary source documents, physical evidence, and verifiable eyewitness testimonies poses significant challenges to the investigation. There are no firsthand witnesses. What we have is a second and third-hand retelling of a story that this minister originally told his wife, and then she tells the story to the daughter. Very problematic. And of course, the passage of time and the absence of official documentation further complicate this research landscape. I myself tried to look into the story, and I pretty much gave up because there's no there. I was unable to find any corroborating witnesses, documentation. All we have is the story of this man's family. And by the way, I am not, attacking their credibility. I'm just stating a fact that when we get to second and third hand accounts from one witness who is deceased and we can find no other primary witnesses, it's extremely problematic. The media coverage of the Cape Girardeau UFO crash has been limited, primarily consisting of speculative articles in UFO-related publications. The sensationalized nature of some reports has contributed to the difficulty in discerning fact from fiction, and has attracted a great deal of skepticism from critics. Critical analysis reveals major inconsistencies and discrepancies within the accounts between the minister's wife and later granddaughter. Varying descriptions of the crash, the recovered UFO remains, and the alien bodies raise doubts about the veracity of the claims. And of course, there's an absence of tangible evidence and independent corroboration, which adds to the skepticism surrounding the entire event. The Cape Girardeau UFO crash of 1941 does, however, remain a captivating episode within UFO lore. However, a critical examination of the available evidence reveals significant limitations and inconsistencies. Again, there's a lack of corroborating evidence, primary sources, and verifiable testimonies, and this hinders the quest for establishing the truth behind this alleged event. Cape Girardeau, to me, has always been an interesting story, but again, we've talked about these similar threads. A lot of times what we're left with is just a story. And if you decide to simply believe that story, you can. However, I've always required a little more before giving my belief to a story, knowing full well that a great number of stories within the world of UFOs are completely fake, made up by people seeking attention or seeking money or fame. This one is perhaps the weakest in our presentation tonight insofar as available proof or evidence. It's built on very shaky ground. My husband told me this, then the wife tells her daughter, and she's talking to researchers saying, my mother told me this, and my father told her this. Third and fourth hand is the way that we're getting this story. There is no direct connection through a primary eyewitness source. So I have always sort of discounted this one, but you may feel differently. Let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat about the Cape Girardeau case. All right, moving right along, friends. We're trucking along, but we are over 2 hours here. So you know what? I think we're going to take a short. No, we'll just keep going. Let me take a moment, though, to recognize the live chat. Don't mean to ignore you guys. Troll says Grush needs some UFO grifters to take him out and buy him whiskey. Oh, that is mean, Troll. Coming from a recovering alcoholic. Paul Shields says broken telephone. Yes. Asman says Grush, I believe he knows someone who knew someone who talked to someone who worked on UFOs. Yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. So we will continue our journey, and I apologize. Boy, I may have to edit this and re-upload it. I wanted to go in chronological order, and I apologize. I somehow missed the Cape Girardeau case, but it's okay. Through the magic of editing, maybe we'll re-upload this, or maybe I'll just put them in the right order if we do make a sort of mini documentary about tonight's presentation. So previous to the Cape Girardeau, we covered Roswell, New Mexico, the most famous UFO crash case in the history of UFO crash cases. But next we will move on to Aztec, New Mexico, 1948 crash. I have some, boy, where's there was somebody that used to constantly demand slides from me. And that was because, I don't know, did I not have Aztec? I thought I had some Aztec images. 1 second, please, friends. Oh, and before we move forward, I apologize. I had some visual aids for the Cape Girardeau case. This is recreation of what the minister apparently saw. A round metallic object crashed with a hole in it and bodies spewing about. So there's an artist recreation. And then apparently, you know, this is a scene from a recreation. Somebody holding up one of the aliens while the minister was praying over it. This is perhaps I don't know if it's the best book on the Cape Girardeau incident. It's a book that I have by George Dunning, just simply called The Cape Girardeau 1941 UFO Incident. And this is another artist's depiction of what the minister claims to have witnessed, a metallic object with a hole in it and bodies spewing about. And that would be the Cape Girardeau story. Next, my friends, we're going to get into the Aztec, New Mexico case. Give me a moment. Let me see. I somehow forgot. Let me see if we have any. Like many of the stories that we're covering tonight, the Aztec UFO incident has had many books and documentaries written about it. It is a very controversial case that people still debate and argue over. Interestingly, this one involves a great number of bodies. And here are some of the books. The Aztec UFO Incident by Scott Ramsey and Suzanne Ramsey. And I have to say, I discount this story, or have discounted this story, and then somebody told me, no, this couple, Scott Ramsey and Suzanne Ramsey, have done an incredible amount of work to try to establish that it is a true story and it wasn't a hoax. Largely, the Aztec story was discounted as a hoax. Here we see there is a placard here. Yeah. So the Aztec incident is very controversial. If you go to Wikipedia, Wikipedia will just straight tell you that it is a hoax because of the dubious characters involved that were literal con men. That's right. This story originated with con artists. Con artists told this story to a UFO researcher, proven con artists who were running some kind of a strange con where they claimed they had a machine that could locate oil for people. If that were true, they'd be billionaires and wouldn't need to be selling alien and UFO stories, but here we are. And here's the Aztec UFO crash, the government cover-up of UFOs and recovered alien technology. And of course, like I said, the entire story begins and ends with a couple of con artists telling the story, proven con artists, telling the story to a UFO researcher. It then became the subject of an incredibly famous book. Let's begin with our exploration of the Aztec UFO crash. The Aztec, New Mexico crash of 1941, like the other cases, has attracted significant attention and speculation within the realm of UFO phenomena. We can provide you with an overview of the known story and its historical origins, as well as explore the conspiracy theories surrounding an alleged alien spacecraft and cover-up. We'll delve a little bit into the media coverage and the historical impact of the incident and its significance in American culture. Additionally, it should be noted that there is a connection between the primary male character's name in the X-Files television and movie series and this case. This is where Mulder got his name. The Aztec, New Mexico UFO crash of 1949 has become an enigmatic event that has fueled speculation, arguments, debate, and conspiracy theories. According to accounts, in 1949, an unidentified flying object reportedly crashed near Aztec, New Mexico. Witnesses described a large disc-shaped craft with alleged extraterrestrial origins. The incident quickly gained attention but faded into obscurity until a years later overview of the known story. So essentially, if we were to believe Wikipedia, and this is where it gets interesting because this is where the arguments begin. People say that Wikipedia got the whole case wrong. However, one second. Wikipedia labels it, actually, and I'm going to show you this. Wikipedia labels it as a crashed saucer hoax. According to Wikipedia, it was a flying saucer crash alleged to have happened in 1948 in Aztec, New Mexico. The story was first published in 1949 by author Frank Scully. So Scully from the X-Files. There's the X-Files connection. If nothing else, this story has had a huge impact on popular culture because the character called Scully in the X-Files is based on the author of this book and original article. He wrote his original article in Variety magazine columns and later in the 1950 book Behind the Flying Saucers, which was a pivotal book. The book Behind the Flying Saucers started the entire genre of books about flying saucers and aliens and UFOs. It really popularized things, and I think laid the groundwork for the contactee movement and other people claiming to see flying saucers or aliens. The story, according to Wikipedia, was exposed as a hoax fabricated by two con men, Silas M. Newton and Leo A. Gaubauer, as part of a fraudulent scheme to sell supposed alien technology. Beginning in the 1970s, some ufologists resurrected the story in books, claiming the purported crash was real. In 2013, an FBI memo claimed by some ufologists to substantiate the crash story was dismissed by the Bureau as a second or third-hand claim we never investigated. So, at least in this case, there is a document here. This is an FBI document. An investigator for the Air Force stated that 3 so-called flying saucers had been recovered in New Mexico. They were described as being circular in shape with raised centers approximately 50 feet in diameter. Each one was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape but only 3 foot tall. Dressed in metallic cloth of very fine texture, each body was bandaged in a manner similar to the blackout suits used by speed flyers and test pilots. According to Mr. Redacted informant, the saucer was found in New Mexico due to the fact, it's hard to make this out, I'm sorry, that the government has very high-powered radar set up in the area that it believed the radar interferes with the controlling mechanics of the saucers. So this story, one explanation for why the Roswell crash happened was that there was powerful radars in the area that somehow interferes with the control or electronic or navigation systems or propulsion systems of the alien spacecraft, causing them to crash. I've always thought that was a stretch, but people did find historical, examples of high power radar stations right in the area where this crash took place. I always found that interesting that, well, at least that part of the story is true. Yes, there was high power radar there. According to Scully, in March 1948, an unidentified aerial craft containing 16 humanoid bodies was recovered by the military in New Mexico after making a controlled landing in Hart Canyon, 12 miles northeast of the city of Aztec. The craft was said to be 99 feet in diameter, the largest UFO to date. Scully named as his sources 2 men identified as Newton and Gebauer, who reportedly told him the incident had been covered up and the military had taken the craft for secret research. Scully wrote that that the crashed UFO, along with other flying saucers captured from the government, came from Venus and worked on magnetic principles, according to Scully. The inhabitants stocked concentrated food wafers and heavy water for drinking purposes, and every dimension of the craft was divisible by 9. That's a strange detail. During the late 1940s and early 50s, Silas Newton and Leo Gebauer traveled through Aztec, attempting to sell devices known in the oil business as doodle bugs. They claimed that these devices could find oil, gas, and gold, and that they could do so because they were based on alien technology recovered from a supposed crash of a flying saucer. When J.P. Kahn of the San Francisco Chronicle asked the con men for a piece of metal from the supposed alien devices, they provided him with a sample that turned out to be ordinary aluminum. In 1949, author Frank Scully published a series of columns in Variety magazine retelling the crash story told to him by Newton and Gebauer. He later expanded these columns to create the book Behind the Flying Saucers. In 1950, it was a best-selling book that influenced public perception about UFOs. 2 years later, in 1952, the hoax was exposed in True magazine with a follow-up article in 1956 presenting other victims of Newton and Gebauer. One of the victims was the millionaire Herman Flater, who pressed charges. The 2 were convicted of fraud in 1953. So it would appear that this whole story would seem to be an invention of 2 con artists who were trying to sell something called a doodle bug, which is basically a fake device to locate oil and gas deposits. According to Wikipedia, however, there was still an influence on ufology because through the mid-1950s to the early 1970s, most ufologists considered the subject thoroughly discredited and therefore avoided it. In 1966, the book Incident at Exeter mentioned rumors of dead alien bodies stored at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. These rumors inspired the 1968 novel The Fortec Conspiracy. In 1974, Robert Spencer Carr publicly claimed the alien bodies recovered near Aztec were stored at Hangar 18 at Wright-Patterson, prompting official denials from the Air Force. However, in the late 70s, author Leonard Stringfield purported that not only was the incident real, but the craft involved was one of the many captured and stored by the U.S. military. In later years, many alleged firsthand accounts of the Roswell crash contained the Aztec crash story, with some claiming the craft was made of a material impervious to all heat, while others claiming the craft was damaged by the crash. The supposed humanoid bodies were said to measure between 36 inches and 42 inches in height and weigh around 40 pounds. Ufologists claim that shortly after the craft was down, the military cleared the area of evidence, including the bodies, subsequently taking it to Hangar 18 at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So there's a common thread again. People claim the military cleared the area of evidence, including the bodies. And then, of course, there was the FBI memo. UFO enthusiasts discovered what has become known as the HODL memo, which was available for viewing in the FBI's Vault website. Through the memo, though the memo had never been classified and had been making the rounds online for some years, it was seen as proof of an official cover-up by the U.S. government. The memo contained the report of a man named Guy Hartel, who the FBI agent in charge of the Washington field office at the time. It was addressed to J. Edgar Hoover and indexed in the FBI records. But this was standard practice at the time. It was later discovered that Hoddle's story was a retelling of a January 6, 1950 article published in the Wyandotte Echo, a Kansas City, Kansas newspaper. The Echo article itself was a retelling of the account from a local car salesman and a radio station advertising manager. Ultimately, the details within the FBI memo can be traced directly back to the initial hoax story. After the memo was posted on the FBI website, it received over 1 million views within 2 years. The FBI issued a press release concerning the memo and addressing the memo's context and possible connection to a hoax. The Bureau wrote, "Finally, the HODL memo does not prove the existence of UFOs. It is simply a second or third-hand claim that we never investigated. Some people believe the memo repeats a hoax that was circulating at the time, but the Bureau's files have no information to verify that theory." So what we get is essentially con artists, and we get again what we saw in the Cape Girardeau, a retelling of a retelling of a retelling. Again, a game of telephone. As far as real and documented evidence, I'm sorry to this couple who have spent years of their life researching this, writing books, documentaries. I don't believe that this is a real case. I don't believe that this event happened. I believe this event was made up by con artists in order to sell people their wares, which was a fake device that allegedly would help you locate, deposits of natural gas and oil. Such a device doesn't exist, but they used the story to make people believe it exists because they based the story of their device on being a machine essentially recovered from this flying saucer. So it was alien technology. That's why they had technology no one else had. And of course, the two people who originally told the story to the original author were convicted of fraud. So they're convicted con artists is where this story begins. Now, where it gets interesting is that many people do a great deal of mental gymnastics, and many people have sent me messages and told me that I have to take a second look at the story. I have, and there is a couple who has been investigating this story for quite some time. However, I find that their research methods are extremely poor, and that these people are doing anything they can to do the mental gymnastics to still believe that this story is true, even though it's based on two con artists telling a tall tale to rip people off. Now, people claim that they have researched this and found this or found that, but I found some significant sources that indicate that this couple should not be trusted to do real research. Essentially, they're true believers trying to find evidence to support their pre-drawn beliefs. That's what I believe. UFO, and this is from the Farmington Daily Times. Boy, we're really citing excellent sources tonight. For UFO authors Scott and Suzanne Ramsey, the truth is still out there. After self-publishing their 2012 book, The Aztec Incident: Recovery at Heart Canyon, the couple, along with Frank Thayer, have just published a new expanded edition. So here we have 2 editions of the book. Must have been very successful to warrant a second publishing with an expanded edition. Scott Ramsey said during the phone interview on Monday from the couple's home in North Carolina that they are still adding to the 1948 flying saucer story that has captivated them since the late 1980s. When we self-published our book, he said, within a year, we had more people knocking on our door with new information, Scott Ramsey said. We're still getting leads. And when I first heard about the Aztec UFO, I said, I'll have this whole thing figured out in 16 months tops. That was late 1986. I was a young guy back then. So to their credit, they keep looking into it. But when we consider the shaky ground that the story came from, you'd really have to find some overwhelming evidence that the story is not a hoax. And I don't believe that they have so far. But because so many people encouraged me to look into their research, I did. And I found it to be extremely flawed. Like I said, it appears that they just believe the story is true. So they're trying to find things to support their pre-drawn belief that the story is true. And that's not a real good or proper way to approach a story. The crash continues to provide more and more leads, the couple says. They are considering spending the next few years continuing to gather more and more leads and evidence and releasing a 3rd edition of their latest findings. I don't care where the answers lead. I just want to know the truth, Suzanne Ramsey said. We just love gathering facts. It's the greatest treasure hunt. But isn't it interesting? There's this whole article that the story is true and this couple believes it's true. Go try to find their evidence. It's a little elusive. The Ramseys say what really drives them is their interest in the event has very little to do with the aliens from outer space. It's history and research, not the tinfoil hat crowd. If somebody says they lived in Aztec, we pull the tax records. It's a lot of detective work, Scott Ramsey said. You watch these new UFO shows, there's only a handful of people doing real research. The majority of the people are just doing fluff. We're trying to do legitimate historical research. A former college professor and accountant, Monty Shriver, spent about a year researching the fabled crash near Aztec after first reading their 2012 book. The work resulting in his self-publishing his own book in response to the Aztec incident called It's About Time. So here we have multiple people coming out with books. I have looked a little more deeply into their research, and I have to say, for the people that encouraged me to, you know, I get that you, like them, I think, really just want to believe that the story is true. It's very problematic to me that the whole story centers on or was created by literal con artists. It's really, really a problem. And according to many researchers I like and respect, the research of these 2 individuals is garbage. That's a quote from a researcher that I like and respect. I asked around. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't being too dismissive. However, most serious researchers regard this story as a hoax. Now, does that mean for sure it's a hoax? No, but you know, if it looks like a duck, all indications are that the story was created by con artists and didn't have evidence to support these fantastic claims. Additionally, there is a I'm going to show you this 1 second here. Of course, I'm having trouble now. 1 second. We have one more piece to share there. Oh, yeah. So there's an article in the Journal of Scientific Exploration. Here, I'll share this. And it really, there's a PDF file. I'm going to add this to the description of the video. 1 second. Let me make sure that we add that, because if you're very interested in this, I don't want to spend 5 hours here. We really can only give you so much information, but I am going to add this link to the description of the video. I've already done so. It's from the Journal of Scientific Exploration, and it is a very critical look at this story. And additionally, this PDF, which you can download for free and read the whole article, is a real education into the discovery, how hoaxes are created. And it really attacks Ramsey for their, we'll go over a little bit of this. Ramsey writes that in April 1948, take notice of the date, Reed's military team was dispatched for a crash cleanup, as Fred would later describe to me years later in 1999. The cleanup at the Hart Canyon site has to be of anything left by the craft, which he later learned was a UFO, and by a subsequent military presence at the site. But this was not the story, as Ramsey does not inform his readers, that Reed provided in a strikingly different account just a few days before he faced questions, perhaps seriously leading ones from the investigator. So what we get is this person Ramsey from this couple that are, making books and documentaries. They're leading witnesses, and their witnesses are telling multiple different stories. That's extremely problematic. It's extremely problematic. Yeah. In attempting to rehabilitate the Aztec case, Ramsey falls into the fatal error of defending the indefensible, namely Scully, Newton, and Gebauer, rather than conceding their manifest deficiencies and drawing up on the Aztec episode that is not so fundamentally dependent upon their being, not so fundamentally dependent upon their being who they clearly weren't. So there's lots of problems with the original people, and these researchers that are trying to still sell this story are just making excuses. Ramsey's defense is unlikely to sway any but the guile-free readers. To any critics, Ramsey responds with the self-serving words of Scully, Newton, and Gebauer, presented as the equivalent of divine revelation standing unshaken against the darkly driven contrary charges of Khan, portrayed invariably as pursuing a petty vendetta. And Khan was the person from CAHN. That was the other journalist who went and busted the story as fake after Scully went to great lengths to sell the story, and the story became a best-selling book. This other journalist went and busted the story as fake. Khan emerges as an old-fashioned, aggressive, shoe-leather reporter of a type sorely missed in this era of celebrity journalism. So, I appreciate that everybody wanted me to take a second look based on this couple's research, but it appears that this couple's research is trash. And I'm sorry to say that. That's just my assessment. And by the way, there's multiple sources that kind of confirm that that couple's research is very problematic at best. So what we're left with in the story of Aztec is a story that is still culturally significant. After all, the term Scully from the X-Files came from this case. And some say that the original creator of the X-Files based the character Scully on the UFO investigator for this case, who was largely influential. After all, his book Behind the Flying Saucers paved the way for the entire genre of books that never existed before he created that book on flying saucers and alien encounters. Very, very interesting. All right, so we are going to move on, friends. We have just one case left, I can't tell you. We're going to make it through, friends. We'll see. We're at 2 hours and 36 minutes. I had no idea how long this was going to take. Next, we will continue with our coverage tonight. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and this is our special report on UFO crashes from 1897. This is our special report on UFO crashes from 1897 up until 1965. So next we get one of my favorite cases, and that would be the Kecksburg UFO crash. And now, why is that one of my favorite cases? It's because it's from Pennsylvania, and I live in Pennsylvania, was born and raised in Pennsylvania, and I happened to go to the crash site and the town of Kecksburg and investigate the case myself. What you get when you visit there is a sleepy, small little farm town with not much. They got like a store in the middle of the town, a post office, a few other things. It's really just a sleepy, small farm town in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. And to be quite honest with you, I think it was like a 4 or 5 hour drive for me, maybe 4 hours. I don't know. I was completely and totally underwhelmed. I went there, I saw the town, not very impressed. I got information on where the crash site was and got as close to it as I can. It's private property. You can only go so far. And, you know, just in the middle of a field in a farm, well, there's some woods and things. Nothing to see. The only thing to see in the entire town is the monument to the Kecksburg case. Somebody did a recreation, and then they have a sort of monument that is a tourist attraction there in the town that you too can go and have your picture taken in front of. So we'll start with that. This is what the object, this is a recreation of the object, and this is what the object was apparently supposed to be. Now, there are multiple theories of what this object was. And of course, like many other stories, the object apparently crashed. It came down. It was described as a fireball. Interestingly, however, there are several firsthand witness accounts of both the object in the sky and the object crashing and the object being recovered by members of the military. Interesting also to me is that the object, while it was flaming and coming down, was apparently under intelligent control and making turns. And many believed that it was trying to make it was in trouble and trying to make some sort of controlled crash landing. And people have also theorized that what was seen was a meteor. However, meteors don't turn in mid-flight. And there were several witnesses, according to Stan Gordon, the most well-known researcher of this story. This is a shot of Stan Gordon. He lived in the area as a child, and this has affected his entire life, put him on a path of becoming, I suppose, what you would call a paranormal investigator. Stan Gordon researches not just aliens and UFOs, but Bigfoot and cryptid creatures and shadow people and all kinds of strange phenomenon. We have interviewed Mr. Gordon here several times. He's a good guy, and I think he really is out to try to find the truth. A little bit, to my understanding, he really believes this stuff. Like genuinely, he really believes it's all true, and you know, he's digging for the truth behind these strange and unusual stories and strange and unusual sightings. And of course, Kecksburg has a UFO festival every year, which is interesting. And oh, here I kind of spoiled. We're going to save that one for a specific reason. So the very next case, of course, is our Kecksburg UFO crash of 1965. And this case, like the rest of them, has really captured the interest of the public, especially UFO enthusiasts, but even skeptics and researchers for decades. It is a great mystery, and there is multiple explanations. Some people believe it was a Russian satellite that came down. And this, of course, would explain the military presence, cordoning off the area, picking up the object, putting on a flatbed, covering it, and getting out of there. The Kecksburg event has had a significant cultural impact, but we will explore the explanations or possible explanations for what the Kecksburg incident was, including prosaic causes such as a Russian satellite. after all, it's important that we recognize that if the United States government, if a Russian satellite was coming down, and by the way, there was a Russian re-entry, a satellite coming down at the time of this event. And many people believe that what came down was a Russian satellite. By the way, an interesting historical note, the very first show that I did, not on Truth Seekers, but my previous show, The Midnight Hour, was on this event because I live in Pennsylvania. So there's various explanations. Some people believe that what came down was an alien spacecraft. Some people believe what came down was a Russian satellite. Some believe it was a meteor. And some believe that it was some other form of space debris. And we'll see more details about that. So we'll give you a quick overview of the Kecksburg UFO crash. On December 9th, 1965, reports emerged of a mysterious object that was crashing near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Witness descriptions varied, but many described it as an acorn-shaped or similar to a bell. The incident quickly attracted attention and speculation about the origins of the mysterious object. Conspiracy theories suggest that the crash object in Kecksburg was an alien spacecraft. These theories, as in many other stories, propose a cover-up by the secret government or military UFO crash retrieval team, alleging that they recovered the remains of the craft and intimidated witnesses to maintain secrecy. As we have detailed in other of our cases here this evening, that's another common thread. Witnesses were intimidated, even threatened with their lives. This event never happened. You never saw this. This is a common thread in UFO crash stories. It's in almost all of them. And I find that interesting that, you know, if we pick apart these stories, we begin to see a lot of different common threads among these stories. And as different as they all are, they're also very similar in many respects. Okay, so according to witness accounts, the crashed object crashed to the ground but was more or less intact. Witnesses reported hieroglyphic-like markings and symbols, hieroglyphic-like markings and symbols on the bottom of the craft, which was about the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. Adding to the intrigue and its origin and potential extraterrestrial nature, and again, we have a common thread, hieroglyphics. We've heard a description of these craft having hieroglyphics on them in multiple of these UFO crash cases. UFO researcher Stan Gordon is perhaps well known for conducting extensive investigations into this Kecksburg UFO crash. His research has included interviewing firsthand eyewitnesses, analyzing available evidence, and documenting various testimonies of firsthand eyewitnesses. In that sense, the evidence here is very strong because Stan Gordon has interviewed everyone that saw the object, everyone that saw the object crash, everyone that was near the crash site and saw the military presence. There is a great deal of firsthand eyewitness testimony that has been documented by Mr. Gordon over the years. Other researchers have also explored the incident, aiming to uncover the truth behind the mysterious object and event. Media coverage of the Kecksburg incident has been both local and national, and even at times international, and it has brought attention to the event and contributed to its lasting impact. The incident remains a notable case within UFO lore and has shaped public interest in unidentified aerial phenomenon. Stan Gordon's work especially has been instrumental in disseminating information and fostering discussions surrounding this Kecksburg UFO incident. And while conspiracy theories abound around this case, alternative explanations suggest prosaic or earthly causes for the Kecksburg UFO crash. One such explanation proposes that the crash may have been related to a Russian satellite that re-entered the Earth's atmosphere around the same time. And its flight path would have possibly put Kecksburg on the map as the place it would crash. This perspective highlights the importance of considering all possibilities before jumping to an alien explanation when investigating such incidents. The Kecksburg UFO crash of 1965 continues to intrigue researchers, UFO enthusiasts, and skeptics alike. The presence of conspiracy theories surrounding an alien spacecraft and government cover-up has perpetuated the mystery, I should say. Rigorous investigation and critical analysis are necessary, as in all cases, to separate fact from speculation. The Kecksburg incident's significance in American culture and its enduring legacy underscore the importance of continued research to shed light on what truly happened that fateful day. So interestingly, I have something very interesting to share, because every once in a while, something new breaks in the case. And so in order to prepare for tonight's broadcast, I looked into, has anything new come out? And asked around, and I was sent something very interesting. Interesting, but problematic, and we're going to see why in a moment. So not long ago, friends, somebody suddenly started claiming that they had original images that were never seen before of the Kecksburg recovery operation and the Kecksburg craft. They also claimed they had a video of the actual alien spacecraft, which is very interesting, however, problematic. And we'll see why in just a moment. And let me see, where is this from? This is just from 5 months ago. So this is a recent video that somebody uploaded to YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. 1 second here. We'll get that up. And of course, the video is titled Real Video and Photos of the Kecksburg UFO UAP Incident. Real video and photos. I've been interested in this case for my whole life. I've never known there was real video and real photos of the event. This YouTuber claims that that's exactly what he has, real photos and video of the event.
I do have a UFO channel dedicated to this stuff. I'll leave a link down below in the description as always, so check the description for the link to the new channel. But I wanted to present to you guys something that I thought was very interesting. So in 1965, December, I think it was December 9th or 10th, there was a flying object that was reported that crashed near Kecksburg, and that's actually in Pennsylvania. Now, with this, there were eyewitness accounts of this as well, which finds it very
that's true.
A lot of people saw it, and I believe it traveled across several different states. But about a couple days later, kind of like the Roswell incident, someone came back and said, oh, no, it was something else that kind of transpired from that. Then they try to report back and say it was a
they said it was a meteor
shower, which actually happens in December, but we don't know the exact days in which it occurs. And you have to be somewhere really dark for you to be able to see this. And there was only one meteor, apparently,
by the way, this is fair
that
use,
happened during this point in time. But what I wanted to show to you guys was a couple of possibly alleged photos from what was recovered there. And then also I want to show you a video clip too. So here's going to be one of the photos here from what was recovered from there.
This
Whether
is
it's
alleged to
not,
be
you
a
guys
real
may or
photo.
may not have seen this, but I did want to show this to you. And then there's going to be another photo as well. As you guys see there is apparently allegedly what crashed there in the background. Then of course, 2 trucks on the left and right of this. And then the next photo you guys are going to see is going to be a little bit clearer.
Interesting. These purport to be real photos of the event. And this person, YouTube, is claiming that they are.
All right,
in
here's
his
going to
titles.
be another photo that you guys see here with the guy standing right next to it. Now, This could have been photoshopped or something, though there's no exact timestamp or location or more information on this, but I did want to show this to you guys. But what you're actually going to see next is apparently some actual footage of something like this flying. It could have
Apparently,
been the bell that the Nazis created, or it could have been them trying to get this craft to actually fly again. But here's going to be the footage for it.
And this is purported to be a video of the actual Kecksburg UFO craft. Let me know what you think in the comments or the live chat.
Here it is played again, then I'll slow it down. Now, this could be a couple of 1,000,001 things, but I at least wanted to show this to you. So I'm going to slow it down and let it play and let you guys kind of analyze it, and I'll play it again.
So again, this is reported to be actual video of the Kecksburg UFO craft that crashed in Kecksburg in 1965. Looks very grainy, right? It looks like 8mm film or something from World War II even, doesn't it? Very strange. Yeah, why is it flying if it was found crashed? Very good point from Flip Out. Very, very interesting that after all these years, we finally get real photos and real video of the event and the craft involved, or do we? Let me know what you think in the comment. Let me know what you think in the live chat. Is this genuine footage of the Kecksburg's object, the Kecksburg craft? Were those genuine photos?
This could be 1,000,001 things, guys, but I at least wanted to show this to you of this alleged footage of this actual craft flying. So don't forget, a link is in the description to my new channel. Don't forget to like, subscribe, stay tuned for the next video.
Yeah, so that's it for that. Now, is this, like I said, every once in a while, some new information or claimed new information comes out about the case. And in some cases, you know, I'm not aware of it. So I'm just catching up these last couple of weeks and find somebody claiming, and let's be clear, this is like the third phase, you know, in the video. Oh, I don't know if this is real or not. In the title, real pictures, real still images and video of the Kecksburg UFO crash. No, they're not. They're completely and totally fake. And I know that for a specific reason. We researched both images and we researched the video. And here is what we found. The still images are from a recreation from a television show. And that is what the image that he is showing. It's from a recreation for a television show. Both the still images that he showed came from the same television shows. I believe it was Unsolved Mysteries, where they created a prop craft to look like the witness descriptions. And they recreated the whole event, including the military people there, the military trucks there, the craft being put on the back of a flatbed. All of that was recreated in the television show. Now, interestingly, that's the town's recreation, and this is the television show's recreation. So there have been two, you know, life-size, apparently life-size recreations of the craft were created. Interesting that they're so similar. So you have to be very cautious when somebody claims there's new evidence available. And this, of course, is from Stan Gordon's piece, Kecksburg, The Untold Story. The very best of all the available evidence is included in this. If you're very interested in this specific case, I highly encourage you to check that out. Stan Gordon has been researching this case for decades. And again, there's the Kecksburg UFO Festival happens every year. So if you're in the area, maybe that's something that you would want to check out. Now, as far as the video that this person showed, that too was not what he pretended it to be. The video footage that we saw was actually grained up, cropped image from a History Channel show that covered the Nazi bell. And while we're on that, there have been many connections made to the Nazi bell story For those unaware, apparently the Nazis, or allegedly the Nazis, were experimenting with some kind of anti-gravity and time propulsion and free energy technology, resulting in the Glocke, or the Nazi bell, which was purported or alleged to be a Nazi wonder weapon under development. And some people go very far down this rabbit hole and claim that since the Kecksburg craft looks an awful lot like what witnesses of the De Glocke or Nazi bell described, that somehow the Nazis time traveled from the 1940s into the future and also must have teleported somehow to Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. And there are stories of people saying people in Nazi uniforms get out of the craft. I'm not saying that that happened or that is accurate, but again, we can see with the Kecksburg UFO case that people add on to the legend, and the story gets crazier and crazier the deeper you go. Now, for Stan Gordon, I believe that Stan Gordon is still adamant that this was an alien spacecraft. Apparently, Mr. Gordon found another eyewitness to strange events that happened directly after the crash and recovery, in which this person who claimed to be some sort of delivery truck driver delivered ceramic bricks to a local military base. And while there, he saw what could only be described as an alien being on a stretcher outside the craft, and the craft was in this huge hangar. And apparently, the ceramic bricks were required. The ceramic bricks were somehow required because the craft used some kind of ceramic-based composite. I don't really understand that part of the story, but if you were to believe Stan Gordon and his recent talks on this, somebody delivered ceramic bricks to a local military base that they somehow used to shield. I don't know if they created a shield around the craft out of ceramic bricks, but while delivering these bricks, this truck driver claims to have seen some sort of alien body in the hangar with the acorn-shaped craft. There have been multiple add-ons to this story and retelling after retelling after retelling. Again, one of the theories is that this was the Nazi bell, and they time traveled from the 1940s to 1965 somehow, and also must have teleported, or, you know, I really don't understand that part of the story, or I have never given that version of the story much credence. But the Kecksburg incident is an enduring mystery. It's also interesting to note that so many people have looked into this, including myself. I was convinced for a time that this was a Russian satellite. I believe they were called Cosmos satellites. Because if you look at a Russian Cosmos satellite, you know, they could be considered very acorn-shaped, right? Or portions of it could be considered acorn-shaped. If we look at Cosmos 954, which would be period correct, the nose cone of that, certainly, here I will share this with you. And remember that one of these is purported to have been coming down in that area. Others say, no, it went further than Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, and it crashed in Canada. But we could see, if we take just the nose cone piece off of this thing, that's very similar to what some of the witnesses described. Many people, including John Ventry, one-time MUFON researcher, claimed that he solved the mystery, and it was a Russian satellite that came down around the same time, around the same area of this alleged alien event. And here we see some more images of what could be a possible explanation. But there's even more explanations, because other researchers have claimed that they also solved the mystery. but again, I believe that the definitive smoking gun evidence of exactly what that object was has been very, very elusive. And then there is a researcher named Bob Gross, I believe, and we'll share that with you. He also, so we've got John Ventry claiming, I've solved the mystery. It was a Russian satellite that came down. And if we were to, if we really critically think about it, there was various eyewitnesses to a massive military presence, military trucks, flatbeds, a crane, an entire, force of military men in military uniforms that came and recovered this object, put it on a flatbed, and got out of there. They hauled ass out of there, one witness said, I believe. If in 1965 a Russian satellite had come down in a sleepy small town in Pennsylvania, absolutely the United States military or someone from the government would have went and picked it up. This may explain all those reports of this military presence that came into the crash site. Remember, there's all these people went to the crash site when they seen this fireball coming down, and they encounter an oppressive military force that cordoned off the area. How many times have we heard that? And brought in trucks, and they kept pushing people back so that people couldn't get a good view of the object or what was going on. But several people do claim that they got very close to the object, which was on the ground, essentially in a crater. The oppressive military force picked up this object, put it on a flatbed, covered it, and they all disappeared. And the original witnesses were never quite sure where they took the object. Mr. Stan Gordon believes that he knows where they took it, which is a very close nearby military base, at least initially. After that, there are various stories of where it ended up. Did it end up in Area 51? Did it end up at Los Alamos or at Wright-Patterson's Air Force Base in the Foreign Technology Division? Things get dicey and sketchy and into just the realm of speculation because there's no firsthand witnesses except for this truck driver who claims to deliver a load of ceramic bricks for some reason directly after the crash to a nearby military base. Kecksburg is going to be an enduring mystery, I believe. And we have another researcher who says in or about 2023, Leslie Kean began to conduct interviews related to the alleged Kecksburg UFO crash. At some point, she interviewed Nicholas L. Johnson, chief scientist for orbital debris at NASA Johnson Space Center. Nicholas Johnson gave Leslie Kean at least two hints, indirect suggestions about the 1965 Kecksburg UAP case. One, U.S. reconnaissance satellites dropped film buckets following secret missions over the Soviet Union, and sometimes the buckets fell where they were not supposed to. Number two, Johnson checked a launch and retrieval times and determined there was no secret mission that could have led to an inadvertent re-entry of a capsule on December 9, 1965. Nicholas Johnson went on to say that a golden film bucket was the only man-made thing he could think of that could have fallen out of space at that time. So interestingly, there were these film buckets that would drop out of, essentially, rockets were shot up to surveil with these satellites to surveil the Soviet Unions. And remember, this is before digital video and all of that, so they would take pictures with film. And then the film bucket was this huge golden bucket that would drop down and then be recovered by the government. The film developed for their spying purposes. So Nicholas Johnson essentially tells Leslie Kean that it could be the only thing that he could think of. There was no other American capsules or satellites that came down. This researcher goes on to say, it seems as if Leslie Kean did not follow up on Nicholas Johnson's hints. As a result, in August, Kane et al. Filed a joint motion for dismissal in federal court as there was nothing more she could do. The search was completed. The post-settlement lasted 2 years. Yes, so Leslie Kane filed all these FOIAs trying to find out what the object was. This researcher writes, in 2016, I became obsessed with solving the 1965 Kecksburg UAP mystery. As an academic, I read the existing Kecksburg-related research, analyzed the literature, and generated essential questions to help guide my scientific research. I studied everything available about the Kecksburg issue. 2, I used as many different sources as possible. I collected information from investigations, books, the internet, and my own interviews. In addition, I favored primary sources such as autobiographies, diaries, emails, interviews, letters, minutes, film or video footage, official records, raw research data, speeches, and declassified reports. More importantly, I began to conduct inquiries into top secret government projects that seemed connected to the Kecksburg case. In short, I think I effectively solved the 1965 Kecksburg UAP case. My research indicated a Corona satellite was launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base on December 9, 1965. That satellite housed a golden acorn-shaped film bucket that very likely landed at Kecksburg, PA on December 9, 1965. That satellite was not in orbit around Earth before it landed at Kecksburg in a semi-controlled manner. The documented loss of control gas served as relevant and reliable evidence that the golden acorn-shaped film bucket inside the Corona SRV was ejected from the body of a satellite before the satellite went into orbit. During 1965, Corona satellites carried 2 SRVs. Each SRV contained a golden film bucket. Film buckets often contained nuclear tests of sorts. During these years, bombs were being exploded in Earth's atmosphere. A dangerous additional radiation belt was forming near Earth. I often wonder why Leslie Kane didn't follow the 2 excellent hints provided to her by Nicholas L. Johnson from the NASA Johnson Space Center. I followed Nicholas L. Johnson's hints during 2016, and I'm pretty sure I solved the 1965 Kecksburg mystery. And this is from researcher Bob Gross. Interesting. So that too could explain the oppressive military presence. So essentially they would shoot these satellites up, but on the way up, they'd be taking pictures and one of the film canisters would be ejected. The problem that I have with this explanation is that there were eyewitnesses right on the ground, right near the craft. Pardon me. I'd like to know, were the film canisters the size of a Volkswagen Beetle? Did you see the recreations? Because those were the Kecksburg craft, as seen by witnesses who saw it on the ground, was described as the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, perhaps large enough for 1 or 2 men to fit inside. I don't believe that film buckets from a satellite or surveillance system at the time in 1965 would be the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. And this is the problem with people who just declare, hey, I solved the mystery. There's always a problem, just as there's a problem with John Ventry's explanation, because apparently there was some tracking of that Russian satellite that came down around the time of the Kecksburg crash that would seem to indicate it went further than Pennsylvania. Though it's also important to point out that people in multiple states saw this Kecksburg object coming down. Kecksburg, Pennsylvania is where it essentially ended up or landed. This has been a very interesting case. And like many of these cases, unlike, I should say, many of these cases, there is a great deal of firsthand witness testimony, both to the object in the sky, to the oppressive military force, to the recovery operation taking place, and also there is substantial evidence of people being intimidated. Go back to your homes, nothing to see here. and people were pushed back. Everybody was there trying to get, you know, a better look at what had come down. There's also reports of a local reporter who was intimidated as well not to report the story. There is a great deal of eyewitness testimony of people who saw the object in the sky, people who saw the object on the ground, people who saw the military vehicles. However, all attempts at FOIA or Freedom of Information Act requests, or, you know, wrenching the documentary evidence of some kind of recovery operation from the United States government has proven to be completely and totally unsuccessful. One possible explanation is alien cover-up. And of course, the more reasonable explanation, if we follow the principle of Occam's razor, is that this was a Russian satellite, or this was some kind of space debris. At the time in 1965, it was the height of the Cold War. If any Russian anything related to their space program came down on American soil, we absolutely would go and recover that object. It would most likely be sent, at least eventually, to the Foreign Technology Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where they study, back engineer, and analyze all captured foreign technology. This is very common, and there are as many historical examples of similar programs, and we have detailed some of them here. There is Project Moondust, which is a recovery operation that was focused on recovering Soviet technology and Soviet space, pieces of Soviet space technology. And if you go to Wikipedia, you can look up Project Moondust. And there you will also see mention of Project Blue Fly and Project Round Robin. All three of these programs were projects by the United States Air Force during the Cold War that existed at the Air Force Missile Development Center at Holloman Air Force Base. The aim of the project was to recover objects and debris from spacecraft that survived re-entry through the atmosphere back to Earth, and to exploit the discovery of Soviet hardware when it fell into American hands. So we have proof that the government has run crash retrieval programs in order to pick up adversarial technology. And still to this day, I believe that the United States government will pick up anything they can. If a Chinese satellite comes down, they're going to recover it and analyze it, just as they did with the Chinese spy balloons. Where did that stuff go? Once they shot it down and recovered it, we see pictures of a recovery operation for the Chinese spy balloon in the Atlantic Ocean, but we don't know where they took it. Well, there are places and historical examples of where they take it. There is ample evidence that foreign technology is sometimes taken to Area 51 for study, for it to be analyzed or back engineered. There has been projects where they took Russian MiGs fighters and Chinese jet fighters that they somehow got their hands on to Area 51. And then they would test them for radar signatures and vulnerabilities in order to give our fighting men and women, an edge. We'll find out, do these things have any vulnerabilities? What's the best way to detect them on radar? All foreign technology we pick up and our government has interest in. So could it be that the Kecksburg crash was some form of Soviet space technology? Or equally, if it was American technology or a test flight of some sort of rocket or a satellite launch that went wrong, still, we would go and recover that object to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, especially if it was related to a secret project. I would love to believe that what crashed in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania was an alien spacecraft. However, if we apply the principle of Occam's razor, it just as likely or more likely could have been a Russian a piece of Russian space technology that survived re-entry and came down in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. Kecksburg, Pennsylvania will always be a mystery near and dear to my heart because I saw the place where it happened, and I talked to at least some secondhand witnesses. Their parents saw what happened, and they talked to me about it. I saw the crash site. I saw the monument. It's a little underwhelming, though, when you go there. Just a sleepy little small town in the middle of nowhere that had an extraordinary event happen. And I will say, every year they have a festival and celebrate the event. And there's vendors and food trucks, and Stan Gordon and others talk about the event and present whatever, present talks on the event and the history of the event and discuss what it is that happened there. The Kecksburg, Pennsylvania crash is an enduring mystery. There's plenty of people that claim they solved the mystery, but I don't think that it is case closed when it comes to the Kecksburg, Pennsylvania crash. So, my friends, boy, I don't know if you hear that. There's a great deal of thunder and lightning outside, and how appropriate it is that many of these UFO crash events happened in the middle of huge thunder and lightning storms like Roswell. And so it's somewhat appropriate that I'm now hearing a great deal of thunder and lightning outside as we present to you our history of UFO crashes from 1897 to 1965. And this, my friends, will conclude our presentation. And we made it through just 3 hours and 18 minutes. I thought it was going to take me 5 hours, quite honestly. So I want to thank you for your patience as we got through it. Yeah, the film canisters were a couple of feet in diameter, says Amy Collins. I agree. And so it's highly unlikely that a film canister can explain something the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. That's how it was described, the size of a small Jeep or a Volkswagen Beetle. Patty Wilhelm says, space junk falls out of the sky all the time. It's a wonder there aren't more injuries. Yeah, I agree. Patty says, bingo. Amy Collins says, here is a Corona film bucket. Oh, okay. Air and space Corona film bucket. Let me see if I can find that. I can't go from my chat. One second. How many is there any details on the size of it? Oh yeah. Well, that's interesting. This is a Corona film bucket. Doesn't look quite the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, but it's pretty, I guess that would be pretty big, right? Corona satellite film canister. And here's another look. I mean, I'd like to know how big these film canisters are, though. Like, what is their size? Now, that looks acorn-shaped to me. Corona satellite spy camera. Interesting. Yeah, but I mean, I guess that's another possibility if the size is right. But if this thing's, not the size of a small vehicle, then I don't know. Things get dicey quickly. Is that the size of a small vehicle? I don't think so. It doesn't look quite that large, but it's hard to tell. Oh, wait, here's one with people. That looks half the size of the object described. If we go by the scale of these people, that's it on the ground. Looks about half the size of the object that was described by eyewitnesses. Here's another. Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, it could be a possibility, but again, I'd really like to see, and here's a breakdown of the Corona satellite. I'd really like to see if this is to scale and that's one of the film buckets. I don't think that that's nearly big enough to, according to the witnesses of Kecksburg. But it could be. Maybe people saw it and thought it was bigger because they weren't right next to it. Very, very interesting. So I hope you guys have enjoyed tonight's presentation. If you're just joining us, you're a little late. The presentation is over. Tonight we have presented our special report, A History of UFO Crashes from 1897 to 1965. Just to do a bit of quick wrap up, one thing I noticed when researching all these stories together, because to be honest, I had never done this, at various times over the past couple of decades, I have looked into one of the stories, and then a great deal of time passes. I forget a lot of the details of that specific story, and then I hear about another crash, and I start researching and looking into that one, and then the cycle repeats. But interestingly, through the lens of history, in looking at these all together and putting together tonight's presentation, I was able to notice some common threads. One was hieroglyphics. There was at least 3 cases out of the 7 that we presented tonight where eyewitnesses directly mention hieroglyphics, which is interesting. 3 completely different events at different times with different witnesses, all seeing what they describe as hieroglyphics. Additional common threads, of course, is claims of a government cover-up. In the majority of these cases, we hear tales of the military or the men in black or the government, some mysterious government entities swooping in, grabbing the object, cordoning off the area. You hear that constantly. Swooping in, cordoning off the area, recovering the object, and then intimidating the witnesses. In some cases, government agents went back days or weeks after the initial event and intimidated witnesses. This is another common thread. The common thread between many of these stories is that there's a government cover-up and what some would say a convenient excuse for a lack of physical evidence is that the government swooped in and took it all. We only have the story because the government has stolen all of the evidence of the event away from us. I mean, you know, if you're really conspiracy leaning, okay, so there's no evidence because the men in black and the government took it all, or it's a convenient excuse for a lack of physical or verifiable evidence. Another common thread that you will notice between many of these cases is the game of telephone that I described. A lot of times they're third and fourth hand accounts. You know, oh, my grandfather saw this. Well, who did you hear it from? Well, I heard it from my mother. My grandfather told my mother, and then my mother told me. You know, some of these eyewitnesses are very weak. If we examine, you know, the strength of a first-hand witness versus the strength of a second-hand witness, we have to evaluate that. And then when we get to third-hand witnesses, you know, at some point, it gets very, very dicey and very shaky. Obviously, a first-hand witness is the most valuable. A first-hand witness telling somebody else who then is telling us, it's the game of telephone. You know, how much has the story changed? How accurate is this? Being a second or third-hand account. And additionally, another common thread is a lack of physical or verifiable evidence. Of course, we've just discussed that. The true believer's explanation is that the government came and stole all the evidence. You know, there have been archaeological digs at the Roswell crash site, and nothing provably alien has ever been found. No metal fragment, not a single scrap of anything. It's kind of difficult for me to believe that if there was a crash site that was literally miles long, the so-called Roswell debris field, it's kind of difficult for me to believe that there was a debris field that was miles long with thousands little pieces of a completely demolished craft that was completely just decimated and destroyed, and it created a debris field miles long with thousands of scraps of its existence. And in the Roswell story, we hear that a great number of people were sent to the debris field and they picked up every single piece. Well, that would mean there would be an awful lot of people involved. And I don't know about you, but if I was in the Army or whatever, and I got sent to a debris field and I'm picking up this crazy, never before seen material that is memory metal and has all these strange properties, and I've got dozens or hundreds or thousands of pieces of it around me, I'm going to put a piece of that in my pocket. And I think that any reasonable person would. To date, there has been, to date, for all these stories, another common thread, again, would be a complete and total lack of any physical or verifiable evidence. And that's troubling to me. Are we just chasing our tails or chasing shadows here? Are these just misidentifications of a perfectly prosaic event happening? Like, hey, maybe some of these events were like Russian booster satellites coming down that were then recovered. And again, that would explain the oppressive military presence that is described in many of these cases. I think it's interesting from just a psychological perspective. Why are there so many stories about alien spacecraft crashing in alien bodies? And why are the stories sometimes from vastly different regions? You know, we have Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. We have Trinity, New Mexico. Well, three of them are very similar. Trinity, similar area, Trinity, New Mexico, Roswell, New Mexico, and Aztec. But the rest from all different areas. We have one in Missouri. We have one in Texas. We have one in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. And it's interesting that we go from 1897 to 1965, but still in vastly different areas. So we have a vastly different times in history and vastly different areas, and yet still across many of these stories, the description of the bodies is remarkably similar. And the description of the crafts are sometimes remarkably similar. And I wonder, does that lend credence to the stories somehow being true? After all, why would people from vastly different times and vastly different geographical locations be seeing what they perceive to be alien extraterrestrial visitors that are so strikingly similar in description? Is the image of the so-called gray alien type so ingrained in our psyche that we all see that? 3 foot tall, no hair, large heads, often described wearing some sort of one-piece jumpsuit made of silver or metal material. It's interesting that the descriptions are so similar. And also intriguing to me, there's a few tantalizing things that stand out to me. The Aurora 1897 crash stands out to me because this was before the Wright brothers. So it couldn't have been a misidentified aircraft if we do believe the original witness reports of the craft coming down. There was nothing flying at the time in 1897, maybe some airships, but that doesn't come close to matching the description of what was seen. The Aurora crash is interesting to me because the tantalizing 100% smoking gun proof of alien visitation on Earth may be laying right now in that graveyard. And God damn it, I want to go get a shovel, right? Don't you just want to get a shovel and tell that cemetery bureau or, look, this is too important For you, it's probably like a kangaroo court of Karens, a bunch of old ladies that run that graveyard. Like, no, you can't dig. Like, come on, Karen, this is too important. This could change all of human history if we could just get a shovel and dig that up. It's always been tantalizing to me. I swear I want to just go out there with a shovel and see what happens. But of course, there's laws. You can't. They could charge you with like desecrating human remains or something. And by the way, just to be clear, I don't condone or recommend anybody getting a shovel and actually going there without permission and digging. It's interesting to me that tantalizing proof may be buried. The truth is buried. It's a book. A great title for a book, considering the situation, that the truth of whether extraterrestrials have visited Earth may be buried in some sleepy small town in Aurora, Texas, in a little graveyard, may be resting a little spaceman. Tantalizing. Now, there are some in this group of 7 cases that I completely discount as hoaxes, and those would be Trinity and Aztec. And then we get to Cape Girardeau, which I believe, I don't know that it's a hoax, but it is the weakest of all of these UFO crashes. If we examine the strength of the evidence, I would say that Roswell and Kecksburg, to me, are the 2 that are most likely to be true stories, just based on the available eyewitnesses and the testimony and the amount of evidence that you can pour through on those 2 cases. Cape Girardeau, very, very weak second or third hand retelling of a story some dead guy said once, and there's zero corroborative evidence or testimony. Not one person has come forward. And then, of course, Trinity is a hoax, pretty clearly proven hoax. And William Brophy was also involved in that Italian UFO crash, which I believe that one was a hoax as well. We also need to constantly remind ourselves that the people selling these stories as true stories have a profit-driven motive to make you believe the stories are true. We don't know what other evidence for these stories people are pushing exists that may completely and totally prove that they are fake stories because of the lie by omission. Everybody does this lie by omission. They tell you the parts of the story that would make you believe that the story is true, and they leave out all the parts of the story that the story is fake. And we see this in the Aztec case. There's a couple that's, making books and documentaries and years of investigation into a story that was essentially originated from 2 proven convicted con artists who were using alien technology to try to scam people. So, interesting that some people, even when confronted with the evidence that the story originated from proven con artists trying to scam people, they still refuse to believe that the story is fake, and they keep digging, trying to find new evidence or new witnesses so that they can continue to believe. And that, my friends, is problematic. If you are so desperate to believe these stories that you got to do all these mental gymnastics and ignore that sometimes these stories come from fame seekers, attention seekers, con artists, and profiteers, I feel sorry for you. Some people are just desperate to believe. And if you're desperate to believe, I think there are, as I mentioned, I think the Kecksburg case and the Roswell cases, there's an awful lot of evidence. If you're really desperate to believe in alien visitation on Earth and UFO crashes, those 2 would probably be better. The case from, William Brophy is involved in 2 separate hoaxes here. The guy's a teller of tall tales. His story keeps changing. He's showing people pieces of commercial, he's showing people metal parts that came from a windmill, claiming that he pulled them off the side of a spaceship. It gets really ridiculous. So, like anything, I think that we have to examine the evidentiary value that each case offers. And I've told you what I think. I'm much more interested in what you think. So we're going to take a very, very short break. And I have to remind you, as I always have to, a bunch of you are going to jump out. You're like, oh, it's over. Kind of. He'll just come back and, yeah, it's not over. We're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. But I have been speaking here for 3 hours and 30 minutes straight. So I need a very short break just to reset myself. And I will invite you to offer your comments and questions. I've told you what I think or believe, but I am much more interested in what do you believe? Let me know in the comments or in the live chat. And if you're in the live chat during the live broadcast here with us, put your comments or questions for me in all capital letters. Which of these cases do you think is the strongest? Which of these cases do you think is the weakest? Which of these cases do you think is totally fake? And which of these cases do you truly believe may have involved visitation from another world? So the show is not over. We'll be right back after a quick message about how you can support the show. And as I mentioned previously, one of the things that we try to do here is a public benefit to educate people about these strange and esoteric topics that, I'm sorry, I think they're important. Even just culturally and historically, I think they're important. So we may be cutting tonight's broadcast into a free documentary of sorts about UFO crashes. I'll have to add some things and change some things around, but we thank you for being here for our live broadcast. The show's not over. We'll be right back after this short message about how you too can support the show. And for those unaware, we're a viewer-supported show. So if you appreciate content like this, we'd appreciate you throwing a couple bucks in our hat. Keep us working here. That would be great. Help us keep the lights on. You notice it's dark in here, right? Well, yeah. And by the way, we do sincerely appreciate the kindness, generosity, and support of all of you who have already thrown a couple bucks in our hat or become a Patreon member or channel member. We appreciate your help, especially considering we've gotten almost no ad revenue for the past 2 months. It seems to be that situation is resolving itself now. So we survived through the kindness and generosity and support of all of you. And we thank you all for that. The journey continues, friends. So I'll be right back after this short message from Mr. Ian, letting you know how you too could support us if you like the content we create. We appreciate all of you.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
He's incredibly obsessed with the subject of UFOs and is in fact like a walking encyclopedia of every story, every case. In fact, I don't believe I've ever stumped him on anything related to UFOs. Like I said, he's a walking encyclopedia. So knowing full well that my audience would like to hear more about the history of UFO crashes, I contacted him, and when you know, he's already had something together. And for UFO crashes, of course, he has a great deal of knowledge about that subject. But tonight we'll be covering, with his help and kind assistance, we'll be covering some of the other lesser known. So we'll consider the first report we did as part one. And we're going to bring him in here in just a moment. We want to take a moment to recognize and welcome all the live chatters, whether you're chatting on Rumble or on Twitch or on pill.net, on our Facebook live feeds, Twitter feeds, or here on YouTube. Welcome one and all. So we're going to try to not waste any time tonight and just get right to the goodies. I know people are here to see and hear what we have to share. So let's bring him in here. Welcome, Michael Schratt.
Hi,
good to
Stephen.
see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I know you've been very busy, and we'll get to some of that. But I wanted to ask you, because you're famous for that saying, right?
What's that?
The saying about UFO crashes. Did they use that in like multiple documentaries, or did I just hear it too much?
Which saying?
The thing about UFO crashes, and if even one is true, all bets are off, right? Is that it?
I think that's kind of a combination of a lot of different people, but I just kind of put it together, and we'll go over that when we get into our presentation. But really, the odds are in our favor, because looking at the Stringfield cases, there are 119 crash retrieval cases within the Stringfield files. All we need is one to be authentic, and then the case for non-existence just completely falls apart. So again, the odds are in our favor.
Yeah, and I want to ask you for some clarification, because when I did my original report, I'm aware of Stringfield's books and things, and somebody has corrected me on this before, but weren't most of his sources anonymous? So it becomes very difficult to research his cases.
That's where we run into the, I guess you could call it a catch-22. Now, it was Leonard's job to preserve an important part of our national history by telling the story within his status report. So that's fine. But it was also part of the agreement was that these witnesses, their identities would remain anonymous to protect their families and to protect their jobs. So he was kind of in this catch-22. He was presenting great information, but there was so much frustration within the field because nobody could independently verify his sources. And so that's the problem we ran into. But that doesn't mean that these witnesses were not telling the truth.
Yeah, but I have also heard that there did exist some notes from him that identified all of these sources that he sort of left behind.
That's always
that accurate.
That's been the Holy Grail, right? Apparently, back in '91, there were 22 bank boxes of material. I'm talking about the original notes, witnesses, sketches, identities, telephone numbers, addresses, all of the intricate details of the crash retrievals were contained within 22 bank boxes of material. Now, I was able to go through the dictation notes from Leonard's secretary back in 2013. There's 65 3-ring binders. We'll go over that a little bit later on.
Jeez,
There's a
that's a lot of
portion
material.
there. But somewhere out in the universe, there may still be 22 bank boxes of material. Now, I have talked to some of the relatives, and they said that whatever Leonard wanted published was published. The rest of it they threw out. I don't know how true that is. I have a sneaking suspicion that somewhere out in the universe, there are still these 22 bank boxes of original witness testimony.
Yeah, and it's just for the benefit of our audience. Like, I know that you have this huge collection, so like you were going to try to get this, you were going to try to buy that or something, right?
I pursued it. Yes, I spoke to Dell. She passed away. That was Leonard's wife. Some of the family members, but they told me that whatever Leonard wanted published, he published. He did not publish the names. Some of the names have come out since then. But at one time, there was a tremendous original collection of material that may or may not still exist today. But if it did, it's the best material within the field of ufology, period. You know.
Yeah, but isn't it tantalizing to you that that stuff may be lost to history?
Of course.
So we lose
could
the
follow
actual
up on the names. Yes.
Yeah, and as you said, I guess because he did keep people. I understand the need for anonymous sources, but when it's 127 cases, is that what you said? 127?
119 that I counted.
Oh, 119. That's a lot of anonymous sources. And, I guess I remember before Stan Friedman died, I asked him about the Stringfield cases, and even he kind of discounted them. He said, well, they're all anonymous sources, so we can't do any follow-up. We can't verify. And that, isn't there a trust issue, don't you think? Or is it just me because I'm too cynical and skeptical?
There is.
First thing I think is, let me talk to them. Let me interview these witnesses, right?
But one thing I found after looking at the cases as a whole body of research, you start getting this pattern recognition. Some of these cases start overlapping, and you see common denominators running through the tapestry of these cases. That's where the verification comes in.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So maybe I was, sometimes I'm too dismissive, Michael. Like I don't dig in far enough before I decide to put it off something like this off to the side. So, and I do remember the book, right? Is it UFO? I'll share it for the benefit of our audience here.
Sure. I have it too.
Yeah. Which I think is still available, right?
Everything that we'll be talking about tonight comes from this book right here. UFO crash retrieval status reports, 1978 to 1994.
And just for the benefit of my audience, I'll share. You can still get this. You can still get this book on Amazon. So
you can still get it at Amazon. It's like
$99 for
$100.
$100 for.
It's not for the faint of heart. You have to have a real passion for this research because
this did not used to be this much money.
No,
right?
It used to be $79.
I bought it. I think I bought it for $40 on eBay, maybe used.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
But within this book are the intricate details of these crash retrievals, like where they took place, how many bodies were recovered, did they send it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? That's what's within this book. But the problem is there's virtually no drawings, no sketches, no illustrations. And so over the past 2 years...
I remember it was very dry read.
It was very dry reading. Right.
Yeah, you need a little bit of... I mean, I don't need a picture every 2 pages or something, but, a little bit of visual aid would have helped him because that book kind of... because he has to verbally, with words, describe everything. It seemed like it was a difficult read.
That's what we want to do tonight. We want to take those cases and commit them to a very good detailed sketch and then finish up with a full color illustration. So that's what I've been doing the last 2 years, going through that book.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that you do the best is to illustrate some of these things since, we don't have photographs or films of a lot of these situations. And I really enjoyed that Dark Files thing that you did, because those were like lesser known cases. And by the way, buy Michael Schratt's crap, everybody. You gotta support him if he's doing good stuff. Yeah, it's nice to see the things visually, you know?
Sure. I can't take credit for the drawings. You know, I'm a facilitator. You know, there's got to be someone out there that believes that this is a worthy cause to actually proceed forward on it. You know, I want to give credit to Rudy Girardeau, my sketch artist, Joel Payne, full color illustrator, and then Joseph Wraith. He's also my full color illustrator. So without them, I wouldn't have these visual aids for us.
Well, that's definitely interesting. Yeah, I was always curious about that. I wasn't sure if you did all of this yourself.
Nope.
See, you should just tell people that, because now I used to think you were a lot more talented, but now that I know you got people doing it for you, no, I'm just kidding. It's still amazing to be, because some of the details that get translated is so detailed. It's like ridiculous. It's detailed, you know?
Oh yeah, there's a process we went through for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm anxious to see what you got.
All right.
And to hear more about and you're going to show us like the best cases you think from the book,
absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. And we will have some world exclusives for you too. So.
All right, we like that. Okay. Absolutely.
All right, so I'm gonna present and share my screen.
Sure.
So hopefully this works. Let's see here. Share. Entire screen. Share. Okay, so then I'm going to go down here. So do you see this, Stephen?
Yeah, and I can add it in here.
Okay.
And there you go.
Slideshow from beginning. Okay, so you see this full screen, right?
Yeah. And
got it. Okay, good. So why don't we start here? Yeah. We will officially begin. So the name of this presentation.
This is like UFO porn already, Michael Schratt.
Oh, whatever.
It's beautiful. It looks great. It looks great.
We're going to hit you with the 22-inch rims here now. Okay. So cosmic crashes, corpses, and cover-ups. That's what we're talking about here. Now, we got to go back to Sagan, right? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if these crash retrieval cases are true, what evidence do we have to back it up? That's really the crux of the matter here. It boils down to the physical evidence. Anything short of the physical evidence of crash retrievals, and we're just spinning our wheels. We're going nowhere. We can have all these hearings going on, but
and that's how I feel, Michael. Like I like the stories, but if it's just a story, it's not gonna do anything. You know?
We've been waiting 80 years for this, even longer. You know, go back to 41. I mean, we're well over 75 years here. And if we don't make a management decision right now and, you know, handle the bull by the horns and do this thing, then we're all gonna die and another 80 years is gonna go by. That's why we've got to do this now. I mean, full stop. So anything less than physical evidence, and we're not just gonna get anywhere here. Okay, now, UFO crash retrievals, the ultimate holy grail of UFO research. Why are crash retrievals the holy grail? It's simple. It's absolutely totally simple. It's because they contain the bodies, the debris, and the craft themselves. Those are the three things that we need. And that's what's going to move this field forward. And it's only the crash retrievals that have that tied together. That's why this is the primary focus that will eventually break the back of the UFO cosmic Watergate. Okay, announcements before we begin. The content of each case highlighted in this presentation has remained intact per the description of the original source. The identity of first-hand sources will be protected per Leonard Stringfield's original agreement with his military contacts. The visual aids used in this presentation are computer-generated forensic composite illustrations and sketches which originated from the specific details provided by Leonard's sources. Source for the material covered in this presentation included the following. So here's where we got the information. 3-star U.S. Air Force generals, U.S. Air Force fighter pilots, astronauts, commercial pilots, air traffic controllers, neurosurgeons, pathologists, theoretical physicists, and mathematicians, U.S. Army officers, U.S. Navy officers, military police, high-level Pentagon officials, top military brass, scientists and engineers who work at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and other government facilities. So, Stephen, this is a cross-section of firsthand military witnesses where Leonard got his information from. Those are the sources.
And if you wouldn't mind, I don't want to interrupt you because this is fascinating, but can you tell everybody a little more about Leonard Stringfield? Because I don't know very much about him.
No problem. I
know he was a researcher and an author, but you know, I think
covered.
it'd be great to get some more, just to get to know him a little bit.
No problem.
Why he was so
I got you covered
fascinating.
here. On the next slide, we got you covered here. We'll talk about the background.
Look at that.
All right. Quotes. Number 1, UFO crash retrievals can't be real because if they were, I would have read about it in the local newspaper, general public. Number 2, there are not now nor ever have been any extraterrestrial visitors or equipment on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Official release July 1980. And so that's where we're going to challenge them right now. It's our military witnesses against the United States government. That's the challenge that we're going to take these guys to them. Okay, so here's the man of the hour. This is our good friend, the late UFO crash retrieval expert, Leonard Stringfield. Basically, over a 30-year time period, he identified dozens of firsthand military witnesses who dealt with UFO crash retrieval operations. I want to give you some background on Leonard here.
That's funny I asked that. And by the way, just for the benefit of the audience, I didn't see this slideshow before.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah.
All right. So Leonard Stringfield was born in 1920 and grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio. By the time he graduated from high school in 1939, he had already memorized the entire dictionary. That kind of guy you want on your team, right? He joined the military as soon as he heard about the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. After the war, he was employed by a chemical company in Ohio and retired after 30 years. Leonard wrote 2 books, Inside Saucer Post 3-0, 1957, Situation Red, the UFO Siege, 1977. Here's the next bullet item that we want to talk about here. His lecture on UFO crash retrievals at the 1978 MUFON Symposium in Dayton, Ohio, caused an international sensation. Yeah, that's right, because Leonard is the person who coined the term UFO crash retrievals. And it was kind of a double-edged sword because this is the first time people had heard all this. And he got taken to task by a lot of the attendees at the conference because he couldn't release their names. So they had no way to verify this. And so, you know, there were a lot of people that were kind of upset because they couldn't get the names. They didn't have the name list. So you could see how they were upset. So bottom line, and then he passed away on December 18th, 1994. So in a nutshell, after he presented his paper on about 12 of these cases with these first-time military witnesses, when he was done with his lecture, this is back in 1978 at the MUFON Symposium, Dayton, Ohio, right next to the Air Force Museum. That's interesting. Okay, so he finishes his lecture, and then he says, you know what? If you or someone you know has first-hand experience dealing with bodies, crash, debris, contact me. You know, I'm putting these people together. I'm putting a united coalition of witnesses together. I would really like to include your testimony. So he gave this announcement, and then he went on a 2-week vacation with his wife, Dell. He comes back 2 weeks later. He's thinking about all this in his mind. He goes to the post office, and he goes to the P.O. box. He opens up the P.O. box. He looked inside. Guess what was there, Stephen?
A whole lot of letters.
Crickets.
Oh, really? I thought I heard a story that he did get a lot of.
Well, there was nothing
later.
There. He looked a little bit closer, you know, because he thought it was empty, and there was a small card there. He turned it over, and it said "See Postmaster." So he walked over to the postmaster. He handed this little postcard to the postmaster, and this gentleman said, "Hold on a few minutes." About 6 minutes later, 2 big guys with these big mail sacks over their shoulders came. There were at least 2,500 letters.
Oh, okay. That's what I did hear. He got a huge amount. Wow, that's amazing.
Witnesses. And this makes up kind of this body of evidence here. And we're going to move forward here. Okay, so Cincinnati Enquirer.
Did you ask his wife if he still had the original letters? Or was that in the
all I can say is that a 6-figure sum was offered for the collection, and they turned it down. They turned it down.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah,
so,
and just wait. We have to stop there. Just who offered it, Michael?
I don't know who offered it, but
you don't know. I thought you did.
That did take
Yeah,
place.
for those that don't know, Michael has like 2 warehouses full of UFO stuff. He's obsessed. He's totally obsessed, and I know
You're
that
so
you
great,
run around and
Stephen.
get whole collections from people of stuff.
Yeah,
right?
well, we have to preserve an important part of our national history.
Yeah.
So this is Cincinnati Enquirer, July 19th, 1993. Author continues quest for truth about UFOs. Quote, what I've collected has staggering implications for mankind. This would be the biggest thing since Christ, really. Yeah, it would be. If you could prove the existence of ETs through the crash retrieval with the bodies and the debris, it would be. It is the biggest thing. It is the big. That's why they talked about how this subject matter is classified higher than the hydrogen bomb. It's above top secret. So that's what we're dealing with here. All right, now here are the 22 bank boxes. Leonard maintained a collection of 22 bank boxes of original correspondence letters, drawings, audio tapes, and testimony from his sources. These witnesses should be located and their testimony should be presented before Congress. Yeah, that would be the best thing. The only problem is we're now beyond racing the Undertaker. A lot of these people are gone. And so we're at the very tail end. It is the final curtain call for disclosure on crash retrievals. Unless they want to come forward, the government's not going to come forward unless we do something proactively to move this field forward. Okay, we talked about the book. This is where all the information that we're going to be talking about tonight. This is the reference to all the information here. All right, so here, let's go to Vegas, Stephen. Would you go to Las Vegas if you knew the odds were 119 to
This is a Michael Schratt argument. Yes, I would. Right? I would. Yeah, because so I do agree with you on this. Only one of these has to be real and true, and it is game over. But there has to be some evidence attached to that one, and there has to be, corroboration or multiple witnesses, right?
You're absolutely correct.
It has to reach a level of, a burden of evidence.
This cannot be a CE1, right? This has got to be a CE3 with bodies, hardware, and craft. It can be nothing less than that. So the point I'm making here is that if you did go to Vegas and you went to Caesar's Palace and you went to the roulette wheel and it had 120 spots on it and you bet 119, you're going to win almost every time. You can almost not lose. That's why the body of evidence is really falling in our favor. They have to unprove us, basically. So again, odds are in our favor. Now I want to give credit to Rudy Gardea, my sketch artist, and we're going to continue on to the first case here, Stephen. So this is Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, 1946. It did not become Wright-Patterson Air Force Base until 1947 because the U.S. Army Air Corps did not branch off until its own thing until 1947. So it's still Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. The primary source was a private in records management. Source for this case was Space, the Final Frontier, page 59 by Clark McClellan. This is the cover of the book. There is a Stringfield link to all this, but I just want to reference you where I'm getting this information.
Sure.
Here's the original sketch where we started from. So this thing came in on a railroad flat car from Arkansas back in 1946. This is before Roswell now. 15 feet in diameter, about 7 feet tall. It had a series of rectangular windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft. There were no rivets, no seams, no visible means of propulsion, nothing on the inside of the craft.
Why do you think we hear that so much? No rivets, no seams. We hear that all the time.
They are antiseptically sterile here. So this is my AutoCAD drawing based off of my first pass SolidWorks. And again, no rivets, no welds, no seams, no hatches. Recovered November 1946 and came to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. No control panels. Now, if you look here, we've got the dimensions, 15 feet in diameter, 7 feet tall. If you look at the red dot on the window here, that is the attempted point of entry where they were using a diamond tip drill bit to try to get into these craft. Now, this is the third time I've heard this within my cases here. So there's a historical legacy of the United States military and the military industrial complex desperately trying to breach the hull of these craft. And generally they use diamond tip drill bits. They use acetylene torches. They also use lasers. And I've also heard that in some cases they were successful in breaching the hull of these craft when they dip the entire craft into a vat of liquid nitrogen and cool shock it. That's how they get in.
That's crazy.
And also there was
yeah, I don't know if I believe him, but we just had Likatsky. You know, I'm not a fan of the people he was talking to, but he just claimed that he was inside a UFO, that they breached the hull of a UFO, and they got inside, or he got inside. So it's interesting that you mentioned that there's this difficulty, I suppose, in gaining entry to them, right?
There is absolutely a difficulty in entering. Yes, there is.
And now you said this has no control surfaces.
Nope.
At all. So
Nope.
how do they pilot it then?
That's a good question. These things appear antiseptically sterile. They look like they're built on a 3D printer and on the atomic level, where the atoms are built upon each other. They're grown. They're not manufactured. They're fully integrated. Smooth contouring. You know, that's what this thing is telling us here. All right. So this is the first attempt at a SolidWorks full colored rendering, but let's see if we can do a little bit better here. Here is Joseph Wraith's drawing. And if you look in the upper right-hand corner, we've peeled back the skin so you can see this 3-foot diameter column that started from the bottom of the craft and went all the way to the top of the craft. So there was this 3-foot diameter column. There were no seats in this thing whatsoever.
So whatever is the propulsion and power system would have to be within the column then?
Well, there are some reports indicating that the skin of the craft itself is the propulsion system. There's no quote-unquote engine to these things. It's the skin of the craft that is the propulsion system.
I guess then that would make material science incredibly important to understand the materials that make them up, or make up the hulls. Yeah. Make up the hull of the craft. Okay, and then again, you can see the red dot, which is the attempted point of entry with a diamond tip drill bit. So here is Rudy's drawing. So this private went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which was Wright Field at the time. He was met with a friend of his that was inside the hangar, and this guy said, "You know, I got something I want to show you." I guess it was a breach of security, but he led him in the hangar, and this is private records management, and they got to this craft. It was sitting on the hangar floor. There was a tarp that was folded off to the right of the craft. There was a toolbox in the foreground, and then right next to the toolbox was an electric drill with diamond tip drill bits, and he got to see this thing. I thought it was a jackhammer. I was going to say, did they try to jackhammer their way in? Let us in, aliens! Right?
That's right. All right, so what we want to do now is
were they able to get inside of this thing?
As far as I know, they were not. But we want to take all the information from the primary witness, all the sketches, all the illustrations, and let's see if we can bring this to life in a full color illustration. Here's what we came up with. So this just kind of gives you an idea of what this may have looked like if we were actually there. And this
that's
is by Joseph
good
Wraith.
UFO nerd porn right there. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, right, so it's interesting, the light and the shadow, how the light and the shadows work on these 3D renderings, you know.
Yep.
I mean, it's amazing looking craft, but when I see things like this, it leaves me with so many questions like, okay, so there's no seats in it, there's no control surfaces, there's no, you know, it just look like a big empty inside bell or something.
Correct. That's correct.
And what would be the function of all these windows? Like, this is an observation platform, maybe?
It could be unmanned, although the other thing is that if there were ETs associated with it, the hatches on these craft are so fully integrated, you can't put a razor blade in there and they blend in with the skin itself. You don't even know there's a hatch there. That's how fully integrated these hatches appear to be on a lot of these craft.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep. All right, so let's continue on here. Next case, Papagos Indian Reservation, west of Globe, Arizona, January 1947, north of Superstition Mountains. The primary witness served in the U.S. Navy during World War II, and this is UFO crash retrievals from the book, page 93, case A10. So that's what we're going to talk about right now. So they're going down this unimproved road. They're kind of like looking for some property, and there's two men in a Jeep, and they come across a military retrieval operation in the very beginning of the operation. And this thing was off to the left about 200 feet. It was 30 feet in diameter. It had it augured in at about a 45-degree angle. There was a dome on top, and then these what looked like square sections wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself with 2 rings. That's what this thing looked like. Now, they were challenged by at least 2 MPs and told to vacate the area immediately. And so this is, back in 47 timeframe. Now we want to go to a full color illustration, and this is what we came up with here. If we could be there back at when it actually took place.
That's interesting. And one of the things is there's so many depictions of UFOs like crashed like this, where they're like jammed into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That's just weird and interesting to me. Do you think that that's a common occurrence, that when they crash, they like,
well, from what I can,
maybe from the speed, and if the craft is like impenetrable, then it just goes into the ground, or stuck in the side of a mountain or something?
From what the witnesses are telling us, there's 2 possibilities. Number 1, an actual crash, and number 2, a soft landing or a forced landing, because some of these are really not crashes, they're forced landings. That appears to be the case, and that is going to explain what angle they come in at, because if it's a forced landing, it's virtually a vertical descent down, and it wouldn't have an angle to it. But a lot of these cases are talking about, the witnesses are telling us that these things, when they got to them, they were tilted at an angle when they got to the retrieval operation.
Well, that's a weird way to crash.
Absolutely. All right, next one, White Sands Missile Range, July 4th, 1947. So we've already considered 2 cases basically prior to the Roswell timeframe. Now we're getting into the Roswell timeframe here. Technical Sergeant, U.S. Army Air Force. That's our source, and UFO crash retrievals, page 196. Now, this happened at night, and when this thing came down, they saw it from beginning to end. This thing was about 100 to 150 feet in diameter, White Sands Missile Range. The entire retrieval operation was excruciatingly well lit up. Okay, so they had light-alls, they had searchlights, they had spotlights, they had people taking still camera photographs, they had motion picture film reels going on, they had people with Geiger counters crawling up the side wall of the craft. This thing was well documented. Now, if this is true, according to the witness, I'm sure they still have this at a vault somewhere, whether it be Eglin Air Force Base, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, MacDill Air Force Base. This film could be pulled and could go to Congress. And
how do you transport 120 foot or 150 foot in diameter
That's right.
craft? And how heavy is that?
In some cases, they're buried at the site. And in other cases, they break apart into pie segments, like 3 to 4 segments of a pie or like a pizza. And they transport the triangles to...
I've never heard that before. That's bizarro land.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So let's see if we can take this drawing and go to a full color illustration. And here's what we came up with. If we were there that night and could see it, so they have a film of this. They've got motion picture film reel. They've got probably black and white 8x10 glossies. They've got it. They've got it. The craft.
Did you try a FOIA request? They're just going to give that to you. They're not going to give that out if they actually have it.
That's what we're up against. I mean, this is the crown jewels here. These guys play for keeps, and they're geniuses. They're very good. They're not going to let this go.
Michael, why do they always crash in the desert? Why not in a major city? Or
because a lot of times
they look for a barren place if they know they're going down, like a normal human pilot would.
They're monitoring our nuclear proliferation capabilities. That's one possibility.
Oh, that's one possibility. Sure.
Yes, correct. All right, let's move on to the next one. Actionable items. Since still photography and motion picture film was recorded of this event, senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances should track down and utilize this evidence for future public hearings. That's exactly what needs to happen. That's exactly what we need to happen here. Okay, next one.
Well, do you know, this Robert Salas, he demanded that they find paperwork about the Maelstrom incident, and they couldn't find anything. So, I mean, do you think they're telling the truth when they say they looked and they can't find it, or is that just an excuse to not?
In some instances, I think they are telling the truth because they don't have a high enough security clearance to be briefed and read in on the programs. So in many cases, they are telling you the truth because they don't have access to it. They've never been read into the program, so they can't get the information. How can they release information they can't get access to? That's what we're up against too. This is something that has to get unraveled, and we're 80 years beyond the time frame now, and it's up to us. We're all working on a shoestring budget here, and time is ticking. Time is counting down. We've got to do something about this now, or all of us are going to be left in the dark. That's why it's imperative for us to really make a move on this. All right, so UFO crash retrievals, 1947, seen at a warehouse at Berkeley. Albert Bruce Collins is the primary eyewitness. He's deceased. He was a metallurgical engineer. Source for this is UFO crash retrievals, page 197. So it's in the book. If you want to learn more about it, it's in the book.
And this is a named source, but he's deceased.
Yep.
So we can't interview him
I
either.
know. That's the problem. That's the problem. All right. So this gentleman was at the right place at the right time when this egg-shaped craft backed in on an 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy at Berkeley. This thing was about 30 feet across, 15 feet high. There was a hull breach on the side of the craft. So it looked like a cracked egg with a yolk in the center. There was a 3-foot diameter yolk in the center. There was a composite forward panel, and then there was another composite panel that wrapped around the outer circumference and followed the contour of the inner yolk itself. There was also what he mentioned, a hull breach on the lower right of the craft with shrapnel coming out of it. And so my question is this the craft itself, or is this the propulsion system of something that it fits in, which might be much larger in size? That's my question. So let's see if we can take this drawing and go to a full color illustration. And here's what we came up with if we were there and could see it. So somewhere they have this thing too, tucked away in some Air Force base or underground facility.
Then was the witness aware of what happened to it to cause the damage, or no?
Well, he wouldn't talk too much, but he did give some minute details. He talked about the yoke in the center. He talked about there being 2 composite panels. There was kind of this ridge wrapped around the outer portion of the craft. He talked about the shrapnel coming out, but that's about all he would say. That's about all he would mention on it. So,
and did they bring him in specifically because he was a metal?
Because he was
expert?
a metallurgical engineer, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yep. So maybe it's still there. It's possible, but I'm sure they probably moved it by now.
At Berkeley?
Berkeley.
I'm going to call. I'm going to call.
Give them a call, yeah.
We're going to clip this out. I'm calling them tomorrow, and I'm going to ask them about the alien egg ship.
There you go. We got to try, right? We got
From 1947. Yes.
Yep. That's right. Okay, Fort Polk, Louisiana, summer 1953. Herman Johnson, private in the U.S. Army. Case A1, page 80. Let's move to the map. Here's what the craft looked like. Now, they saw this craft come down from beginning to end. This was 30 feet across, almost identical to the one we just talked about here. It could be the same craft. Now, there was one humanoid being that was carried away on a stretcher. 3 others came out with the aid of military, police, and medical personnel. Now, these were about 3.5 feet tall. They were wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. They had helmets on. They also had what looked like gloves or mittens on, and they had, Stephen, no knee joint. It looked like they had no knee joint. So they had this stair-step staggering maneuver when they were stepping across the soil, which was still kind of a red, burnished, hot. It had a higher temperature.
This is a weird one.
It's a bizarre case, but this is within the Leonard Stringfield cases. And the beings that came out appeared to be trying to talk to their comrade that was being carried over to the ambulance truck. And this outer rim was still rotating around the craft itself when they got there. That's essentially, in a nutshell, this case. So let's go to the full color illustration and let's zoom in here and see if we can get some additional details. Now you can see Joseph did a really good job because
this is just beautiful.
Yeah, it had this
Nice
red burnished soil that was still hot and burning when they got there. And we'll go to the next one here. Here's what these beings look like with these one-piece
like the Martians. Almost look like the Martians from Mars Attacks.
Yeah, they do. And they had these mittens on. Here is the single guy being carried off into the ambulance truck, and then we'll zoom in a little bit here, and we'll get a detailed view. And these are what these military sources are telling us that's going on. Already we've got like 5 or 6 cases in. Now, these craft are somewhere. I'm sure they don't put all their eggs in one basket. Primarily, all roads lead to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, but I'm sure they diversify their portfolio. So like we talked about before, MacDill Air Force Base, Edwards Air Force Base, Andrews Air Force Base. We could be looking at Wright-Patterson. So they're definitely going to spread these assets around so that they don't have a single point failure. Okay, next one. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1953. This is one of my very favorite cases here. Now, this is Michael Olvey. That's his name. He was an Army Reserve warrant officer. And this is UFO Crash Retrievals, page 15, abstract 18. So this gentleman, he is at the right place at the right time at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's at night. When this, and I don't know if this is the actual hangar complex. It could be, but I don't know. I can't prove it. Hangar complex number 4. And if you look at the arrow here, I've actually been inside that hangar. Here's a photograph of what that hangar looks like. And if you have the correct permissions, and if you call ahead far enough, you can actually get in this hangar. So,
oh, that's interesting, because you're like the Air Force is aware of you as an aerospace historian.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm small fries though. That's okay.
But they let if you call them, they'll just let you.
That's how I got in here. Now
purposes?
this is
long
before 9/11. I don't know if you can get in now, but back
Probably
then
not.
you could.
Probably not.
Yeah. So a 4-engine DC-7 cargo aircraft, and this is like the closest photograph that I could find of this. It basically taxied up onto the tarmac. It went into the hangar. There's an aft port cargo bay door that opened up, and then there was a forklift that start offloading these wooden crates. So now what I want to do is I want to take you inside the hangar, and this is what it looked like. There were 3 crates on top with their tops taken off, and there were 3 bodies. They measured about 3.5 feet tall, oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, minute nose, one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. Stephen, one of them was female, and he said that the bodies were being suspended off the bottom of the crates by this white netting material that protected the bodies from the freezer burn below of the dry ice. And he's seeing all this. He's looking in these crates, and he's shocked at what he's seeing. Now I want to take you to the full color illustration, and here's what we came up with from Joseph Ray.
Jeez.
He was also told about the debris from the crash retrieval operation as well.
So they put them on ice.
They put dry ice in the crates. Yes. Yes.
And are you aware of any kind of historical precedents that would like explain, like when they were experimenting with like monkeys and space capsules, if those went down and died, would they put those on ice too? Like,
Don't know.
No,
Do not know.
So because I've heard of this ice thing from multiple cases, dry ice, refrigerated compartments, formaldehyde compartments. I guess they would want to preserve the biological material for study if these were dead.
They have to get them out of the crates and into the cryogenic freezing underground cold storage vaults with the liquid nitrogen. They've got to store these things rapidly. And so I think this was like a in haste operation. They had to preserve these bodies. And so they had dry ice. And then from here, they go right to the facility at Wright-Patterson. So if you want to know where the bodies are stored at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, follow the liquid nitrogen cooling tanks and pipes on the outside of the building.
Can you see those? Can you see? Did they have that you can verify and see?
It's in the book. It's in the book. The guy talks about this. He said he was there one day where this absolutely pungent odor and stench was coming through the base, and he saw military personnel like backing up to this building where they had these large tanks and pipes that were like piping in this formaldehyde chemical preservation fluid, probably with some liquid nitrogen too, but he could smell this acrid odor coming through the window. And it's like he kind of like put 2 and 2 together. They were moving the bodies from one location to another. And this is talked about in the book here. Now let's see if we can go to top view down here, give you a little bit better idea what they might have looked like. One of them was female. He said she had breasts, or it had breasts. So he just assumed that it was female, but he did
Leave it
mention,
to a male to even notice tits on an alien, Michael Schratt, right?
Hey, I'm just going by what he said, you know. I'm just going by what he said. We have to remain historically accurate here. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Walker Air Force Base, New Mexico, April 12, 1954. Primary source, Air Force 1954 to 1955. UFO crash retrievals, page 82. All right, so this gentleman was at the field, at the Air Force Base, which used to be the 509th Bomb Group. We're talking about Roswell Army Airfield, which later became the Walker Air Force Base. He was told to board an H-19 helicopter like immediately, like right now. So he got in there. He was a photographer. They took off. They started heading north. They turned westbound, and they're about 40 to 50 miles northwest now. And when they got there, they saw this. This happened at night. There was a spotlight shining down from the bottom of the helicopter that illuminated this disc. It was about 40 to 50 feet in diameter, came in at about a 45-degree angle. There were 4 bodies recovered and 2 more inside for a grand total of 6 bodies. Now, when they landed the helicopter, this gentleman was taking photographs from the hatchway door on the helicopter, documenting this whole scene. When he landed, his first impression of the scene is that the entire place smelled like automobile battery acid. That was the very first thing he noticed. There were other crew members who were there, part of the retrieval operation, that were vomiting. I mean, it was a nasty scene. And so he was definitely photographing the entire scene. Now let's go to the full color illustration. May have looked like this. So this is another one of these cases where they've got the bodies and they've got the craft. Where are they? This is what we need to find out, Stephen. This is what we need to track down.
If they exist.
If they exist. Correct. If they exist. All right, next one. And this is a little bit drawn out here, but this is a very good case. December 1963, Cherry Point, North Carolina. This is a U.S. Marine. His name is Roy Baker. I do have his name. UFO crash retrievals, page 152, case 2. Now, this gentleman was told the beginning part of this is at Cherry Point, North Carolina. And he was told to board a plane with blacked out windows. And he flew 3 hours by plane to an undisclosed location that he didn't know where it was. And I'm going to show you the map of where they started. This is the Cherry Point, North Carolina. And when he got to this facility, they'd opened up these hangar doors, and what he saw shocked him. This was a fat hamburger-looking UFO, and it was 40 feet in diameter, 15 feet tall. It had a polished aluminum exterior to it. There were opaque elliptical windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft. There was a 1-inch lip from the skin of the craft itself to the outer exterior of the windows, quote unquote windows. And he said that this thing had an entryway hatch where the seams were so fully integrated you could not put a razor blade. We're talking about Cairo, Egypt here. The main blocks of the Giza Plateau of the Great Pyramid, you cannot put a razor blade. They're so fully integrated. That's what he was talking about here. Now, he also mentioned that there were attempted points of entry, and that's what you can see here. These dots are from his drawings where they tried to get in with a diamond tip drill, but that didn't work. They also tried a acetylene torch, and that didn't work. We're going to move on to the next slide here. Here's Joseph's drawing. This is the illustration that shows you what this thing actually looks like. Again, this thing was like virtually seamless. It looked like it was built on the atomic level, 40 feet in diameter. These are the three.
Go back though to that.
What's that?
Can you go back to the previous slide? Have you ever seen a Futuro house?
Yes, I've seen it. It looks identical to this.
It looks identical to a Futuro house.
Yes, it does. It does. You're absolutely correct.
Could this have been like a Futuro house that blew away in a, like a mistake?
Well,
that's a possibility, right?
Maybe this is where they got the idea from. It's possible. But they had a very difficult time getting in here. So these are the three things they used to get in. Diamond tip drill bit, failed. Acetylene torch, failed. They brought in two 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboys with these electrical generating devices. They hooked up these heavy gauge cables that went from the trailer all the way inside the hangar, and they put a laser on this thing, and that failed too. There was an incident involved with this laser operation. We'll talk about that. Now, this is, Stephen, the original sketch from the Marine. This is not my sketch. This is his original sketch. And we're going to break this down here. So when he got here, this is Roy Baker here. When he got there, he noticed that the craft was being supported off the hangar floor by scaffolding. That was the first thing. They had built a catwalk around this thing that you could walk around. And on the left, upper left, and right, upper right, you can see that this whole place was excruciatingly well lit. There were no shadows in this place. And you can see the entryway hatches. You've got the opaque elliptical windows. And then on the bottom of the craft, you've got these black areas. Those are pads that they use to support this thing where the catwalk entrance was, where they drop the thing into the catwalk lit there. These pads support the craft. This is his drawing. All right, so here's Michael Johnstone's drawing. He interviewed Roy Baker back in 1986. So this is a little bit more refined drawing. And you can see that you could walk under this craft, and there was an entry on the both left and right-hand side. And then I'm going to take you to the next one. This is my AutoCAD drawing now, cleaned up a little bit here. And I've done a detail view that shows you this 1-inch lip that you could feel with your thumb on the exterior of the craft compared to the exterior window itself. All right, so let's break down some of the bullet items here. Craft was seen at an undisclosed military location 3 hours by plane from Cherry Point, North Carolina. That's one. Entire craft was surrounded with what looked like standard military aircraft scaffolding. Correct, they did do that. A white circle was taped to the floor, which outlined the prohibited area for Air Force generals. Between 3 to 4 U.S. Marines guarded the craft while it was temporarily in the hangar. Next one, the windows of the craft were indented toward the interior, forming a 1-inch lip. We just talked about that. Next one, the primary eyewitness secretly took a photograph of the saucer, which was later lost in a flood. So we were this close, Stephen, from getting a real good photograph of this thing. This is back in '83, but it was lost in a flood. A team of between 20 to 50 engineers examined the craft, but were unable to gain access to the interior. All right, so here's what this thing most likely looked at based on all the evidence from the primary eyewitness. And you can see what Joseph's done here. We've got a really good catwalk here. You can walk under this thing. We've got the entryways. This is the best we could do to represent what this thing looked like.
And I suppose if you were going to try to study this thing, you would put it up on a platform or, you know, put a catwalk around it so that you could do whatever you're going to do, right?
Absolutely, yes. And this is one of these things that is a common denominator. It's a thread that runs through a lot of these cases, that when you hear about these things being examined at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, they always prop them off the hangar floor. They're, you know, they want to look under these things. They want to test the tensile strength of these things. So they're usually always off the hangar floor. Okay, so here was the kind of the first pass drawing by John McNeil. Now you can see the white circle on the floor, and you can see the heavy gauge wire with the laser. And we'll talk about what happened with the laser here. Okay, so now what I want to do is we're going to pretend, Stephen, that we are a bumblebee. We can't be tracked. And we're going to infiltrate this whole facility here. We're going to get through the fence here, and we're going to go inside the hangar. So now we've got through the fence. We're making our way into the hangar now. Here we are. We see the military personnel. We've got the white lab coat technicians. We've got the MPs. We've got the scaffolding. Let's get a little bit closer here. You can even make out the 1-inch lip of the craft. We'll go to an overhead 45-degree look-down angle in a little bit here. Now you can see the seams here, attempted points of entry. Here's our 45-degree look down. No, this is all from Roy Baker. This is all from the U.S. Marine who is telling us this. So this is not me making this up. We have his original sketch. I've got 3 pages of original notes.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Michael Johnstone, I did about a 3-hour videotape interview with him describing everything that Roy Baker had told him when he was there guarding this thing. All right, now the last day that he was there, because this is December 1963. We're talking about days after Kennedy was assassinated, November 22nd, 1963. Literally days later. The last day that he was there, they were taking this thing off the scaffolding and putting it on a cradle device, and then they were putting tarps over it and moving it to the next location. So that's what you see here. Here's the cradle device that they were making, and then they're starting to drape the tarp over the craft itself. Fully tarped now, and basically ready to move on to the next location. This was Rudy's drawing of where we kind of started here. And then we'll go over to this laser. Now, when they shone the laser on the craft, it bounced off and damaged the ceiling tile. This is what is reported by this particular Roy Baker.
So what, they were using like a cutting laser, like a CO2 laser?
They were
try
trying to
cut
get into
it?
the craft. They were trying to get in. Now, when they moved the laser away, it was warm to the touch, but had no effect whatsoever. So if someone or some defense contractor has been able to reverse engineer the metallurgical sciences associated with this craft and integrate it into our stealth fighters, we'd be ruling the skies. And we probably are. We probably are.
Yeah, because laser weapons are quickly becoming a thing, aren't they?
Well, we're hearing about that a lot now. Absolutely. Definitely. So here's the incident in question, and then here's the original sketch by the primary eyewitness that illustrates this incident. He also mentioned that there were color-coded badges that these lab coat technicians were wearing. So if you had a green badge, you had access here, but you couldn't go here. If you had a yellow badge, you could go at this location, but you couldn't go here. If you had a red badge, you had access to the whole facility. So this is something that we've heard of before as well. Okay, now back to this camera. Now, his job was to frisk everybody who came into the facility. But one time, no one frisked him, and he was left alone with the craft. So he pulled out this Minox camera. He took a photograph of it. That photograph was lost in a flood in 1983. So we were this close of getting this thing. So I said, Joseph, you know what? Can you give me a replica of what this Minox photograph may have looked like? Here's what he came up with. Something that looked like this. A little bit grainy, kind of has this gray brownish tone to it. It may have looked something like this. And I'm sure they have really good black and white 8x10 glossies of the whole operation somewhere in a vault somewhere.
Well, wouldn't it be fair to say that, like if these events are real and factual and really happening,
right?
They would want to highly document everything.
Of course they would.
Because the brass is not going to travel to the middle of, where was this, South Carolina or wherever it was, from Washington or whatever. They're going to want to get briefed on it. So you need briefing materials.
Precisely. They probably have copies.
There should be material with video, 8mm film, maybe, whatever.
Exactly.
Documentation for the brass, at least.
Of course. They made copies, and they moved them from base to base because they don't want to follow a single point failure. What happens if there's an explosion? What happens if there's an accident? What happens if there's a fire? They're going to lose all their paper documents. They're going to lose all their motion picture film reels, their photographs. They've got to diversify their portfolio. They've moved this stuff over from base to base. They've made copies. I'm sure of it. The problem we're running into, though, is that senators and congressmen on the Hill who are trying to get access to this data, who have not been read into these programs, they don't have a need to know, and they're never going to get to it. That's what we're running into.
Okay.
That's what we're running into. Okay, so he also mentioned that he nearly shot a United States Secretary of the Navy because he almost breached that circle on the floor. So I started tracking who this could be, and I believe it's Paul Nitz. He was Secretary of the Navy 1963 to June 30th, 1967. That checks out. It may have been this gentleman. I can't prove it, but it may have been this gentleman. He would know about this if he was actually there. I don't know if he would talk. Now, 4-star Major General Melvin F. McNichol. Why am I bringing him into this whole thing? 4-star Major General, base commander at Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma. He was a real guy. Here's his obituary. Ex-Tinker Commander Melvin McNichol dies. The Daily Oklahoma, July 11th, 1986. Okay, well, it turns out that Melvin McNichol was good friends with a very important person that's attached to the 1941 Cape Girardeau crash retrieval, Charlotte Mann, over to the left. They were good friends. They both had a mutual interest in UFOs. And so she turned to the general and said, General, we've been friends for years. We have this mutual interest in UFOs, and you've never told me anything. Are we still friends? I don't know anymore because you haven't told me anything. We've got this interest. You haven't said one word. He turns to Charlotte and says, Charlotte, if you ever repeat what I'm about to tell you, I'll deny it and I could lose my job. He proceeds to tell Charlotte 3 things. Number 1, he saw a UFO which was located in the West, which checks out with what Roy Baker had said, because he was on a plane that went from Cherry Point, North Carolina, 3 hours by plane would put you in the West. Number 2, he said he walked around a UFO on a catwalk, which was propped up by scaffolding. This is exactly what Roy Baker had said about what he had seen and guarded for 2 weeks. And then he said that bodies were recovered and one was still alive. Roy Baker overheard water cooler talk about bodies recovered and one was still alive. So when I heard this from Charlotte Mann 5 years ago at IUFOC, I said, I got it. I know that she didn't know Roy Baker, and I know Roy.
And just so everybody's clear, Charlotte Mann, is that the daughter or granddaughter of the
Charlotte Mann
minister from the Cape Girardeau case?
She actually held the photograph of the ET that was held up by the tourists and taken by the newspaper photographer. And that photograph was borrowed, quote unquote, to a photographic analysis expert and never returned. She described the photo in great detail, and that's where she comes into this whole equation. And it basically verifies what Roy Baker is telling us about what he had seen. And this is coming from Tinker Air Force Base, Melvin McNichol. And so when I heard this from Charlotte, I'm like, this is exactly what Roy Baker is. So I had independent secondary confirmation that this was a real case.
Well, that's interesting.
Yep. So it
you were
doesn't
able
just
to connect those dots by speaking to Charlotte Mann, right?
Yep. So
well, that's
it wasn't just falling on Roy Baker. We had at least someone else of high caliber, Melvin McNichol, who described virtually the identical situation. Fort Riley, Kansas, December 10th, 1964. Served in the infantry, 1st Division, Aaron, Quebec. UFO crash retrievals, page 24, abstract 20 by Leonard Stringfield. All right, here's the map of the location. Camp Forsyth is where this thing came down. The primary eyewitness went in onto one of these 6x troop transport. He was with other MPs. They went about a mile down a road, got off this craft, walked into this open field at night, and what they saw was there was a UH-1 Huey helicopter hovering over the scene with a spotlight down, and they came across a hamburger-looking craft that was 48 feet in diameter, 18 feet tall. It had a series of what looked like square boxes jutting out from the outer circumference of the craft itself. There was a fin at the back end, and then what looked like an exhaust port at the back end of the fin itself. Here is my first pass illustration of what this thing looked like. Kind of a bizarre configuration.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen one with a fin except for those ones that were reportedly kind of Air Force.
Mm-hmm. Correct. And then here's Rudy's drawing of what this looked like. Now, he guarded this thing at night. He was there, and he said that there were people with Geiger counters walking around this craft checking for any residual radiation effects. And this Huey was crisscrossing this field until it got to the craft, and that's when it shone down this light. So I want to go to the next illustration, which gives you the full color rendering of what this thing actually looked like. This is the best we could come up with by Joseph Wraith, who I always want to give him credit. So this is another one of these craft that was apparently retrieved. Now, there was a secondary witness after the retrieval operation who saw this on an 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy leaving the base with chains and tarps over it, and he accidentally ran across this thing as they were shipping it out. So not only do we have the first-hand witness from the actual primary eyewitness, but we have a secondary witness as well. here's the second pass here, and now you get see this a little bit greater detail with the what could be some type of exhaust or some other type of port section on the bottom of the craft itself.
Yeah, we have a comment. Another disc stuck in the ground crashed at a 45-degree angle.
That's right. That's right.
So, and I don't know what that means that so many of them crash in this sort of way.
It means that it's absolutely ludicrous to think that an ET civilization that could be 100 million years ahead of us in technology, evolution, would come all this way from another star system, navigating through black holes and quasars and gravity wells, different
radiation belts, asteroid fields,
all this. They've got all this knowledge from millions of years. They enter our atmosphere and they crash. That never made any sense to me. Maybe it doesn't make any sense to you, but it doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, some people, I've had this debate with others, and what I say is, no matter how, technologically advanced a species becomes, machines break. They malfunction. I mean, look at all the space shuttle disasters, and we put every effort into making them as safe as possible, but they still malfunction. So yeah, I've always been curious about that situation too. And it is, from a skeptical point of view, a great argument. Like they come millions of miles or light years,
right?
Fine, right, through all the hazards of space, but as they enter our atmosphere and they have some kind of issue or problem. But there could be a whole bunch of explanations for what happens. We've heard about the radar explanation, high power radar interferes with their systems. That we've heard that some were shot down.
Yeah, it appears,
lightning storms, but that makes no sense too. Like they can get through space, but a lightning storm crashes them.
Right.
And somebody else commented the big ones never crash. That's not entirely true. I mean, we've got 150-foot ones, but the smaller ones seem to be more common.
There really appears at this point, and we've got a lot of documented evidence to indicate that there are rogue elements within the military-industrial complex that are targeting, tracking, and shooting these things down for their military propulsion and free energy applications. That appears to be what's going on here. These things are just not crashing.
Well, I mean, I guess that's logical. If you knew that these things were there, you would want to try to grab them.
Exactly.
But wouldn't that also risk like an interstellar war? Like maybe that's an ill-advised way to go about things?
It does seem pretty crazy, right? But that just goes to show you that there's no hostile threat on their end, because if there was, it'd be done. It would be over.
Yeah, I've always assumed that if they have the technology to travel across vast star systems and different galaxies and all of this stuff, then we wouldn't stand a chance. So all those like alien invasion movies, like no.
Yeah, because they are promoting a threat narrative so that the defense contractors can cash in on a military bonanza. That's what it basically is. In a nutshell, that's what it is.
Well, yeah, and it's not just military. I mean, they could have. I've always kind of wondered about that. Like, there seems to be some focus on these things for military applications, but what about the energy applications? What about the physics applications, the science applications? What about their medical knowledge, their genetics knowledge, chemistry knowledge, whatever? A lot more than weapons there, or would be. I would think.
That's really the heart of the cover-up, isn't it? Because if you could reverse engineer the propulsion systems of these vehicles, you would overnight doom the oil industry, the coal fire industry.
Well, I've heard those arguments before, but that depends a lot on free energy, and at least earthly free energy, I don't believe exists. I've seen too many charlatans in that world too.
I get you. I hear you.
Sounds too good to be true. It probably is.
All right. Now, this is what the secondary witness said that he saw. It was a U.S. Army M123 tractor trailer that was being used to transport this disc. So I just want to give people an illustration of what that craft looked like. They were also wearing these chemical biological protective suits in conjunction with the craft itself when they were moving it onto the tractor trailer. Now, that brings us to this case. Now, I've often debated whether I should even bother talking about this case because it is one of the most bizarre cases within the Stringfield collection. But since it's part of the collection, it's part of the historical legacy, it belongs in this presentation. So this is the Air Force Museum, Dayton, Ohio, 1965. If you want to read about this, it's page 190, page 93, case A11. All right, so I'm going to set up the scene here. There's a couple that goes to the Air Force Museum, and they're looking at the V-2 rocket display. So this is the exact one that they were looking at. This is the very same one. They're looking at this rocket display, and all of a sudden, the husband bails on the wife, and she's left looking at this rocket display. You know, what's she going to do there? I mean, she's just completely stranded and alone. Her husband left her, you know, and he's walking around. He goes walking through the interior corridors of the Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio, and he somehow goes through these double doors. And when he goes through these double doors, he is met with the shock of his life. He sees this. He sees this ET.
That's bizarre.
He was about 3.5 feet tall. He was wearing a one-piece tight-fitting Mercury spacesuit with a helmet on. He was pointing his index finger to this guy's face. He had oversized head, oversized eyes, heavy brow ridge, slit furrowed nose, minute mouth. And within about 4 seconds of this gentleman encountering this ET being, you could call him, that was wandering the back corridors of the Air Force Museum, believe it or not, all these alarms and buzzers started going off in the Air Force Museum. And these NPs, which you see on the right bottom blow-up enhancement here, started ushering people out of the museum while this wife is still looking at the V-2 rocket display. So whatever this being was had escaped its underground containment facility and was wandering the back corridors of the Air Force Museum, believe it or not. It's part of the Stringfield cases. So does this indicate that they have an underground facility that is somewhat connected by an underground tunnel? It's what it appears to be. But that's coming from this witness.
But this is a bizarre story. So what? The alien got out of the secret base
Yes.
and was just running around in a museum?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's.
Well, that's one of those things that might believe it because it's so bizarre. Who would make that up?
It's crazy. It's crazy. There you go. So, anyway, okay, let's go to the next one. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, 1966, civil service electrician. This is page 17, abstract 13. All right, now, this gentleman had come back at night. He was this contractor, electrician, working at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and he had stolen a photograph, 8x10 black and white portrait of a scene somewhere in the Southwest, probably Arizona. Off to the left, there was what looked like a white lab coat technician wearing khakis. The other one was kind of a military personnel. He sort of had these boots on, and they were holding up by their wrists this ET body about 4 feet tall, one-piece tight-fitting flight suit that was fully integrated to his body, oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, just like we've heard of before. He shows his son this photograph, completely shocks his son. The next morning, he brought the photograph back. They discovered it was missing, and he was fired on the spot. He went home and was a broken man. But this is in the Stringfield cases. So we know they've got the photographs. We know they've got the photographs. The witnesses are telling us that they have the bodies, the debris, and the craft. So they've got all three. And this is going to be what it takes to break the cosmic Watergate, absolutely like how our good friend Stanton Friedman had talked about for decades.
Well, that one's interesting.
Okay, next one. Southwest, July 3rd, 1967. Marine, rank private first class. All right, so bottom line is this Marine was told to guard this what looked like temporary hangar, Quonset-style hut. And by day 3, this is page 86, case A5 in the book. By day 3, curiosity got the best of him. So he opened up this flap and he looked inside and he saw this 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft on the ground in this facility, in this hangar. There was a dome on top. Off to the foreground that you see in this drawing here by Rudy, They had multiple workbenches set up with calipers, micrometers. They had components on there. They had equipment on there. There were microscopes on there, white lab coat technicians. Off to the right, there was a walk-in freezer, and they had body bags on the ground. And he saw all this, and he got in huge trouble about this from the leader of the MPs here. Now, let's go to a full-color illustration to give you an idea of what this looked like. And this is what we came up with here by Joel Payne.
Well, that's interesting.
Just another case where they've got the craft. Now, he didn't see any bodies, but he did see the body bags. So it's an assumption that there were bodies, ET bodies, associated with this particular retrieval operation back in 1967 in the Southwest, most likely Arizona. Another case in point. Okay, Fort Hood, Texas, late 1960s, private pilot. This is UFO crash retrievals, page 91. All right, now the setup is we want to talk about Fort Hood, Texas. Something absolutely is going on at Fort Hood. All right, now we want to talk about within Fort Hood is something called Robert Gray Army Airfield. And this Cessna 172 pilot, he had to make an emergency landing on a unimproved runway. Somehow something happened. He might have had an engine failure, but bottom line is he had to make an emergency landing. And when he got there, you see him on the upper left. When he landed at this prohibited area, he was met within 30 seconds with a Jeep and 2 MPs pointing their pistols at him. And you can see this guy with his hands up right by the Cessna 172. Now, while all this is going on, he notices this massive, and I'm talking massive, 400-foot wide by 400-foot wide bypass door that opens up. Now, you would never know that there's an underground facility in here because the texture on top of this bypass door matched the surrounding landscape. There were bushes and rocks and trees, and you would never know there's anything there. He sees all this going on. He said that inside this facility were what looked like Cray computers. And he also noticed CH-47 Chinook helicopters. And this is something that's talked about by multiple eyewitnesses. They see UFOs departing Fort Hood being quote unquote escorted by military helicopters. Like it's one of ours that they're test flying. That's what the witnesses are telling us that's going on here. Yep. So
yeah,
we've also
and these are the craft he describes, because one of them looks like one from the famous case, right?
Well, when you extrapolate the data, now Cash Landrum obviously happened years later, but this would have been an interesting jumping off point for some of our ARV type craft that are being tested. We've got Eddie Laxon craft, 1966. We've got other crafts. And then we've also heard that a lot of these underground facilities are connected by high-speed tube shuttle system. That's something that's been talked about too. Now he's watching all this and seeing all this. Now, let's see if we can go to a full color illustration. Now, is there a top secret underground facility located at Gray Army Airfield? That's the question here. Now, within the book, this is page 100, and I'm just going to read this really quickly here.
Sure.
They interviewed a colonel. It says the colonel stated that underground installations as well as isolated areas of military reservations have squadrons of unmarked helicopters which have sophisticated instrumentation on board that are dispatched to areas of UFO activity to monitor these craft or airlift them out of the area if one has malfunctioned. Yeah, just like Cash Landrum. Yeah, okay, next one. Quote, the technology that is being applied in this underground complex, talking about Fort Hood here, would remind someone of a science fiction thriller. It is unbelievable what they know and can do from this area. This is Tommy Blonde, page 92, who interviewed this colonel. So, I mean, we're talking about pregnant with possibilities here. So we've got underground facility. We've got helicopters escorting UFOs in a test flight application. We've got military malfunction UFOs, and then we've got an underground complex that is likened to science fiction thriller. This is all what we've heard about for years. These are the type craft that are involved in a lot of these retrieval operations.
Chinooks, yeah.
For instance, the CH-47 Chinook that was seen by Betty Cash, Vicki Landrum, and Colby Landrum, December 29th, 1980, Huffman, Texas. Here is the craft itself. Now, this thing was about 90 feet tall. It looked like a water tower. It actually looked like two ice cream cones connected with the wide ends. There appeared to be a flat section where they're joined in the center with what looked like windows wrapped around the outer portion of the craft itself. Now, when they parked the car around 9 p.m., this is December 29th, 1980, Huffman, Texas. It's cold outside, so Betty Cash gets out of the vehicle because they thought this was JC returning. They absolutely thought that this was a second coming. They thought this was Jesus Christ returning. They were horrified about what they were seeing here. Vicky was screaming, telling Betty to slam on the brakes. Don't try to drive on. She was 150 feet in front of this thing. She gets out of the car, opens up the car door, goes to the hood, looks at this thing. It was emitting a beeping noise like a proximity indicator. And then every time this thing would bob down close to the pavement, there was a blue flame that came out the bottom and it would bob back up again. And this repeated itself over and over again. By this time, Betty Cash goes back to the driver's side door. She puts her hand on the latch of the door and burns her hand. This is wintertime. She burns her hand. She gets inside the vehicle, closes the door. It's so hot inside the vehicle, they had to turn the air on. Okay. Now this thing kind of goes off to the side. Within a few minutes later, no less than 23 double rotor CH-47 helicopters go after this thing, including at least 2 UH-1 helicopters and a Sikorsky sky crane.
Yeah, and this is according to multiple witnesses. And,
Yep.
and one of the things that's always fascinated me about this case is, do you know, Michael, like what would it cost to fly that many helicopters in a military operation?
Of
So
course.
they're not doing that for, something not very extraordinary, I would think. And
Of course.
Cash Landrum, somebody mentioned in the live chat that they've always thought it was a malfunctioning nuclear-powered craft, and I've always thought that as well because of the physical effects on the witnesses that appeared to be
Correct.
something like radiation sickness they suffered from.
It appears that there was a hull breach on the side of the craft, a hybrid atomic-powered spacecraft that was spewing out fissionable material, and that caused the acute radiation sickness by all three witnesses. That appears to be the case here. Now, there's a couple of points that we should mention. Number one, at least some of these helicopter pilots are alive. If you take 23 helicopters, each having a crew of 4, you add in this UH-1s and you add in the Sikorsky, we're talking about, well over 100 people here. Not all of them are dead. Some of these pilots and co-pilots and crew members could be called upon to testify. And someday this case is going to get its day in court. I don't know when, I don't know where, but someday this case is going to get its case in court.
Yeah, and for those unaware, one of the other things that I thought was really strange, because I love a good mystery, and this one is one of those enduring mysteries. They replaced the road not once, but twice.
Yeah.
I verified that with the city officials.
You did.
And they didn't have a good story for why they replaced the road in twice in such a short time frame. But people have speculated that the road was irradiated by the exhaust coming out of this nuclear-powered craft somehow.
Very few people know that, Stephen. I'm glad you mentioned that because, yes, that's true. John Schuessler, he actually took a photograph of the burn mark. I'm still trying to get a copy of that, but he's got a photograph of the burn mark. So after this event took place, the Army Corps of Engineers came in, they dug up where that black mark was, and they repaved it. And then 2 weeks later, they did it again. They did it twice.
Yeah, and that makes no sense. You don't repave a road twice in 2 weeks for no reason.
That's right. Now, the other thing is, when all this was going on, Vicky Landrum, that you can see off to the left of John Schuessler in this newspaper clipping here, Clarion Ledger, December 25th, 1983, Vicky Landrum put her hand up against the dashboard, and her hand melted into the dashboard, and those finger marks are still in the dashboard today. And the other point is that the U.S. Army tried to buy Betty Cash's car. If there's nothing to it, why would they want to buy her car?
Yeah. But don't you think that it's just as likely, especially because of the research that was being done into nuclear powered spacecraft, that
Yes.
that it's just as likely that it was some kind of black project than it was aliens, or more likely to me to be that.
Well, there are some who say that this was an ET craft that was retrofitted with an atomic propulsion system, and there were 3 pilots. That's what I've heard.
I've heard that from Richard Doty too.
Yeah, so that could be the case. Bottom line is there is a military component to this case, without a doubt. Here's the map on how.
And didn't, just for the benefit of clarity, didn't the military deny that there were any Chinook helicopters operating in the area?
The case was thrown out in the court, so Betty Cash never got to actually bring the case to court. It was thrown out by the judge. He said there was no indication that the military was involved whatsoever. They could not find no evidence that the military was there, despite the fact that there were other witnesses that saw the helicopters. This case has not been solved to this very day. After
Yeah,
all,
like I said, this one's an enduring mystery. Absolutely, yeah.
This is top 3 within ufology, top 3 without a doubt. All right, so here's what this underground facility looks like to the best of my ability now. This is Joel's illustration. So off to the left, you see the 172. If you look closely, you can see the pilot with his hands up, and then the MPs with pistols pointed at him. Off to the right, you've got a C-130. Now, what this is it's an underground runway. You can land an F-16 in here. You can land a C-130 in here. That's how big this thing is. If you look at this bypass door just to the right of the Cessna 172, you can see that the texture of the top of the bypass door matches perfectly and blends in with the surrounding landscape. Bottom right, you've got the tube shuttle, high-speed shuttle system. Off to the left, you've got the 2 CH-47 Chinooks. He said that there were what looked like robots patrolling the ground runway. We've got Cash Lander incident. This is later, of course. And then we brought in Eddie Lax in 1966 case as well.
That's interesting.
But yeah, this is what the witnesses are telling us, that there is this underground facility here. All right, next one, California.
Well, at least there's no porta potties on the top side.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Inside joke.
California City, summer 1971. Debbie Clayton is the primary eyewitness, page 233. Now, this is very near Edwards Air Force Base. They heard a craft come down, and there were not too many people in the surrounding area. So they all went to this craft. Now, this thing was about 10 feet wide, 5 feet tall. It kind of had this mushroom section, rolling circumference on the bottom. Kind of looked like the top of a mushroom. So these witnesses go up to this craft. They see the retrieval operation. They're very close. They're taking photographs. And this Air Force personnel grabs this photograph, throws it to the ground, orders these people away. They saw the entire retrieval operation. And this is near Edwards Air Force Base. So is this one of ours that had a malfunction test flight? We don't know, but it's part of the Stringfield cases. Next one, Norton Air Force Base. This is good. 1973, Air Force photographer. Now, this photographer, this is page 160, case 14. He was based in Hawaii. He had his security clearance upgraded. He flew to Norton Air Force Base. He was joined by another photographer. They go in this Air Force car, and they drive about 1 hour from Norton Air Force Base. And then all of a sudden, Stephen, the car stops dead, just completely stops. And then it drops down a couple of levels to an underground facility. And that's what this looked like here. They get out of the car. They're told to go to this other room, disrobe naked, and get into these white lab technician smocks. They come back out, and they see in this large underground facility a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that's hoisted above the ground by a crane, which has a netting. And their job was to go into a cherry picker, go inside the entryway hatch, and photograph the interior of the craft with all these buttons and switches and display panels. That's what you see in the enlarged view on the upper left. Now, when all this was done, before we talk about the autopsy, I want to give you the exact quote by the photographer. He said that when he got inside, quote, it looked like he could have thrown a football as hard as he could and still not hit the other side. This thing was only 30 feet in diameter. So there was some type of a space-time warp going on within this craft that made it look 10 times larger on the interior than it did on the exterior. Now, when they got done photographing the interior, they were led to another facility in the same underground complex where they were autopsying 3 bodies. They were told to photograph the autopsy. So what I want to do now is I'm going to take you inside this facility. Here we see our photographers, and we've got an overhead crane in this illustration by Joseph Wraith. I'm going to take you inside the craft now. This thing is only 30 feet in diameter. This is a blow up of the craft itself. And now we're on the inside, and this may have been what it looked like on the inside. You could throw a football here and not hit the other side. That's what this.
So it's the TARDIS.
It's the best we could come up with from the eyewitness testimony. So, and
this descriptions like this are interesting, but I guess if they can manipulate space time, I guess they can manipulate some kind of dimensional space to create a small craft on the outside, big craft on the inside.
Right.
And didn't we just hear this described by somebody, like maybe it was Rep Timber Chat or somebody else?
This is not an isolated incident. Other people have described the same phenomenon where these things look like huge on the cavernous on the inside, but it's still only 30 feet in diameter. So something is going on within these crafts, some type of magnetic, electromagnetic, optical field going on, warp, gravity warp, something going on. All right, now, after they got done all the photograph, they were told to photograph an autopsy being taken place. And when the scalpel pierced the skin of one of these bodies, there was a green fluid that came out, according to the primary eyewitness. Now, there were at least 3 bodies.
You know who else has green blood? Don't Vulcans have green blood?
Don't know. I think
they do. Somebody correct me in the live chat.
Okay.
Maybe they were Vulcans? No, I'm just teasing you. Like,
don't know. But again, we're just trying to maintain historical accuracy.
I mean, it's interesting. They're great illustrations, great 3D illustrations.
Got to give credit to the artists here. All right, so this is Los Angeles Times, July 11th, 1972. Tube shuttle using electromagnetic suspension. Look at what the subheading is here. LA to New York in half an hour. 10,000-mile-an-hour tunnel train plan developed. This is that in 1972 by LA Times. They're already talking about this. Let's do a blow up here. This is what this thing looks like. And we pour billions of dollars into these underground facilities. It's a done deal. They've already got it. Now, how do we know this? If you
if you were going 10,000 miles an hour, wouldn't that be too much G's for you to take? But if
not if you slowly add the G's, you could be at 1G acceleration the whole way. You don't have to be a spark on a grinding wheel.
I'm sorry to ask. I'm just not a physicist, so I would think that's a tremendous rate of speed to put a human in a metal tube and hope for the best.
I'm not a physicist either, but if you progressively accelerate, then you wouldn't have these tremendous G's. You know.
Okay.
The guys on the rocket cars, they had like really tremendous speed, but if you progressively accelerate like you do in your car, you wouldn't kill yourself. You could eventually get to that fast, but it wouldn't be an instantaneous acceleration. There's where you have G lock and G blackout. Anything past 9 Gs.
And I guess it gets complicated when you're talking about mag lift, because then there's no resistance.
Yeah, and you suck out the air because it's a vacuum, and you slowly accelerate at 1G, and you're fine. You don't have these 9G accelerations where you black out. It's already, they figured it out. They've done it. How can we prove this through any kind of reference work here? Project RAN, Proceedings of the Second Protective Construction Symposium, Deep Underground Construction, Volume 2. This is from 1959, March 24th, 5th, and 26th. Here's what they say, Steve. Check this out. It says, just as airplanes, ships, and automobiles have given man mastery of the surface of the earth, tunnel boring machines and shaft sinkers will give him access to the subterranean world. It is our aim to provide machines which will supply the ever-increasing demand in mining and construction of underground facilities. So they're telling us in their own documents that they've got these tunnel boring machines, subterranean world, underground facilities.
Or they're developing them, at least.
Or they're developing them, correct. Okay, actionable item here. Senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances should locate this facility, find out what is stored there, and what other underground installations this might be connected to. I think we got time for a couple more here.
Sure.
U.S. Marine Corps diver off the coast of Okinawa, 1991. Now, I want to preface that this is 1.5 miles down. We're talking deep here. This diver, he was in a submersible vehicle. They go down 1.5 miles, and what they see is a 50-foot per side triangle way down here. Now, let's go to the illustration. This is what this craft looked like.
Oh, that's interesting.
And it had hieroglyphic writing written on the side of the craft. They were in one of these DSRV vehicles at 1.5 mile depth. This thing looked like it had been there for approximately 50 years, and they gauged that by how much it was embedded into the sand and bottom of the soil there at the bottom of the ocean. That's how they gauged how long this thing was there. Now let's go to the full color illustration of what this may have looked like. They did retrieve the triangle, and they appear to be trying to decipher what these hieroglyphic letters mean on the side of the craft. So they've got this one too. Not only do they have the discs, the triangles, the boomerangs, and the platforms, but they've got these underground, underwater craft as well.
And when you say they try to decide this, I always have a problem with this one, Michael. Look, let's talk about this for a minute.
Sure.
There's multiple cases where people say there's hieroglyphs or something on the side of the craft, and they try to decipher them. But if we don't have a Rosetta Stone,
correct,
all we have is earthly references, their language could be complete gibberish to us.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. And all they can do is piecemeal other crash retrievals that also have writing on the side as well, and try to make any kind of sense of it. Now, I don't know how they can do that. I don't even know if they're the same type writing. Who knows? But I'm sure they have a database of writing that they've recovered on the side of these craft. That would be a very difficult stretch and bridge.
Yeah, I mean, I once met a linguist, and I asked the linguist that I met, expert in languages, like, if you encountered like alien writing, for example, would you have any hope of deciphering it? And he said, probably not, unless they used, similar word structure to us, similar symbology to us. It would be a very difficult thing to do because you don't have a frame of reference.
Correct.
Right?
This would have predated Akkadian and Sumerian clay tablets for sure.
Oh, that's interesting.
So they wouldn't have anything to reference it to. So again, who knows what they were able to discover. McClellan Air Force Base, California, 1973. This comes from Chris Kofi via test pilot astronaut Ellison Onizuka, page 153, case 3. All right, so bottom line is test pilot, later astronaut Ellison Onizuka, he is at McClellan Air Force Base, 1973. They go into a briefing room in one of these back hangars here in this photograph. There's about 12 other pilots with them. There's a U.S. Air Force general in the back of the room with a movie projector. The lights go off, and here is Ellison Onizuka right here. He was a test pilot before he was an astronaut. And on the forward wall, this black and white film appears, and it shows 2 alien bodies on concrete slabs being autopsied. And Ellison Onizuka, he's over to the left here, and his words were, quote unquote, "Oh my God." He could not believe what he was seeing. And this was like a retrieval operation. A few minutes later, the lights go back on, and they're told not to talk about what they saw. There was no briefing. There was no debriefing. Nothing. Now, this is
that's bizarre, but don't you think that, I mean, it's a play devil's advocate. Couldn't that have been some sort of psyop to see how people would react to that or something?
Very good. Yeah, this is a film that has been played at multiple U.S. military Air Force bases and is used as a quote-unquote trial balloon to gauge the reaction of our top military pilots. Could they handle this new reality? If they can't handle it, can the public handle it? So is this a trial balloon for bringing this reality out? That appears to be the case here. Now, there's another piece of this puzzle at the same McClellan Air Force Base. This is Open Minds. They reported this August 19th, 2014. David Armstrong claims his aunt used to work for a top secret UFO records library at McClellan Air Force Base. In his 20s, Armstrong went to visit her, and knowing he had an interest in the subject, Armstrong says his aunt let him look at the files in this video. Okay, and it talks about what he saw: photographs, files, case reports of UFOs being there. It's no longer an Air Force base, but at that time, when he was there with his aunt, she let him go through the library and he saw these things. So there appears to be some type of classified UFO library at one time at McClellan Air Force Base. So here is astronaut Ellison Unizuka. Now, when Chris Kofi told Leonard Strainfield about this, he immediately made plans to interview the astronaut. But unfortunately,
He was on the Challenger,
prior
wasn't
to, he died in the Challenger explosion back on January 28th, 1986. So we were this close to getting his testimony from an astronaut. Now, I tracked down his widow and I sent her a letter with that description and Rudy's drawing. I sent it to her. I never got a response. So I don't know if she received my letter or she didn't want to reply, or Ellison never told her, but she never replied to me. So I gave it a college try. Would have been good to get her.
I don't know if you heard this news, but we'll break in here because this is breaking news. Apparently, Falcon Space Lab, Mark Sokol, who many of our viewers and you, Michael, may be familiar with. He's the person running that lab and friends with the alien scientist.
Mm-hmm.
He was just raided by the FBI, who was looking for reported enriched uranium. And it was just on the news.
Okay.
Wow, that's something. And for those unaware, they're running a lot of weird experiments. So maybe, I don't know what happened there, but we'll off air we'll dig into that and bring you more news about that. Thanks, Sixth Sense.
So do you remember where you were, Stephen? January?
Yes, I was. And for those unaware, I've talked to I've said this to my audience many times, but Michael, maybe you weren't aware. When I was a child, I was just completely and totally fascinated with science and model rockets. And I got in a lot of trouble with what's called rocket candy, where you make your own solid rocket motors out of stump remover and sugar. And anyway, I was a huge space fan, and I remember exactly to this day, the teacher wheeled the television in, and we were all sitting there watching it. And I knew right away that those people were all dead. Mm-hmm. And I believe I cried. I was very, very young child, but it was very sad because we had that teacher, and we were going to have she was going to give lessons to children all over America from space. And I just remember thinking that was somebody's mom, Krista
McAuliffe. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. God bless her. Rest in peace.
Now they know, because they found at least 2 oxygen packs at the bottom of the ocean. They were turned on manually. They know that at least some of the astronauts survived the initial explosion. And the part that I feel is really tragic is if you take and you factor in the newspaper clippings from 1954 talking about cracking the gravity barrier, and then you factor in March 1966 case of Eddie Laxon, who came across one of ours that hovered off the ground, took off like a spark on a grinding wheel. They already had this technology to make liquid and solid rockets obsolete by October 1954.
Well, I would use the term allegedly.
Well,
yeah.
This is
what if they did and they stuck with these rockets, these people would still be alive today.
They'd still be alive today. Yeah, they survived the explosion. They rode the whole thing down, and basically terminal velocity. They had about 180 to 220 miles an hour. They hit at about 200 Gs, and that's when their seats ripped off the bulkhead and went right to the forward section. They could have survived. They knew about burning of the O-rings prior to Challenger, and it could have been totally avoided. So the point is, we already had the technology to make these things obsolete long before 1986. All right, next one. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, 1974. This is page 327. Now, I'll set this up real quick. There was a new hire. She's off to the left. They're at a dinner engagement. Her new boss is off to the right. She's still got 2 weeks left on her other job. And, they're talking about UFOs, and this woman is getting beaten up here. She's getting ridiculed. And so he turns to his new hire and says, you want to see the evidence? And she says, now? He says, yeah, now, right now.
Yeah, I've heard this one.
He brings her in his car. They drive to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He had the correct security clearances and key card entries. He puts his key card into this card reader, and a door opens up. He goes into a long corridor with her by his side. They get to another doorway. He pulls out the same key card, puts it into the reader. The door opens up, and they go to an underground vault at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He proceeds to open up one of these, you could say, drawers or formaldehyde preservation areas, and this body comes out in a half preserved in a body bag, and she sees this body. She is absolutely shocked to her core. She can't believe what she's seeing. This is all on page 327. He drives her back home, and remember, she's still got 2 weeks. Now, when she shows up to the business 2 weeks later, expecting to see her supervisor who showed her the body, the guy died, and there was no obituary in the obituaries. They have no idea where this guy was. He completely disappeared off the radar screen back in 1974. So, do we trust the testimony of this woman? Why would she lie about this?
Well, did she give the name of the guy? Because we could check into.
No, they have no reference of that guy ever existing.
Wow.
He completely disappeared off the radar screen. Completely.
So he got men in blacked because he showed her the body. Do you think he did this to get laid? Like, hey, I'll show you some aliens, right?
I don't know. I can't comment on that.
New hot chick at work. Come on, I'll show you the aliens. It is a little far-fetched, right? But I guess, you never underestimate a guy trying to get with a chick, right?
That part of it is not in the account, so I can't comment on that. But all right, let's move on here. Okay, Wright-Patterson. This is retired Air Force pilot, late 1950s. He talked about this. This was conducted by Edward Camarak Jr., who interviewed the Air Force pilot. And he claims he saw a 5 to 6 minute movie film clip that depicted a 60-foot diameter dish-shaped craft in an Air Force hangar. There was a 10-foot wide gash where we believe the propulsion system came out. This is a retrieval operation. There were 3 bodies recovered, and they were covered on the side of the craft. But then he said that the video, this movie clip, kind of peered off to the side, and they showed a display screen with iconology written on the inside wall of this display screen. So here's another case where they've got the body, they've got the craft, they've got the propulsion system. And this needs to be followed up by congressmen, senators, someone who can breach the security to get to this evidence. Here's a blow up of what this might have looked like on the inside, and then the upper section with the engine itself.
That's a weird one, yeah.
1962 Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Now, this is from the 354th Tactical Aircraft Fighter Wing. I trust our fighter pilots. These are some of our most reliable witnesses. Now, they were looking for a mobile racquetball court. When you move one particular wall in a hangar, it completes this 4-wall racquetball court. They were looking for this thing. So they're going down. They were all jogging. There was about 5 of them jogging down a row of hangars at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. One of these hangar doors was open, and when they ran in, they saw this craft. It was about 15 feet in diameter. It looked like 2 track and field discs put together, and he said that it was being suspended off the floor by engine test stands. This is page 88, case A6. The leader of the flight tactical fighter squadron was challenged by the guard, said that you're not supposed to be there. They did an about face and left. But what this guy said was interesting. This is from the fighter squadron leader here. The guard challenged by saying, "I don't think you're supposed to be here, sir." I replied to the affirmative, and we turned about face and departed, mumbling to ourselves that the good old U.S. had developed, or had all along, flying saucers in service. I tend to trust these pilots.
Yeah, and I can imagine if you've seen that and knowing about all the UFO that people were seeing, that many people will go, oh, okay, so this explains it. The U.S. has this stuff. It's not aliens or something else. And this very well could be some sort of experimental aircraft.
Correct. Correct. Certainly.
Yeah.
Okay. The other Roswell UFO crash on Texas-Mexican border, 1955, across the Texas-Mexican border south of Del Rio, Texas. And this is by Ruben Uriarte and Noe Torres. I know both of them. Bottom line is they were B-47s heading westbound over South Texas. They were being escorted by at least 2 F-86 Sabre jets. And this dish-shaped craft comes screaming by their flight path. One of the F-86 breaks away, which you see here in the cover of the book. He goes down kind of almost, not really treetop level, but flies over the scene. He goes and asks for permission to land at Carswell Air Force Base, gets out of the F-86, goes to Corsica Airport, where he's joined by a fellow friend of his. They get in a 2-seat Aranca tail dragger, fly back to the crash site before it gets dark. So here you see Del Rio, Texas. Here you see the Rio Grande River. And then just on the left side of the Rio Grande is where this craft came down. So this is the map of where this thing came down. And when they landed, this is what they saw. This is about 25 feet in diameter. This is from the Air Force pilot. About 5 feet tall. It had a dome that popped off. The Mexican military got to the scene before the American military.
Oh, I'm familiar with this case.
Yep.
Yes.
They got there first. And there was a debris trail where this thing kind of came in. And the pilot of the Aranca, who is our primary witness, said that as it was getting dark, it was starting to get colder, and the Mexican military was taking blankets from the back of the 6x troop transport that you see off to the left. They were laying the blankets onto the debris, which was still warm, and then putting the blankets onto their bodies to warm them. A very bizarre little point, but I think it's interesting to mention that. Now, he also said that
maybe they were cold. They didn't want them to be cold.
Yep.
I mean, if you're in a situation where you have bodies at a crash site, it would be natural to cover the bodies with something, wouldn't it?
Well, these bodies were burnt and they were mangled. This
Wow.
is not a nice scene. This is actually a gruesome scene. But they were putting the blankets on their own bodies to warm themselves, not the bodies of the.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Okay.
No, that's okay. So what I want to do now is I want to zoom in, give you a better look at the bodies here, and then let's see if we can go to a full color illustration. But the primary eyewitness is Air Force pilot Robert Willingham, quote unquote, arms that look like broomsticks. That's what these ETs had, arms very thin, squiggly looking. They've been described as looking like Casper the Ghost. That's what these things look like. So here's the full color illustration. Shows you the craft. We've got the dome popped off. We've got the debris trail. We've got the 6x troop transport. And now,
well, at least they won't have any trouble getting inside this one.
Nope.
Right?
They could get inside this one. Yep, that's right.
That's bizarre. So the dome is just dropped off, I guess. Maybe the force of the impact.
Kind of more of a shallow anger, but they absolutely did report that the dome popped off and that there was a breach on the side. He looked in. He saw the bodies, and I'm going to zoom in here so you can get a better idea of what these bodies look like. They were mangled. They were burnt. It was not a pretty sight. It was not for the faint of heart, but this is what this Air Force pilot is telling us. These witnesses are telling us here. Next one, Koyama incident, Noe Torres. He wrote the book, UFO crash near Presidio, Texas. So this is an interesting case. Now, this is coming from the south, heading toward Texas. A craft was going 2,530 miles an hour. It was at 75,000 feet. There was a concurrent Cessna 172 heading southbound. The craft dropped down from 75,000 feet to the exact altitude that the 172 was at, and there was a mid-air collision. The intelligence agencies were monitoring all of this. So the National Security Agency, Central Intelligence Agency, they were monitoring the radio chatter from the Mexican military. And the Mexican military got to the scene first. They were loading up the craft onto a lowboy tractor trailer. They had a Jeep up front, kind of a 6x troop transport in back. And this convoy was going down the dirt road. And then, Stephen, I think you know what happened here. This thing was 16 feet in diameter. The entire convoy stopped completely. We had one of our reconnaissance birds fly over the site, and all of the Mexican soldiers were dead.
We're dead.
They were laying on the ground. They were slumped over on the steering column. One of the guy was hanging out the door. Other people were laying on the ground. It was a gruesome sight.
Was there radar data to verify the speed and direction of the craft?
There most
was
likely
going?
was, yes. Yeah.
But
They
it's
were
never been
monitoring all
released.
of this.
It's never been released, though.
Never
the
been
radar
released.
data.
No, never been released. So the
And
military.
didn't one of the I'm sorry to interrupt you again.
Yeah, go ahead.
But didn't one of the family members of the Mexicans that died talk about this as well?
Have
I
to
think
talk.
that might have been a corroborating witness.
Have to talk to Ruben about that.
At least they corroborated that their loved one was on some kind of a mission with the Mexican military and died.
I have to talk to Ruben about that.
Okay.
He's one of the primary eyewitnesses. But when they did a reconnaissance flight over, they sent in 3 UH-1 Huey helicopters and a Sea Stallion, and they hooked up lanyards to the craft. It had a dent on the side, kind of a breach on the lower section there, and then they lifted this to CDC headquarters in Atlanta. That's where they brought this thing. So I want to go to the full color illustration now. Here are the 2 helicopter types that were used, 3 Bell UH-1s and 1 CH-53 Sea Stallion, flew to CDC headquarters. Here's what the retrieval operation may have looked like if we were there and could see this thing. And so what this represents is some of the deepest black programs within the United States government is when we steal out from under the noses craft from another government. That's the deepest black of the black.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, wouldn't that raise some sort of international incident? Like,
Absolutely.
you're
Absolutely.
just going to go in, but I guess if the pilots were dead, and somebody correctly pointed out, yes, this case was on the History Channel, I think on UFO Hunters.
That's correct. That is correct. That's right.
It's an interesting case, but that's another one of those things. Like, why? I'm assuming that the United States government knew more about how to safely recapture these things, and the Mexicans somehow got contaminated by something. And
yeah, we believe there's some type of biological agent that was associated with the craft. Yep. Let's go to another view here. Here's a top view looking down at about 70-degree angle look down. But this is another case. So we've got at least 15, 20 discs now at this point. The body count keeps on going up. Fort Dix Meguire Air Force Base. And George Filer has talked about this multiple times. This is January 18th, 1978.
Yeah, and for those unaware, and Michael, you may be, I spent every summer in my childhood and up till 18 at a town called Browns Mills, New Jersey, which is right next to Fort Dix and Meguire Air Force Base. And I went to Meguire Air Force Air Show every year.
Really?
And we spent time on Fort Dix. Fort Dix is a training base for those unaware. So imagine being a child and going through the woods and then finding all the obstacle courses that the Army uses to train everybody, and then figuring out the times they're not there. We had a lot of fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So Sergeant in the Air Force Security Police, page 131. And George Filer talks about this because he was involved in this case as well. So we have his testimony.
Multiple witnesses. Yes. This is one of my favorite cases because I know I spent my childhood on both bases.
So you know about this area.
They used to be open, and there was rumors about this when I was a child. And my father told me about this because he was sort of an amateur aircraft historian. I don't know if you know, but he was a helicopter mechanic in Vietnam.
Interesting.
My father, and he told me about this story when I was a child.
Wow, isn't that interesting?
It's part of the local mythology.
Okay.
In that area.
So during that night, there was what appeared to be UFOs flying over the base. Now, there was an MP that was going around the perimeter area of the Gate 5 here. He got up to this dirt road, and then he saw something come out of the darkness. He got out of his squad car, pulled out his .45 pistol, and shot an ET, approximate area of incident with Fort Dix MP. Okay, that's where the X is. Whatever or whoever this ET was climbed over the fence line and then was deceased and found at the end of the old runway, site of dead body. This is at the Meguire Air Force base of it.
Yeah,
In
and for
the-
those unaware, Fort Dix butts directly against
Yes.
Meguire, and
Correct.
Meguire is fenced in. The whole of Meguire is fenced in, but Fort Dix before 9/11 was an open base, meaning you could drive through it. And Michael, I wasted so much time as a child because they had this place where you could drive into Fort Dix, and then you could park your car in front of a certain area of the fence and watch the airplanes take off and land. And my father, being such an aircraft nut, he would sit there for hours with us and watch mostly C-130s. It was boring. All they had when I was a child was F-4 Phantoms for training purposes.
Okay.
That was the most exciting plane they had there. So I was bored out of my mind for 3 hours at a time while my dad would bring snacks and just sit there and watch these airplanes take off. I know exactly where this is, and I spent time there as a child.
That's cool. That's really cool.
There's a road on Fort Dix, and the fence line is right next to the main road that goes across Fort Dix. Unfortunately, now since 9/11, the bases are both closed. You can't. I mean, I guess for the air show they open it up again, but that's once a year.
Mm-hmm.
They were very concerned because you used to be able to watch the airplanes take off and land, but because of 9/11, they didn't want terrorists like telling people in Iraq, you know, new troops are coming, new supplies are coming, or they're taking off from here, and be able to pinpoint, you know, those supply C-130s. I guess that's mostly what they did, is supporting logistics.
So you know exactly where this is then?
I know exactly where this is. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. All right. So let's see if we can go to the map here. Now we've got the actual satellite look down. Approximately this area here is where this went down, to the best of my knowledge. Briardy Road. Not sure if you know where that is. But...
Yes.
Okay.
Vaguely. It's been a long time.
Yep. All right. So after this thing died, according to the primary eyewitness, and then the things that George Filer had talked about, here's the drawing. So we have the 45 caliber pistol. Once it climbed over and just died on the other side, what they ended up doing is they built a wooden crate that was on a platform. Once the crate was completed, the body was loaded into a crate, and then there was a spraying preservation fluid sprayed on the crate. It was put into a metal container and loaded into the aft end of a C-141 Starlifter and flown to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. In a nutshell, that is the story. And this is another one that needs to be followed up on, because this body is...
Do you know, I was supposed to interview George Filer once, but then I don't know what happened. He wanted me to go there in person. And I wanted to do it like, for those unaware, he's an older gentleman. So that makes a Zoom kind of situation difficult sometimes, right? Like sometimes those guys want no part of a computer. So I was going to go there in person. I hope he's still alive. Maybe I should do that. But I just wanted to take a moment to show you, Michael, I covered this case here on Truth Seekers.
Oh, God, okay.
I just used the footage of him already talking about it. Alien shot and killed at Meguire Air Force Base, the strange case of the murdered alien visitor.
That's right.
So, yeah. And for those unaware, I think because there's a little bit of miscommunication, or we're not communicating things correctly. So many of these cases are anonymous sources from Leonard Stringfield, but many of these cases are also have connected names that are primary witnesses.
Right.
So George Filer, I talked to him on the phone, and he's a real witness to this. In fact, he was told to brief somebody about the murdered alien, and he was totally like, "You want me to tell a general that we killed an alien on the tarmac? Like, really? That's a crazy case." And I was aware that there was multiple witnesses to this event, but some of them are anonymous. George Filer didn't care. After he retired from the Air Force, he said, "I'm going to talk about this."
Mm-hmm.
And he told his wife, he told his family, his whole family knows about this situation. So that's one of those weird ones. Like, why, there's just an alien running around, and they shoot and kill it, and then they package it off and take it wherever they take these things.
They took it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Yep.
And did you know, Michael, that my own UFO sighting as a child that got me down the rabbit hole was just 2 miles from where this situation happened, but years
Interesting.
apart?
Interesting.
Mine would have been in 1984.
Okay.
So that's years after this event, but I always wondered if that was somehow what I saw was somehow connected. Like maybe they're hanging out still in that area. I don't know.
It's possible.
Weird. It's just weird. Yeah. Yeah. You reminded me of him, though. I'm going to try to find his phone number now.
Yeah, we do need to follow up with George Filer. That's for sure. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I'd love to get his story for sure.
That's
one of those where I would get in a car with 3 cameras and some microphones and try to get, because I think it's such an important it's an important story, and these people aren't getting any younger. We have to capture their story before we can any longer.
This is the type C-141 Star lifter that they used to bring it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, just to give you an idea what that thing looked like. All right, now we talked about these hieroglyphic writings. This is UFO crash retrieval 1942, long before Roswell. This is at an Army base north of Georgia. Even Leonard didn't know where it was. This is page 319 in his book. Now, when this craft came down, this was 15 feet in diameter, 10 feet high. It had 3 levels. The upper level had what looked like a display panel with buttons and switches and dials and levers. There was a mid-deck that had 4 what looked like 4 bar stools that were sitting in back of a wraparound window. The bottom level had an entryway hatch. Now, he also mentioned that there were hieroglyphic letters written around the outer circumference of the bottom of the craft. There were 4 crew members taken alive. They were 5 feet tall and 90 pounds, large black eyes, and milky white skin. Now, I want to blow this up so that you can see these letterings. I guess I don't have the blow up for this one, but similar in appearance to the triangle that we saw. Maybe we don't have the same exact hieroglyphic lettering. Who knows? But this is just another case where there was lettering written on the side of the craft. All right, I want to go to this one. 1946, Tex Martin. He was a 6-year-old boy at the time when his father brought him to the base. This is page 242, 243. And there was a adjoining cafeteria that connected up to the main hangar. And he was getting a Coke, and this is what the vending machine looked like.
Coke machines, yeah.
He was asked if he could have a Coke from this janitor, and the janitor, he had to ask his father if it was okay. The father said, okay, it's all right. So this janitor bought this little 6-year-old boy a Coke, and concurrently, while all this is going on, the door opens up and he looks inside the hangar as he's holding this soda. And what he sees is something incredible. There were 2 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboys with undetermined debris with tarps covering the top of them. There was a dish-shaped craft that had a ring on the outer circumference. There were 2 of them. There were at least 3 bodies, and he's looking at all this. This is the original rough pencil sketch that Rudy put together. This is a little bit more refined drawing now. You see him in the back looking at all this. And let's go to the refined drawing. This is our final rendering here. So this thing was 20 feet in diameter. It definitely had tripod legs. There were 2 bands that wrapped around the outer circumference, and you can see that the trailers had what we don't know what was under them, but they had tarp debris of some kind that may be associated with this whole retrieval operation. So what I want to do now is I want to take you to the full color illustration that Joel came up with, and this is our full color illustration. This thing was kind of a white in color with tripod landing gear legs. And this is all before Roswell. And he saw this when he was 6 years old. Next one, Carrot Patch, south of Salinas, California. This is July, August 1947. The 2 eyewitnesses were 19-year-old boys. They were working in an adjoining field. This thing had come down the night before. The foreman told these 19-year-old boys about this. So they go over to the craft. This is what the original sketch looked like. It was 9 feet in diameter, 4 feet tall. It had 2 indented window sections that were wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself. When they got there, And this is X marks the spot. So you can see Gonzales on this map, and it's off the 101. So we kind of have an idea of where this thing came down exactly. Here was my first pass rendering, 9 feet in diameter, 4 feet tall. You can see the indented windows. And this was the first pass SolidWorks drawing of what this thing looked like. Here's Rudy's final rendering. Now, before the military got there, these two boys ran up. One of them kicked the side of it. By that time, the military convoy arrived at the scene. They were told to get away. They were about 1/8 mile away, and they watched them bring this craft up onto the 18-wheeler tractor trailer and then move it out the location. And this is our full color rendering by Joel. So they have these craft. This is what the witnesses are telling us. They have multiple craft, different configurations, different diameters that they've retrieved over the last 80 years. And I think we can do one. You want to do one more, Steve?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll do one more here. All right, so this is C-119 flying boxcar. This is prior to 1951, so I'm thinking 1948 time frame, Sierra Madre, Mexico. Now, this was a highway construction engineer. This is page 32. So this is the type of aircraft that was involved in this retrieval operation. Now, how do we know that the craft was 9 feet in diameter? Because the interior thickness of the width of the C-119 is 9 feet 10 inches in diameter. That leaves 5 inches on either side for clearance. The diameter of the craft itself cannot be any more than 9 feet in diameter.
9 feet. Okay.
That's how I
Well, that makes sense.
diameter. So we're trying to use some kind of mathematics here. So the military goes to this construction worker, and he was asked to help and assist the United States military in retrieving this dish-shaped craft. And here's Rudy's drawing. You've got the clamshell doors opened up with a ramp, and they're basically towing this thing into the back end of the C-119. I want to take you to the full color illustration. Here's what this may have looked like. At least 3 bodies were recovered. They were very small. They were charred, and we'll go into what he described them as. And I'm going to do a blow up here that gives you a better idea of what this craft looked like as they were bringing it in. And he said that the bodies, when he put his finger on their faces, the skin came off and was attached to his fingers. So they were charred to a crisp when they got there. They were already long deceased. So kind of a sad case there. We've got time for 1 or 2 more here. Naval Air Station, Sunnyvale, California, 1950. This is Hangar 1. You can go to this hangar. This hangar still exists. I've been in this hangar before.
That's a crazy big hangar, yeah.
It's so big, Stephen. It has its own weather. That's how big this hangar is. This is case B5, page 57. So here you've got this radar operator. He goes through a double doorway into this hangar, and not knowing what's in there, he comes across this. This thing was about 80 to 100 feet in diameter. It had a series of porthole windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the lower portion of the dome. He was challenged by a guard, told to leave, and what this gentleman said is very interesting. I'm going to go back one so we can read his quote. It was certainly no aircraft of ours. This is coming from the radar operator. This is page 57 of the book. So he believes that this was not one of ours. This thing was massive, 100 feet in diameter. Would still fit within the hangar, though. And we can do this one real quick. This is a classified materials library, unknown U.S. Air Force Base. This is a former military officer, page 212, 213. So he had the correct security clearance. He's in this materials library. He starts going through his file cabinets. He opens up one of these drawers, and in one of the files, it was marked crash retrievals, and it had a 8x10 glossy black and white photograph of a dish-shaped craft that was 36 feet in diameter. It had a small dome on top. There was talk of bodies, the retrieval operation, them trying to gain access. And then he said that there was a pencil-sized hole in one of these porthole windows, all within this report here. A couple of quick points here. Military officer had the correct security clearance, which gave him access to a classified materials library. Number 2, report seen by witnesses made reference to crashes and that bodies were recovered. In addition, diamond tip drill bits, this is what we've already heard of, and acetylene torches were used to gain access to the interior. reference the 2 cases we already talked about. Number 4, eventually technicians were able to gain access to the interior of the craft by way of a small entry hatch. The report said, referring to the door, that it was almost as if the material of the craft liquefied and then solidified again. This is exactly what the Marine had talked about back in December 1963. Hundreds at Farmington report large force of flying saucers. Just a real quick reference here. Albuquerque Journal, March 18th, 1950. The Farmington Armada, just exactly what that report had talked about from this materials library report. Shoot saucers down, jet pilots so ordered in 24-hour air alert. So bottom line is here, in the early 1950s, there was a standing order to shoot these things down so that the military industrial complex could benefit from the propulsion systems of these vehicles. So in a nutshell, Stephen, from what we've looked at here, the evidence is pointing toward multiple crash retrievals being retrieved by elements within the intelligence community, the military industrial complex, defense contractors, trying to exploit the technology of these dish-shaped craft.
Yeah, well, interesting. And we should have just a quick discussion here. So it's been a long time since I've been through that book or some of this material. And maybe I did discount a lot of it because my recollection was it was all anonymous sources. But actually, there were some named sources in the book.
No, not all of them are anonymous, no.
So
you have the names for some of them.
But a majority of them seem to be anonymous.
The majority of them are anonymous, correct. Yes.
So that's why I had a lot of problems with this because, you know, the lack of being able to verify, corroborate. But correct. Listen, I want to commend you because you put an incredible amount of work into going through this book and sort of bringing these things to life. Because when you just read it on a page,
I know.
You know. And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about real quickly is this. There's this, to a believer, all these cases being so similar is corroboration somehow. But to a skeptic, it sounds convenient that, you know, like they all crash at a 45-degree angle. People mentioned in the live chat, there's always 3 bodies. Not always, but
not always.
In many of the cases, there's 3 bodies. And so I don't know if you knew Len Stringfield, but
I never met him.
Okay, nope. So you know I'm just kind of left with more questions than answers. About
You're not the only
this.
one.
Like if there's and then one other point, if there's so many of these cases,
right.
You know, I know people have security clearances. They get sworn to secrecy. They have security oaths. You're going to tell your family about this. So somebody wondered in the live chat, where are all these people that were family members of all these people? You would think if they encountered aliens or alien spacecraft that they would tell their children or tell their wives, and their wives would talk about it after a while. And I guess we get some of that. We get a little bit of that, but not as much as I would think, because there'd be thousands of people that would have heard about this kind of stuff, or at least hundreds.
Well, on the other side, we are dealing with the varsity team here. And when you talk about the crown jewels, when you talk about silver bullet technology, they will stop at nothing to keep this under wraps. So security oaths, threats toward family goes a long way at keeping it under wraps.
Okay. Yeah. And I mean, these stories are interesting, and the fact that there's so many of them, because I always wonder, like, why would somebody just make these stories up? And right. I mean,
that's right.
The skeptical side of me thinks, well, you could sell a lot of books. This is explosive, sensational stories and materials, but you know, I don't want to speak ill of the dead. I didn't know the man, so I can't gauge his trustworthiness as a researcher.
He was a very meticulous researcher. He was.
Yeah, I've heard that. That I've heard.
Man. Yeah.
And also just a few quick questions for you, because, you know, my audience has asked a lot of questions about you, and somebody asked, how did I get you on the show? Because people know that, you know, people are all waiting for me to rip you apart. And, you know, look, I get it. Sometimes you have to work with the information you're given. And if it's lots of anonymous sources, try to find a common thread, I guess. I don't know how I would approach this, but I think you did a good job putting it all together and bringing it to life. and there's some rumors running around about you, and I know you don't get into that, but people are asking me questions because people are aware that you have this huge archive of UFO material, right? Like a couple of warehouse loads.
Yes.
Like Michael is completely obsessed with preserving the history of all of this.
Yes, it's true. Yeah.
So we have a viewer question because there's rumors that you sold all of your archive to one or more parties. So the
No,
question,
I still have all my materials.
okay, well, I'm still going to ask. This is
it would be a major undertaking to move 200 bank boxes of material. So no, I still have all that stuff.
All right. Well, the question was, during production of the documentaries by Third Phase of Moon, did you sign over the rights to your archives to Stephen Greer or any of the production staff?
I still have the rights to all of my original material.
So you're just loaning it to them or giving them access to your archives?
Well, you know, this thing is bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us. And like I said,
so you're going to give me equal access to those guys, right? I'm just asking.
If we don't come together as a united coalition and do something drastic and take the bull by the horns, all of us are going to die, and we're still not going to know. So it doesn't do any good to have isolated pockets here and there. We've all got to come together, and then we can move forward. And we've got to focus in on the crash retrievals, because the crash retrievals are what is going to break the back.
You've been saying this for years. I know you've been saying that for years. Yep. So not just because Michael's not jumped on this bandwagon because it's suddenly gotten popular because of David Grush or anything. He has been. I've known him for years. He's been telling me this for years. No. And another question that I think is a good one, but this is a tough question, but you're a tough guy and you're not going to listen. And the other thing is, people assumed that because of whatever, or other people that you're working with or for, that I suddenly you're the devil to me, or, you know, like people make assumptions. You and I are one of those people that can disagree and still be friendly and just have the difference of opinion. And I like that about you, Michael. Like, I can be honest with you and not hold my tongue. Like, and Michael knows I bust his balls. But this is a good question. Somebody says, would you agree that and this is spooky actually, said, would you agree that leveraging ufological information to profit-driven content creators is inherently dangerous from a researcher perspective?
Personally, I am not in this for the money. I'm prepared to go down with the ship because that's how much of a crusade I put into this. So to me, I'm not in this for the money. I'd do it for nothing. I'd do it for free.
People should know Michael is so obsessed with this stuff. That's all Michael thinks about is aliens and UFOs. That's why I love him, because it's like, it's like meeting Michael and talking to Michael and then hearing about his warehouse loads full of UFO stuff. I go, okay, there's somebody crazier about all this than me and more dogged and stuff. And then the other question is, I'm getting a lot of questions, and I don't like answering for people. You understand, Michael? Like, people are asking me this about you or that because they see you doing X, Y, or Z. So you've worked for Third Phase of Moon, and then you worked for Stephen Greer.
I wouldn't say I worked for Third Phase of Moon. I've just done some interviews with the Cousin Brothers, which are
and by the way, Michael does interviews with me too. Okay, all right. Well, just to clarify, and like, I just want to clear the air so that there's not these rumors or like people are thinking I won't speak to you anymore. And by the way, I would never tell anybody who you can or can't work with or who you should or shouldn't be friends with. I'll express my opinion about those people to him privately, and we can, but you know, like, people thought all these things, and I just want to clear it up so that you and I are good and that the audience is good, because I love having you here. So you know, people are asking me like, why did he work for Third Phase of Moon, or why did he work for Stephen Greer? And I think it's best if like you just answer that, because you know. And by the way, Michael's one of those guys that if you, I shouldn't say this because you're gonna get so many emails. If you've got a brand new podcast with 22 subscribers, Michael will do an interview with you. Like, he's just that kind of guy. He likes to help people. So, you know, but you want to talk about that a little bit and your experience doing that, or why you felt
like I said
to
before,
do that?
To me, this is a crusade. I'm fully prepared to go down with the ship, because this is the only way we're going to change this world, is to bring this truth out. This is the only way we're going to do it. It's not going to come from any other thing. You know, we already talked about how this subject was classified higher than the hydrogen bomb. It is the varsity team. We're playing for the big boys here. I can't think of a better crusade that put everything we've got into getting these cases illustrated by sketches and drawings and full color illustrations. We now have the technology in Unreal to make video.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you saw it, Michael. Last night I showed an amazing recreation. Regardless of what I think of Bob Lazar, that guy did an amazing job in Unreal Engine recreating S4, and he did it. By the way, Michael, I talked about mythology and how there's layers and layers to create mythology, and last night's a perfect example. So Dan Burish, regardless of what you think of him, tells all these stories. Michael goes out of his way to recreate everything that this so-called witness described about S4, the alleged base with the aliens at Area 51. Then another artist takes it a step further and takes Michael's blueprints and drawings and recreates a three-dimensional walkthrough of the base. So I thought that was pretty amazing.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the only way to make these cases come alive. Because if you just read this book, you might go to sleep before you make it to the end of the book.
I think that's what I remember. I think I ever even got through it. I still have the book, and maybe I'm going to try to go through it again.
You got to be a crazy fool addicted to this subject matter to get through that kind of material.
Well, as I recall, I stopped about halfway through because it seemed to me like to be the same story or very incredibly similar stories with different locations, different things. And I went, oh, this is too much. This is too, like it's too far-fetched to me. They're so similar but they're different locations, different people, anonymous sources. But I had forgotten that there were a lot of name sources in that book as well. I have discounted it saying that book's worthless because it's all anonymous sources.
It's not worthless. It's not worthless. It's definitely not worthless. But what it needed, it needed drawings. It needed visual aids. That's what
Michael, and don't take this the wrong way, please. But this is what the one thing I was thinking of is I am perfectly willing to admit that Leonard Stringfield did this the right way, and these sources really existed. They weren't imaginary or made up for a profit-driven motive. He really was just protecting the sources because this is sensitive material or security oaths. So I'm perfectly willing to accept the possibility that this man really heard all these stories. The stories are true as he understood them to be, and he wrote them all down. I'm willing to accept that possibility. If you're willing to accept this possibility, that he did have a profit-driven motive, and maybe he got some good sources, and then he expanded to fill a book and make a lot of money.
I don't think that's the case. You know why? Because he never made a killing on this. His status reports sold for like $5.
I've heard that. Yeah,
there was nothing there. In fact, he was so obsessed with this, and this is a fact. Not many people know this, but there were times during Thanksgiving where Dell had guests over for Thanksgiving dinner, and an urgent call came into Leonard about a new crash retrieval case, and he talked all the way through the dinner, and the guests left, and Dell was
so he was obsessed like the two of us dorks.
That's how dedicated this guy was.
Yeah, I once had a source call me during Christmas dinner, and I would have been murdered. Look, I gotta call you tomorrow. Yeah.
I don't think Leonard was profit driven. He was a meticulous researcher that was driven by the subject. He was. Yep.
Yeah, and so people have seen you doing these documentaries and some other stuff. Do you want to? Is there any new projects that you're working on? Because I'm curious what you're up to.
I'm always trying to do new Blue Room Media presentations. That's my YouTube channel.
I kind of forgot about that. I'll put it in the description. I'm sorry. You don't need the bump from me though, but I'll put it in there. I need the bump. When am I coming on your show?
Oh, there you go.
That's what we got to do, because then I can get the Michael Schratt bump. And I got to tell you, getting to know you a little bit and talk to you and have you as a guest and get to know you has been one of a big thrill of doing this show. One of my highlights, because
that's great.
One of my favorite presentations, and we got to find it, is I have to find it again, is Michael did this whole presentation on black budget projects and where all the money goes.
Yeah.
And in it, he keeps on telling the government he wants at least a bolt from the A-12
Yeah.
Avenger,
Oh, yeah.
and people
I
don't
never
know
got my bolt.
they spent billions of dollars on the A-12 Avenger, and Michael's doing this very scholarly, studious article, and right in the middle of it, he stops and he goes, "I want a bolt. I'm a U.S. taxpayer," or something like that, right? Like, I want a bolt from the A-12 Avenger. You guys spent billions of dollars. Can I get a bolt? Can I get a bolt from the A-12 Avenger? They did. They wasted billions, and it was a beautiful plane. Do you know why they scrapped it? It was beautiful. Did it have
there were multiple
problems?
reasons. There were multiple reasons. First of all, this was early on in stealth composite aircraft construction. So there were complications. It was overweight. It was over budget. It went way beyond a fixed base cost because this thing was.
Look at this beautiful bird! Isn't it a beautiful plane?
Oh, yeah,
beautiful ship. Just beautiful plane.
I've been to the mock-up. I've taken photographs of the mock-up in Texas. That's all that remains, essentially.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And didn't the United States government order 30 or 50 of them at one point?
Oh, no, more than that. 560 were ordered, I believe.
Jeez, God.
And
yeah, so I was saying, though, that I remember years and years before we met watching that presentation and just being – Michael did one of the best – that I think is one of your best work, this presentation on – he goes through all of these failed projects of the United States military, and then he shows you exactly how much money that you spent, that the government spent on these projects that went nowhere, which may explain why, a toilet seat costs $800 if you're the United States government. Like, they're doing something with all this money. And that was one of the best presentations I'd ever seen. And I remember it to this day. So getting to know you and meet you and talk to you was a real pleasure, because that's one of my favorite presentations about the Black Budget Project, because it also gets into, and we should acknowledge this, a lot of people believe that a lot of these UFO sightings have nothing to do with aliens, and it's all some kind of black budget projects that are, being mistaken for something out of this world.
And there's a lot of truth to that too. Yes.
There's got to be, because look at this. This is just one of these planes, and look at how this thing looks like an alien spaceship. If you didn't know better, you would think this is something alien, maybe, or something out of this world. And it sure looks like a flying saucer from the edge on.
Head on, yeah. It does.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the kind of planes. Remember, you probably grew up with Popular Science and Popular Mechanics.
Absolutely.
Too.
Absolutely.
And they had all the space planes in there. Absolutely. My dad would get it every month, and I wasn't allowed to touch it till he was done with it.
Okay.
Popular Science and Popular Mechanics. He's always afraid I'd spill shit on it, or he's like, "Don't touch it till I'm done," But they had all of these cool, ultra high tech planes, and Mark McCandlish did a lot of the illustrations. It was great stuff, and space planes and high technology. So it's just great stuff. But that was a great presentation. So,
I'm doing another presentation on the Black Budget this Sunday.
And just to be clear, weren't you not allowed to talk about this stuff for a while?
Sort of.
Michael was working for, let's just say, the aviation industry, and they would prefer that he did not shit all over the people that are developing this stuff and wasting all this money. So he kind of backed off of that. I remember you telling me, you're like, one of the last times Michael was a guest, he goes, I can't do anything on the Black Budget. I can't say nothing about that. Just aliens tonight, just UFOs. That's it. I can't talk about any of the Black Budget and the USAPs and the unacknowledged special access. I can't say anything. I'm like, all right, Michael, relax.
Oh.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's interesting that you're going to do a new presentation about it.
Yeah, this Sunday at Danbury Public Library. It's going to be on video, so it will be streamed. But yeah, we'll be covering a lot of the similar
stuff. Can I steal that and post it? You're going to put it on your channel, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, maybe I'll do it with commentary, so I feel like I'm not stealing from you.
Okay.
Yeah, how long have you been working on that? Because the first one was years ago.
It's got some of the original material, but then I've added a whole bunch of new material. What I do is I take you through all of the things that we pay for: the toilet seat cover, the Allen wrench, the ashtray, I take you through the
That's why the
screwdriver.
first one was so funny, because
I go
you
through
know,
all of those things, and I show you what we pay for it at Home Depot and what the Department of Defense pays for at the Pentagon.
oh,
And
they must love you.
what I'm going to do is, like, when I give this lecture at another place where there's an audience there, I'm going to hand out Starbucks gift cards, and the title of the lecture is going to be "The Price is Wrong: Fraud, Waste, and Abuse in Government Spending." And whoever gets the correct price, I'm going to give them a Starbucks card, and we're going to go through all of
Oh,
these.
you can make
things.
people guess, like, how much for a toilet seat?
Yes,
You know? Yeah.
right.
And do you have any idea why that is? Why there's such a discrepancy? Is it just because of no bid contractors for suppliers
part
that
of it is
screw us all?
because these the money we're overpaying for the screwdriver, a lot of that is being filtered over to the black programs.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yep.
Well, hey, tonight was a pleasure. I want to thank you. I have to digest this. I still don't know what I think about all of this, because I'm still on the fence. So part of me is like, well, there are some real witnesses in there.
Yep.
And there's so many similar stories. Like,
That's correct.
Yeah.
Like trying to get in, what they're talking about, the rings on the craft, the antiseptically sterile interior, that looking like these things are built on an atomic level, we're stacking up atoms. There's a common denominator that runs through a lot of these cases.
Yeah, definitely. And the bodies to me is like, that is the, and I can't lie, when Grush came out, I thought for a moment, wow, this may be it. We might actually get something, but because of the skiff thing and all, we're at 142 days. There's still no evidence. So I'm not feeling very hopeful. And, do you believe though, Michael, don't you believe that the term UFO whistleblower or just whistleblower is not applied correctly? Because when I think whistleblower, I think Edward Snowden and terabytes of data and consequences. I don't think documentary film deals and book deals and I'll go talk about aliens,
Within the context of the terminology of a whistleblower, has to be backed up with physical evidence. Then you got a whistleblower.
Oh, I'm glad you and I can agree on that. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm so glad that you came here, and I hope you don't be a stranger. It's been years, I think. It's been a long time since you were here the last time. I think the last time was the Roswell thing, what we did for the 75th anniversary. So, and by the way, I'm a lazy show host, so I'll put links to your previous appearances here and a link to your show, but people can just search on YouTube for Blue Room Media and you'll find Michael. Correct. And if you like tonight's presentation, he's got a whole channel full of this stuff. He's a maniac. He's a maniac.
All good. All
right. Well, thanks for being here, Michael. We appreciate you. Thanks for doing this.
Yep.
All right, friends. So there we go. We have a not so brief history of UFO crash retrievals. Of alien spaceships crash landing on Earth have left an indelible mark on human culture and even consciousness. From the early reports of the Aurora incident in 1897 to the enduring mystery of Roswell in 1947 and the ongoing fascination with UFOs and alien life, these myths and legends continue to captivate our imaginations. As society evolves, so too perhaps will our interpretations of these stories, reflecting our ever-changing hopes, fears, and beliefs about the possibility of extraterrestrial encounters. In this age of scientific exploration and technological advancement, the question of whether we are truly alone in the universe remains a compelling and enduring mystery. So tonight we'll be exploring some of these topics, and I could think of no better person than one Luis Caetano, who has some excellent work on just examining the information that's out there. He's perhaps best known for this organizational chart, which I think is great because it shows how everything is interconnected as far as the world of UFOs goes, especially the characters and personalities that are constantly pushing, promoting, and of course, profiting from these stories. There are some links to his work in the description of this video or podcast. Please be sure to support him and check this out. check out some of his work. He did an interesting piece recently on UFOs and the CIA, which I think everyone should give a listen to. So let's bring him here, Mr. Luis Caetano. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
So, I know that you're one of the people that are a little more skeptical and don't just jump right into believing things. But in fact, you did a video recently, maybe we could start with this, titled Why I Don't Believe David Grush. And at first when I read it, I thought it said Why I Believe David Grush. So I'm listening to the video going, this doesn't make sense. And then I looked at the title again. So when we talk about UFO crashes and the mythology around it, we get tales from people like David Grush, where they say that the government has alien bodies and we have intact recovered spacecraft from crashes. Dave Grush is just the latest of these people that are promoting these ideas and these stories as true. Yeah. What did you think of the Dave Grush situation, and why did you kind of take a skeptical view of what he was saying?
Well, predominantly because he's just hasn't provided any tangible evidence, and he's also, during the questioning by the committee, he's also basically just, when he's asked for specifics, he usually would say that he can't answer that because of national security concerns. But then he did give specifics to a French newspaper when he was talking about the magenta.
Yeah, this makes no sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, today is September 5th. So today is 90 days since his original claims. So we've gone 90 days with no evidence. And I've been harping on that situation too. Like, how long until you just say he has no evidence? They claim he has all this evidence, but they can't show it to us, which doesn't make sense because the DOD cleared him to talk about aliens and crash retrievals and alien bodies, but then he invokes like national security. I can't talk about it. It doesn't make sense. There's a disconnect somewhere with him.
And especially also when you consider the things that you talked about previously about his autism and PTSD, which would, some people would say that those are not relevant, but they are relevant. An intelligence officer conveying stories from other people. He says that they confided in him. Well, that means that he is forming an interpersonal relationship. And, if somebody's saying that this is the truth, they'd better be sure that they're not being tricked. But if somebody's got ASD, which has been scientifically shown to predispose people to not being good at telling whether others are lying to them, then that's a major red flag.
Yeah, and I mean, I've spent a lot of time around autistic people because my son is nonverbal autistic. Everybody knows that. And it wouldn't be a stretch for me to say that some of the people that I've met, even grown adults that are David Grush would be considered what's called high functioning autism. He can hold a job. He can, contribute to society and have, a wife and children. He's pretty high functioning, but still, I've met very high functioning autistic people who just, to me, seemed incredibly gullible. Like if somebody told them something, they just went, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Grush worked for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and the NRO. These are agencies which deal with like satellite surveillance, photography. Somebody could be an excellent photographer, a photo reconnaissance analyst, but it doesn't mean that they're good at telling whether somebody is lying to them. So on a personal level, they could be bad at telling the truth, but then when they're looking at raw data, they could be very good at that.
Yeah, they could be very analytical, but not very good at interpersonal relationships. And people with autism have trouble picking up on social cues. They're socially awkward, which Grush seems to check a lot of these boxes. He's socially awkward. He's kind of a little bit of an oddball, and not that that's there's anything wrong with that, but the other issue to me is that he had a documentary deal on May 5th. And I know that he did have this documentary deal because I reported on that. And if they didn't have a documentary, they would have jumped all over me. I know these how some of these people operate. If you report wrong on their shady dealings, they jump all over you. Nobody has corrected me and said, no, he doesn't have a documentary deal yet. So it seems to be like maybe he has a profit-driven motive here. He said he wanted to be a thought leader. Those guys are the people giving the speeches and making, content, I suppose.
Yes, and there's another danger there. Even if somebody is not profit motivated, they're still being encouraged to tell stories or to act as a repository for other people's stories.
Yeah, and that's where we get this echo chamber where people just repeat things constantly, and it doesn't seem like people fact check. They just, oh well, this guy said it, so it's got to be real or it's got to be true. I think there's an awful lot of that. But did you look into, because I did, this Italian UFO case? That seemed to be some piece of evidence that he was offering, but it falls apart under scrutiny.
Yeah.
It's supposedly a 1930s UFO crash that happened in Mussolini's Italy, and there's some documents, telegrams. But the person selling that story claimed that he had the paper and the ink analyzed, but nobody's allowed to see the lab reports or interview who did the analysis for that. That's the only evidence. And then a man named William Brophy comes in and tacks onto the story alien bodies and a Vatican conspiracy, and the United States took it to Wright-Patterson.
Yes.
And Grush is repeating all of these things as if they're facts. But to me, that story is kind of a carefully constructed narrative, like a lot of UFO stories where, one guy comes up with the story, then somebody else adds on to it, and it's like a game of telephone. Do you think there's any validity to that UFO crash story from Italy, or no?
No, none whatsoever. It's in some ways a rehash of the Majestic 12 story, because there were some documents which were
mysteriously show up at a UFO profiteer's house. Yes.
Yeah, 1996, and then eventually Brophy Jr. gets his hands on the story. The original story was not so fantastical, but then when Brophy Jr. Started, getting involved, he was injecting stories about like Nordic aliens and other things like that. And then that's the version that Grush is telling. Grush probably got it from Elizondo, who had met an Italian ufologist in Italy.
Yeah, I remember when he went to Italy and was doing that stuff. So, and I remember when he was pushing that story. There's several articles of him talking about this specific story. And then we have Brian Bender saying that Lou Elizondo groomed this man, Dave Grush, for this current role, which is troubling to me, because if all these UFO profiteers just took advantage of this man because he had high credentials and people would probably believe whatever he said based on those credentials, that's really despicable, because the guy quit his job and ruined his career over this.
Yes. The motley crew, including Elizondo, George Knapp, Corbell,
yeah,
Stratton, who was the boss of Grush at UAPTF, which also tells you something. But let me just mention, people should check out the research of Jeff Knox. He's done a lot of work on the background of the Magenta story. And there's also actually a recent Skeptoid article about Magenta. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There's a lot of these people in the background that are kind of encouraging Grush, who had already met him well ahead of the hearings. And, goodness knows what else they were talking about. But almost certainly the Magenta story in the version that Grush tells it was conveyed to him by Elizondo.
Yeah, and I wasn't aware of that Skeptoid article, but I have seen another article, and Kevin Randall also did some research on this case. But if Skeptoid is saying how an old Italian UFO hoax became proof of alien visitation to the U.S. Congress, Skeptoid is very, very evidence and fact-based. If they're calling it a hoax, and then we've also got Kevin Randall, well-known UFO researcher, author, and investigator, calling it a hoax. I mean, most people are calling it a hoax. So I'm not sure how that's his level of evidence. When this guy was being hyped, everybody said he had all this evidence. If this is what they mean, then this is a total like nothing burger. If that is what they're calling evidence, an old Italian UFO hoax, and I kind of believe that this is his evidence, because we've seen that Lou Elizondo seems to have very little ability to discern, fact from fiction. Somebody gives him stuff and he just puts it out. Remember, he put out he was on Fox News talking about recently declassified documents that were 40 years old and nothing burgers. So it stands to reason that maybe Elizondo gave him those documents, told him about the story, and that's part of what they're calling evidence, which is kind of troubling.
Yeah. Although Elizondo is a former counterintelligence officer, and that presumably involves more of a human element than photo reconnaissance. So would you say that maybe Elizondo is more on the cynical or grifter side than Grush's, who might arguably be more innocent?
I think that what I think about Elizondo is the same thing that I think about many people. So some of these people, I think they start with good intentions, but in order to get the attention on them, they embellish, they exaggerate. Elizondo claiming he ran a $22 million funded Pentagon program when he never did, except in the land of make-believe. And so right off the bat, Elizondo's entire story and narrative begins with lies. But maybe I still give him the benefit of the doubt and think that maybe he thought he could do some good here and like push for government transparency. But then it gets grifty real fast when he's working with and for known grifters,
And that's the problem, is that when everybody can just say, well, I meant well, so I did this lie in order to...
Oh, I'm not excusing anything he's done. I'm just telling you my thought process. Sure.
But I'm saying that, like, when people go down that route, like, Leslie Kane in the 2017 New York Times article.
Yeah, she left all that stuff out because she meant well.
Yeah, because she wanted to bring credibility to UFOs. So she didn't mention the Skinwalker stuff. But like that accumulates real quick. When everybody is meaning well, but they leave stuff out, then what you end up with is just a bunch of claims which are really, they don't have any substance.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. So I guess we can agree that the Italian UFO crash is a hoax, and that leaves 6 more that were on my list. But before we talk about specific cases, I just want to pick your brain in general. If there are intelligent alien species in other star systems, could they get here? I think the answer is yes. It's difficult, but they could. Even we, lowly monkeys, believe it or not, have the capability to go to other star systems in as little as 6 months of pilot time. We could reach the nearest star system with something like a nuclear rocket and an awful lot of engineering and hopes and prayers, but we could do it. And because of relativity, the pilot time would be something like 6 months to a year. So even we could reach another star system. Do you think that if there are intelligent aliens, they can reach us here? And do you think they have?
I don't think they have, but it's conceivable that they could. I mean, you mentioned the possibility of reaching humanity to kind of reaching from another planet to Earth in like 6 months.
Yeah, but that's pilot time, and then it gets really wonky because it might go 25, like 40 years might pass on Earth while it's only 6 months to them. But it gets mind-bending fast.
The propulsion systems you would need for that, you'd have to slow down halfway, and there's all kinds of complications to do with physics and technology, and I don't see this as being like a routine means of transport. Like, you might send off like a very expensive mission to do some surveying.
Or probes. Yeah, I would think we would send probes.
Which wouldn't have any humans on them, and they might use artificial intelligence, but people are reporting, like, the UFO mythos really talks about aliens coming here, biological beings. And routinely doing that. So thousands of different sightings. So in other words, they're coming here thousands of times, which seems excessive actually from a surveillance or reconnaissance point of view.
Or from an anthropology point of view.
Yeah.
You know, an anthropologist doesn't go study an Amazon, society thousands of times. They go a few times and they're done. So
Yeah,
I agree with you on that point. It doesn't make sense that the frequency of visitation is so high, but the level of evidence for that visitation is so low.
And also the close encounters and also the abductee cases, they talk about procedures that don't make any medical or scientific sense. It's like a dream logic.
Like the butt probing. Why are they so obsessed with butt probing? There's always some element of anal probing going on, I had an awkward encounter with Whitley Strieber because he was getting he got upset and he was like, why would I make this up that aliens were probing my asshole and all? It was something like, I don't even know. He just had this moment where he was talking about getting anally probed by aliens. And I've always wondered about that, if that's just some repressed homosexual thing, or I don't know what's going on.
Sexual abuse thing as well.
You're right. It could be repressed memories of sexual abuse, right?
Yeah, and a lot of the abductee cases have a kind of, they seem to speak to a type of fear-based element, kind of like you're helpless, you're on the table, being examined, and you're completely powerless. So there's possibly a sexual abuse or other abuse element here, but there's also a religious aspect, I think, including with the crash retrievals, that these beings are arguably like the modern version of angels or demons. But
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Right. And in a way, also the crash retrieval narrative speaks to a type of hope that there's this technology that's going to save humanity from its own problems. So you see
Space Brothers. Yeah.
Yeah. Free energy, especially trope, is always doing the rounds, especially with Stephen Greer.
Yeah, we've detailed how a lot of people aren't aware, but he collected $500,000 for a free energy charity in which he promised he would open source a free energy device, never produced anything. Nobody knows where the money went. I keep looking into that, and someday I'm going to find out, because I believe it was a 501c3, but it's so long ago that it's difficult to get the records. I'm going to try again. And then he collected $500,000 to make a film about free energy. So he's at over $1 million that people gave him for free energy.
Mm-hmm. Which also kind of is a repeat of previous grifters in the 20th century, like the guy involved in the Arizona case, right?
Mm-hmm.
The crash in the 1950s. One of them was involved in some scam for finding oil with this special
device. The Aztec case. Yeah, they had a scam going where they had a machine that it could tell you exactly where the oil was.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that actually in ufology, these sorts of energy claims. So they tend to go together. Obviously, nobody ever produces actual proof for this free energy. All the devices.
Yeah, and I don't know if you know, but I'm an electronics and computer guy, and I really did spend like a year of my life as a hobby. Like every night, every day I'd go to work, and then I'd come home and I would build these devices from plans, and I built a bunch of crystal energy cells. That seems to be the only thing that kind of worked. But it's very tantalizing, because you look at this stuff and you say that some of this should work, not break the laws of physics, but kind of get around certain things. Maybe you find a way to exploit magnets to, do things. Magnets are tantalizing. You think like, well, they can move things, so they should be able to move a rotor or do something, or it's very tantalizing, but I had zero success. And I tried. I was convinced for a while that it was possible in one form or another. And I still have 5% of me that thinks crystal power cells may be the key to free energy, but to scale it up with, you need like $10,000 worth of chemicals to make a big version of these cells. All I could do was make a little cell that would keep an LED lit for years on end. But I didn't even understand the physics of it. Like, where does the power come from? I don't know. I have no idea. It could be that it just, you dope these things when you first start them. You like hit them with 12 volts, high amperage, and then they put out 1.5 volts, but they do it over like years. So it might just be a conversion of energy, and it's not free energy. It's just a slow release of the initial energy that you trickled in or jumped it with, and then the crystals do something to preserve the power for a long period of time and trickle it out real slowly. It's very tantalizing, but you're right in that no one in the history of free energy scams has ever produced a working prototype that could be measured by scientific measurements. There's like weights and measures people that could go in and measure, okay, how much energy did you put in, and now how much are we getting out? And then they could declare, yeah, it's producing more than you put in. But that never happens. We have, just like UFOs, people make huge claims, they collect tons of money, and then they never deliver. You get the big letdown.
And you can always claim that the government suppressed you, and that's why you can't show evidence.
Yes. Yeah, that's another big free energy claim. That is, every time somebody invents something that works, the government comes and takes control of it and claims national security. Yeah. I don't think that's accurate. I just don't think that's accurate.
The UFO myth is sort of itself a free energy device, because you can always tap into it with the excuse that the reason you can't show definitive evidence is because of government suppression. They just keep going forever, producing free money for people like Stephen Greer.
Yeah, it's a free money machine, free energy. I can't believe he's collected over $1 million, and he hasn't proven anything, and he hasn't produced anything. And, and to be so bold to go, I've already collected $500,000 to bring you a device, and then I kept the money. And to the best of my knowledge, he's never even explained what happened to all the money, or produced anything from the first $500,000. To be so bold to go, I'm going to collect another $500,000, but I'm just going to make a film. And, a documentary film of the caliber he produces is not $500,000. It's like, it's Envato Elements for $15 a month and a film crew for 1 or 2 days to shoot some interviews, and you edit it up. That's not $500,000. So I'd love to know where all the money goes. I have an idea where it goes.
Yeah, probably into some property that he's going to buy.
Yeah, he's going to build a cult compound. That's what I heard from him last. He's going to have his own cult compound where you could go see the aliens. Do you think there's anything to his CE5 app? Because that to me is another scam. He charges $10. He charges $10, and you're supposed to be able to contact aliens.
Yeah.
Thousands of people bought it. Tens of thousands of people bought that app, I think. Nobody can show me the aliens.
It's really like an alien religion with New Age elements to it. So a lot of the alien belief system has to do with New Age beliefs, quantum mysticism, communicating with aliens using psychic means, receiving ESP messages from the UFOs. This has long been an element of, even with like back in the 1950s, starting with people like Adamski, it was already present. So the CE5 is just an extension of that. He's just using the suggestibility of the mind, because if you are just meditating, right, you're eventually going to have some sort of hallucination or something, some stimulus from outside is going to be interpreted by your brain as somebody talking to you. So you're always going to have that. It doesn't mean that aliens are talking to you.
I meditate, and I've had some strange thoughts, but I learned that you just push them back and continue with what you're supposed to be meditating on, because strange things in those brain states will just kind of float in. Maybe they misinterpret that.
Yep. And especially if you go in with an expectation, or you're already naturally predisposed to fantasy proness, then that's going to make it worse. So it's very easy to make money off of that stuff, because people want to believe it. There's already a mythology around it. There's already the New Age religion tied up with the UFO religion. So it's already kind of a perfect money making scheme for people like Greer.
Yeah, and we see the cult-like behavior of some of these groups too, especially those surrounding Elizondo and others. They use the same kind of tactics that cults use, like you can't question the leader, and you're not allowed to think for yourself, and you know they just keep. I'm amazed at how many people seem to be like brainwashed and just repeat talking points, even if they're fake. You know.
Yeah, we're living in the age of post-truth.
That's a good way to put it, actually. But that's kind of scary then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the other thing that I was going to just talk about is, don't you think if there had been alien visitation on Earth, we would have some kind of more solid evidence other than because I've looked into the 7 major cases from 1897 to the 1960s, and I mean deep dive into each of them, and I never looked at it from an overarching view like that before. I looked at individual cases over the years, but what I walked away from that, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you to kind of say, you know, I'm kind of shocked that the tiny amount of what people would consider evidence is included in these stories. It seems like a lot of stories and mythology, and trust me, bro, you know, I would think that if there really was crash landings, people don't know this, but you could put a piece of metal into a mass spectrometer that's capable of isotopic analysis and tell instantly if it came from Sol, our star system, or another star system. You could tell instantly. So all these claims of crash retrieval materials or alien pieces of spaceships, but nobody ever shows me the lab reports, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
all these stories also have something in common, which is what we talked about with the Italian Mussolini case, in that the original story comes out, and then it seems like another layer gets added, and then another layer gets added, and another layer gets added, and before you know it, the current story that's accepted is nothing or very different from the original story. Like Kecksburg was sort of very grounded. You know, something crashed there. I believe it was a Cosmos Russian device, but and the military came in. There were so many witnesses to this with a flatbed. They took the device and they rolled out, and they did cordon off the area and all these things, you know. But later, people tacked on that, you know, it was an alien spaceship, and some truck driver saw an alien body, and you know, at a military base nearby, and it becomes this self-perpetuating myth that gets bigger and bigger as time goes on. Do you think, has that been your experience with some of these stories, or did you find some that were more grounded in reality?
I think almost all of them are like that.
Oh no. I was kind of hoping you found different, you know, you had a different conclusion than what I've been drawing here. Because you got to admit, these stories are fascinating. And if true, they would be world changing, right?
But they're fascinating also from an anthropological and mythical view, because it tells you how these legends develop. And that's useful to somebody who studies the evolution of religion or cults or whatever it is. So it is interesting. It's just not for the reasons that a lot of believers assume.
Well, I would think it is interesting if it's true, but that's the problem.
Yeah,
the threshold for proving it's true never seems to be crossed.
Yes.
But some people just accept that it's true because they like it. Sounds good.
I mean, as Brian Santes and others, David Halperin have talked about, there is a mythical component and a social function aspect. So that's interesting as well to look at. Even if there's absolutely zero veracity when it comes to the alien claims, like these things coming from another planet, it's still interesting from a human social point of view.
Yeah, I kind of look at it from both sides. But when I first started looking into this stuff, I kind of had this idea also, and maybe we could talk about this, that all these people can't be making this up, and there's so many stories about this, right? There seems to be a lot of stories about aliens crash landing on Earth, and it's permeated our culture, and you know, it's almost just accepted by many people that that has happened.
Well, one thing about this is that people often assume that humans are good witnesses, and decades of psychological studies have shown that humans are deeply flawed witnesses. They can embellish their stories, they can confabulate, they can have false memories, they can be influenced by their immediate emotional state. They can also engage in groupthink, or they can share stories so that testimony can become contaminated. There's just too many ways that it can go wrong. And people need to recalibrate how they think about the nature of human testimony and so-called eyewitness accounts. Because what people actually perceive is not necessarily what is there in front of them. It's a complex interaction between the stimulus and their memory states. And these are going to interact in a way that could produce a perception that's not necessarily representative of what's going on.
No, I agree with you, because there's been documented cases of people convicted of murder based solely on eyewitness testimony. And then later DNA came in and they were not the murderer at all. So human memory is extremely flawed, and I try to remind myself that, because I used to think like, well, if this person is, they're so, you ever notice people say they're so convincing, or their story never changes, or they really appear to be being really honest, and they're so emotionally affected by this experience. You could see it. It must be that they're telling the truth. Sometimes I guess maybe it could just be the perceptions weren't quite right, and they misperceived the events.
Sometimes the stories are actually not as consistent as people think. So people often say that Bob Lazar's story is
my favorite. Yeah,
has not stayed the same at all. But even if it had, what would that tell us, other than that some people can just tell a story consistently for a long time? People should look into the Mark Hoffman case. You know about that? The White Salamander case involving the Mormon documents back in the 1980s.
Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with it. I haven't deep dived into that.
This guy's in prison now for multiple murder convictions. He is basically a genius at hoaxing things. He was producing these fake documents. The FBI eventually caught up with him, but his story was so consistent and so convincing, and the way he told it, he convinced everybody, including the police. And it was really just blind luck that the FBI was able to uncover it. People can be sociopaths or psychopaths. They can just be really good salespeople. They could just be good at like acting because they've practiced a lot. It's like people are just so naive that they don't consider that somebody could be acting instead of aliens actually coming here, as if we don't have any experience with actors. It's kind of absurd.
Yeah, I see that you tend to get frustrated with some of the true believers and how quickly they just accept the narratives that they're being fed. That's
also an anti-government streak, I think, among Americans. American citizens have long kind of been suspicious of the government, I guess because of our founding ideals, right?
Yeah, I mean, we started out as rebels and renegades.
Yeah.
So we don't trust the government, whether it's the king and queen of England or whether it's our own people. And I guess that Americans are cynical because, look, everybody in our government is bought and paid for by major corporations. And that's just established facts. So it's hard not to be cynical about the whole situation and distrustful.
Yes.
You look at the health situation and all the stuff that they did. They destroyed half the businesses in America because they got bad advice. It's terrible. And then they all got rich, but we all lost everything.
Yes. But it can go to a pathological extreme. When people assume that just because the government says something that it has to be wrong. We can verify that, we can investigate it. And if it's wrong, then so be it. But if it's not, then we don't cling on to that just to have an anti-government narrative. Like, that's not the way we should do it.
Yeah, and then there's also, I suppose there's so many historical examples of the United States government lying to people, lying to its own
Yeah.
people, that we instantly take that position like they must be telling us, they must be lying to us because they've done it so many times, verifiably, the Gulf of Tonkin and all these other, weapons of mass destruction. They usually lie to get us into wars, though. I don't know about the rest, but verifiably they've lied to get us into wars because wars are very profitable for the people that own lots of stocks in big companies. You know, do you think that if the government did know, or if the United States government or even your government, if they knew that aliens crash landed, do you really think that they would be honest with us about that?
Depends what. I suspect not, because the strategic implications of being able to reverse engineer the alien technology, it would just be too great. It's like the Manhattan Project, you don't just like deliberately hand over that knowledge to Russia or China. You try to keep it secret because you want to exploit that technology, and you don't want them getting their hands on it. But I don't think it's necessarily because they're just trying to screw the American people. It's just that there's geopolitical and strategic implications with that tech that would, they feel that it wouldn't be wise to just let it out, at least not all in one go.
Sure. And I guess I wanted to see, we can agree, though, that there have been unknown aerial objects that have crashed, and the United States government would go scoop them up, right? But there's a big leap from that to aliens. And that's the problem that I have, is it seems like everybody jumps to the alien explanation. Something crashed out of the sky and the government came and grabbed it. If we look at Kecksburg, it could very well be that a Russian satellite came crashing down. It was the height of the Cold War. Of course, they're going to go grab it and take it apart and look at it and try to back engineer, see what their materials science. They get a whole bunch of scientists on this, right? But the jump to aliens is a bridge too far to me without really substantial proof or evidence. So, have you looked into some of this, like moon dust and some of these other recovery programs? And do you think that people are just maybe mistaking human technology because it crashed from the sky? It's got to be aliens. Do you think that people are misidentifying things or hearing rumors of these real projects to recover adversarial technologies and somehow mistaking it for alien technologies?
I suspect so. I think that what could be going on within the IC and the military is that sometimes you've got these recovery programs to go and fetch a Chinese or whatever Russian satellite or drone, or indeed balloon. It could have some sort of sensitive technology in it, maybe a nuclear reactor. In fact, there was a case in Canada where Cosmos 954, which is a Soviet ocean surveillance satellite, crashed. Major operation to go and get that. And it was also a public hazard, a health hazard, so they had to, get it. But those sorts of things could be classified, and they form the basis or the nucleus for stories that develop. So somebody within the IC, somebody like Grush maybe, would hear certain things. He can't access the information because his security clearance doesn't give him access to that information. But there are certain items in that story which are redacted, and so he starts to form a picture that it's to do with aliens, or he's encouraged by other people in that belief. So I think in many cases, maybe alien narratives could have a nucleus in recovery programs of actual technology of a terrestrial nature.
Yeah, and I've done some research into past projects, but go try to find the current projects. You won't. Because they're actively classified right now. But some people may be interested to know that through one means or another, the United States government has acquired both Chinese and Russian technology at various times. Either it was surrendered, they've got intact, they somehow acquired intact Russian fighter jets. they've required Chinese intact craft that they take to Area 51 and they rip them apart. They fly them. They test radar. They try to figure out how to exploit them. So there's a long history of recovery, so-called recovery programs. And I agree with you that I think some of these stories may be misinterpreted adversarial technology recoveries.
Yes.
Where, like you said, somebody like Dave Grush gets a whiff of these stories that people are bandying about or rumors, and they somehow twist it into it was an alien spacecraft instead of a Russian satellite or a Chinese drone. And interestingly, there's a Chinese base on Cuba 90 miles from the continental United States. And I asked somebody in the military that's pretty high ranking, I said, if they have drones, Chinese drones that are flying off the coast of, Cuba, let's say, from the base we know that they have there, would you guys try to get those? And he said, absolutely. We try to get anything we can, because we could take it apart. We can, it's obviously Chinese drones 90 miles from our coastline is a threat. They might have drones that could reach the continental United States and be weapons delivery systems, biological weapons systems delivery. Of course, right? The government will go try to grab that stuff if they could.
Yes, of course. And it would actually be a breach of duty if they didn't try to get that stuff. Because it's not just weapons delivery systems, it's also electronic intelligence gathering.
Signals,
That Cuba is actually soaking up all kinds of electronic intelligence from the US military and other communications and things. So that would be used in a war, with over Taiwan or some other war between China and America. You mentioned Area 51 as well, which is also obviously a tie-in to this whole UFO narrative. So the MiGs, the Russian MiGs that were tested in Area 51, they were actually acquired from defectors or from countries that the Soviets had sold weapons to, like Egypt, and then an Egyptian pilot might fly his plane to Israel and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, the Area 51 involvement, I think that's also, that's obviously part of the myth.
Yeah, and the Area 51 has long been rumored to be a place, along with Wright-Patterson, that they would take alien technology. Wright-Patterson,
the Magenta craft was supposedly taken to Wright-Patterson.
Yeah, well, Wright-Patterson did house the Foreign Technology Division. I believe it still does. So if you have a piece of foreign technology that needs to be back engineered, studied, evaluated for its capabilities, you would take it there. So I guess, alien technology would be the most foreign. So maybe that makes sense that people assume it was taken there. There are some strange stories out of Wright-Patterson as well as Area 51 about alien bodies and technology. Do you think these claims of biological recoveries are also perhaps mistaken? Maybe, chimp testing in the early space flight days or space test days or something else? Or do you think that they may have actually recovered some alien biological material or bodies?
No, I think it's also something similar. It could also be Russian experiments involving even microorganisms. That's another biological, sample could have crashed in Canada or wherever, and then that's recovered. That becomes part of the mythology. Somebody hears that biological specimens were captured, so that could be part of it, or something more like an animal, like a chimpanzee or another primate. Also, the Roswell story, which the Air Force I think in 1996, they were talking about, I think, the mogul balloons. And also, I think they mentioned some high altitude dummy tests.
Yeah, but
Right.
I don't really understand that explanation because that was many years later. But they're saying that people conflated the two events into one somehow, and that's
Yeah.
how, yeah, they were doing these tests with these dummies, high altitude tests of some sort, but those don't really match the original description of the bodies that people claim they saw. They weren't 3 feet tall.
Well, the original. I mean, you say original, but that wasn't in
You're
1944.
right. That was a tack on in the
Yeah.
80s. Yeah.
Yeah. After
Yeah.
Stanton Friedman and others, visited Roswell.
Yeah. And Roswell would be a perfect example of the original story is one thing. It's much more grounded and down to earth. Something crashed.
Yeah, for sure.
We recovered it. The government releases a statement saying it was a flying disc or flying saucer and later retracts it and says, no, it was just a weather balloon. And then we get a third explanation later that it was a top secret balloon containing electronics to monitor nuclear tests from the Soviet Union. So I guess I could understand why they would want to keep that secret, but the test dummies is like 10 years later. But you're right. So the original story is one thing, and then later in the 80s, when the story got rediscovered and popularized, suddenly people started coming forward saying, yeah, I saw bodies, or and then we have one crash site into two, and the bodies were at the second crash site. That's why the original witnesses only saw a debris field. And there's a lot of mental gymnastics to believe the alien hypothesis for Roswell. And I once did. I once really believed it. It's like, even talking to Stanton Friedman for a time, he couldn't adequately explain to me the two crash sites. It was either two craft collided and one went one way and one went the other way, or there was two craft, or the original craft had some kind of escape pod. It's like, this is all just conjecture and like opinion and speculation for how to make the story work, with some witnesses that came forward at a different site saying that they saw this craft and bodies laying out, and it becomes very sort of convoluted. And Roswell, more than any, has had the most tack-ons, right? We got the Roswell slides. We got the alien autopsy. If you want to sell an alien hoax, connect it to Roswell, because a lot of people already believe that Roswell happened and aliens crash landed there. So if we make a fake autopsy video and say it's from Roswell, it'll sell. And boy, did that. And then we have the Roswell rock, the Roswell slides. It just goes on and on. Alien interview. That was supposedly an alien that was somehow from that crash or related to it, or the same race as the Roswell aliens. A lot of tack-ons to Roswell, and that becomes a whole mythology.
Yeah, and also Roswell has been cited by one of the committee members interviewing Grush. So that's also being injected into that stream of thought, like as a backdrop. You've already got one of the I think it might have been another committee member recommended the 2017 New York Times article, right? Which is erroneous because it said something.
It's completely factually inaccurate. Yeah.
Yeah. And it also left out important details about ORSAP or /ATIP. But then you've also got the Roswell tie-in. So, at the end of the day, what do you end up with? It's just this guy who is conveying other people's stories. We don't know whether they're true. We don't know how he discerned that they're true. And then when he does tell a specific story, it's a fake story, the magenta story.
Yeah, completely, totally. Here's my evidence, an old UFO hoax from the 90s. And that's what made me really perk up and say, if this is this guy's evidence, like, it's all going to be stuff like this.
Yeah.
Do you think that maybe when people get too deep into the belief system that this is true, aliens crash landed, are they just weaving this tapestry of all these different shaky, because it appears that all these stories are shaky, right? They're shaky at best, each of them individually. But I think that some people, they weave this tapestry of all these shaky stories together to form this belief system that it's true. not realizing that each of the pillars that are holding up their belief system are all, house of cards shaky. It's very
people have got different motivations for believing things. Some of them genuinely think that the evidence is solid. They think that it's the story is has got a high degree of parsimony. Other people will really not care because they're already in a post-truth mentality, and they even question sometimes the very category of objective reality. So they would think that stories can be true if you believe them. This seems to be a kind of a thing that's going on right now. If you look at Russian propaganda, they tap into that sort of feeling a lot, that stories and narratives are what matters, not the objective truth, which they sort of try to chip away at the very idea that there is such a thing. I think this is something that's infected American culture, and we're kind of in an epistemological crisis right now, and UFOs are part of that.
Do you think, too, I wanted to ask you your opinion. Do you think that if Grush never comes through with evidence, this is going to do irreparable harm to the whole subject for decades because they bluffed so badly on this guy and pushed, I mean, if it's a bluff, that's a huge bluff. We have alien spacecraft, and I was in the intelligence community, and I'm sure of it, and I have all this evidence, but I can't show you. That's an awfully big bluff.
Yeah, it's high stakes. So he's really upped the ante with that. But I think it'll take a hit for at least a decade. I think many people will become disillusioned with this because they've got so much riding on this, like so much hope that finally this is the big one, right? Finally, this is the disclosure event. But then when they realize it's not, and that there's many historical parallels, going back all the way to Donald Kehoe and NICAP, they're going to realize that this is just a repetition of what's come before.
Yeah, we did a series of 14 UFO whistleblowers throughout history. And all 14 of them essentially said the same stuff Grush is saying. All of them. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you boil it down, aliens are visiting Earth. Some have crash landed. We have material. We're back engineering it. We've even got bodies or even live aliens we've captured sometimes. They're all saying essentially the same story. Variations of the theme or add-ons, change this, put this in, move that, but none of them ever deliver on the evidence. And again, taking a wider, I like history being a teacher. So for me, I wanted to look at a bunch of these UFO whistleblowers through a wide lens and say, like, what are the similarities? They're so similar, like fantastic claims, big headlines, And from Corso to Bob Lazar, it all got a lot of attention on it, and they all promised that the stories were true, and there's evidence coming, and it just fizzles out after the lack of evidence. And we're 90 days in, and Grush has no evidence so far. So I think that he's very similar to the 14 that we covered. We covered 14 of these guys, all telling very sensational stories, making huge claims, but the delivery is always a big letdown.
Although I think Grush is telling stories which are kind of the most extreme so far, which have been told in a congressional setting. Because Donald Kehoe, when he was pushing for congressional oversight committees to look into UFOs, he was not claiming crashes, was he, or recovered tech. He was saying that the government has got knowledge about the interplanetary nature of UFOs and that the CIA is covering it up. But he wasn't saying that we've got bodies and stuff like that.
Yeah, so this is much further. Grush is going further. Not only does the government know that some, underline some 20 times, UFOs are interplanetary or interstellar or alien, but that we've recovered some of them and we've got some of their technology and even bodies of the pilot. It's like way, like I said, if it's a big bluff, they're going to do irreparable damage. And we already see that members of Congress and the Senate are backing off because these UFO grifters wheeled a mental patient with PTSD and autism into Congress to say these things. And then when asked for evidence in an open hearing, I don't understand it. He's supposed to have whistleblower protection. He calls himself a whistleblower, but he can't speak when pressed. You know, it's very suspicious. And also suspicious. Don't you think it's incredibly suspicious that here comes Grush, high-ranking intelligence officer, and he confirms everything is true. The alien spaceships are true. The crashes, that's all true. The bodies, the recovered alien technology, that's all true. He confirmed everything that the true believers always believed and desperately want to believe. And you're right, this disclosure, they thought, oh, this is it. They're finally going to be forced to tell us the truth.
Has Grush,
it's too convenient.
What are Grush's thoughts on like abduction stories? Because I know that Donald Kehoe was kind of waging a two-part war, one against the Air Force for disclosure, but also against the contactees, because, you know, they were competing with each other for control of the doctrinal narrative of the UFO mythos. But I don't know. Yeah, because some people, I don't know, I think some people close to Skinwalker Ranch might credit some abduction stories, maybe. I think that George Knapp believes in the Betty and Barney Hill case as an actual alien encounter, right? And there might be other things like that. I don't know what Jay Stratton thinks about alien abductions, or what. Who's the other guy?
Lukatsky.
No, the one who's on that TV show. I guess Lukatsky.
Travis Taylor. Travis Taylor. Yeah.
I don't know what he thinks about abductions, but it would be interesting to see now how these different factions will converge, or they'll kind of compete for the doctrine of the UFO myth.
Yeah, I think that given that he works for Gary Nolan, he's probably on board with it, though, because Gary Nolan essentially claims to have alien encounters as a child, right?
Right. Yeah.
And do you think that if Grush was not connected to any of these usual UFO profiteering hucksters or promoters of UFO lore and mythology, don't you think that he would be perceived to be much more credible if he wasn't sort of hanging out with all these guys?
Yes.
Because they haven't delivered in decades, some of them, any evidence.
Right. Yeah, that would lend him a bit more of an air of credibility, but it still wouldn't prove his claims by any means. He'd still have to provide the evidence. I don't even know, like, if it wasn't for these grifters, would Grush even have come forward in the first place with his story?
Yeah, he seems to have gotten very cozy with a bunch of them, including working for Gary Nolan, having a documentary deal with Ross Coulthard as of May 5th, as we reported here previously, hanging out with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. And were you aware, like, Grush may have been the person leaking some of the material that Corbell and I say may, allegedly leaking some of the material that they were selling. And he, maybe these reprisals he's claiming he faced was for leaking stuff that he shouldn't have, because after all, like, for example, the Mosul orb, it's reported to be a still image from a video that was shown in a classified briefing. So if Grush is the person that gave that to them, it would be natural that he get investigated for that. He's not supposed to do that, right?
Yeah, for sure. Something with a mundane explanation, and then he gets reprimanded for sharing classified material, and then that gets twisted into the government suppressing him or, you know, harassing him to, you know, for revealing the truth about aliens.
Oh, and Liz G says Greenwald posted something interesting today along those lines. Yeah, there's a strange connection between Grush and Corbell and Knapp, and they may have been milking him. And one of the things that I found incredibly suspicious is that they did not run with his story and interview. They let other people do it. And Corbell Joe Rogan all but admitted that they're under investigation for leaking materials from the government.
Yeah, I mean, if you there's ways of doing it and there's ways of not doing it, and I believe that the government should declassify things within a certain period. It shouldn't keep things secret forever, but I do recognize the need for secrecy in some things.
Yeah, when it comes to adversarial technology, I get it. I have no problem with them saying, look, this is national security. If there's Chinese drones off of the Florida coast spying on whatever or doing whatever, signals intelligence, soaking up surveillance, checking out our military capabilities, whatever they're doing, that would be a national security issue. And I have no problem with secrecy surrounding that and what they're doing about it. But I always think if they really did recover alien technology, they don't have the right to not tell us the truth about that.
Yeah, I think that's too important. And in fact, Grush was asked why he was doing this, and he said because, you know, to help humanity understand its place in the cosmos. Kind of a derivative answer, but I guess I can imagine myself giving that answer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too important. It's too important of information to be kept from the public.
Yes.
And what about the constant profiteering? I'm sure that you've noticed that these people, I call them the top tier UFO celebrities. Those guys are making millions of dollars. And am I crazy to think that if you're making millions of dollars selling fake stories, you're just going to continue to keep pushing fake stories because it's so profitable? Or am I too cynical? People tell me I'm too cynical.
That's what people will often do. There's just too much money in it, so that they'll continue with that. They might even believe it to an extent. They might convince themselves that certain things are true to kind of soothe their own conscience about lying. Or they just maybe don't care. Some of them, I think, are just completely cynical liars, but other ones might have a kind of shred of dignity to them or integrity.
Yeah, and also, I know that you looked deeply into the Bob Lazar case, and did you find it interesting that people that believe Bob Lazar were like, see, it's all confirmed now? As if one guy that never produced any evidence telling stories about alien reverse engineering and crash retrievals.
Yeah.
I call it the wackadoo prover maneuver. You have one guy in the form of Bob Lazar. He has no evidence, just his story, and his education falls apart. He couldn't have ever gotten clearance to work at any secret site based on his bankruptcy and his wife being a convicted murderer with organized crime ties and all. There's so many problems with Bob Lazar. But then Grush comes along with no evidence again and says similar things, and people connect the dots and say, Bob Lazar was telling the truth about all of this. It's the wackadoo prover maneuver. One wackadoo with no evidence telling stories gets bolstered by another wackadoo telling stories that equally has no evidence.
Yeah, but even if we suppose that Grush could produce evidence for crashed alien tech, that still wouldn't prove Lazar's story, because he has to prove that on its own merits. Somebody could be lying about alien technology, but it could actually be true, right? Because we can lie about things which are true. We can lie that there's a elephant outside of our house. And elephants exist, but it doesn't mean that there's an elephant out there, right?
We get another wackadoo to say they saw the elephant, and then we've got the wackadoo prover maneuver. Trust us, there's an elephant out there. And you mentioned Roswell. Roswell, I believe, has been the most enduring of these alien crash retrieval stories. And there's a lot of theories there were some kind of early space tests with V2 technology that crashed. Do you think that the government really told us the truth and that really was a mogul balloon, or do you think that it was something else?
I think the mogul explanation is the best fit so far. Maybe also some high altitude dummy tests, not necessarily tied to mogul, but adjacent to it. going on at the same time. Somebody saw a dummy, or it could have been deformed.
Or burnt. Yeah, when they crash,
right.
they burn. Yeah.
Right. But I think the mogul balloon story is probably the truth. As for the reason why Roswell is so enduring, I think that I kind of like David Halperin's theory that it's something to do with death, right? In his book, Intimate Alien, he talks about Roswell and sort of the development of that myth or that legend, how it has something to do with death in that, or for multiple reasons. Obviously, the aliens were recovered, they died. And it was also at near the first operational, it was in New Mexico where the first nuclear weapon was tested, and also the first operational Air Force unit in the world which could deliver nuclear weapons.
Yeah, they were directly involved.
Yeah. And also the fact that Halperin thinks that the aliens are kind of depicted as children. Their proportions are kind of childlike, and they came from the stars. So there's a religious aspect there as well. Again, these aliens are kind of in a way helping us, maybe handing us this technology, but also in the story, it's showing that these gods, as they were, or what's the term? Not as they were. Anyway, sorry, I'm overheating here in California.
Oh, I didn't know you were stateside.
Yeah, I'm in the West Coast. These aliens are kind of vulnerable in the story. They're not perfect beings. They're kind of like angels that have landed and died, and that again
they're still mortal, right?
Yeah, they're mortal, right? And they're kind of they're childlike, and so they don't have all the answers necessarily. And maybe we find something comforting about that. That even these superior beings don't have all the answers, and that there's a exploratory possibility where we can, I don't know, join with them to get the answers someday.
Yeah, and when you see how wild things get, like if you look into these secret space program people and they're flying out into the solar system, having secret meetings with aliens, and again, there's no evidence, but don't you think there's a huge hunger for these stories to be true? There would have to be, for there to be so much material out there and so many people making huge full-time livings perpetuating these stories.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think there's a religious aspect. The U.S. has traditionally been a predominantly Christian believing country, but in the 20th century, there was a advancement of technology. Some religious beliefs became more diluted, and so people still wanted to have a religious connection, but they overlaid it with technology and science. So the alien myth is perfect for that.
Yeah, and I also wanted to ask your opinion, because we have all of these stories about back engineering alien technology, and I've always kind of had my doubts about our capability to do that, because if they could travel between star systems in a reasonable time through whatever means, they would have to be tens of thousands of years ahead of our technology, I would think. And to me, I always think of this example, like, what if I gave an iPhone to a caveman and I said, make me another one of these. I'll give you all the resources that you could possibly want, all the manpower. Make me another one. Like they might be able to figure out how to turn it on, but that's about it. They wouldn't be able to figure out silicon and circuit boards, and that's just a few thousand years ago we were primitive like that. So
yes,
do you think if alien technology really did crash land that we would have any hope of actually being able to understand it? Or I guess it would depend on how many years ahead of us they were, right?
Yeah. But the more advanced that it would be, wouldn't you think that it would be less likely to crash?
Yeah, that's another issue that I always have. They come thousands of light years from another star system, and then they make it to our atmosphere and somehow crash, as if they didn't anticipate radar or lightning. or things like that. It's kind of a stretch to me. If they're so advanced,
Mhm.
you know, I mean, we made it to the moon and back without major, well, except for Apollo 13, but that didn't really, you know, make it and back. You know, I guess there would, any machine is capable of breaking, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But you would think if they have a machine that's so advanced that it could go thousands of light years and reach us, they would have other machines that were capable of handling whatever an atmosphere like Earth would throw at it, right?
Yeah. And in fact, if you think about what Grush is saying in terms of there being, I think it's saying like 12 or so craft, and Lazar said 9 at S4. That doesn't make any sense. Like the rate of if you were to sort of extrapolate from that using like the rate of aircraft failure, and you know these days airline crashes are very, very rare. But if you were to use that as like the baseline, and then you'd have to assume that there's tens of thousands of visits to get the same number of crashes, right, from these aliens, to get like 12 crashes. You'd have to assume that the aliens are coming here constantly, and yet we don't see them constantly.
Yeah, you're right. If we compare the number of crashes, like how many years do you think it would take for there to be 12 airline crashes on Earth? A few years, you would think, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's literally millions of flights. So you're right. You make a good statistical argument here that, like, wait a minute, if we have 12, I heard what is it, Michael Schallenberger say 25. Now they're saying 25. We have 25 recovered alien spacecraft. Well, then that would mean that there would have to be tens of thousands of alien spacecraft coming into our atmosphere before one crashes or
Yes.
so, right?
This is a point that Mick West has actually made. You know, looking at it from a kind of statistics point of view, that it's not plausible. So, I mean, there's many discrepancies and kind of contradictions here. But there is still something emotionally satisfying about the alien crash narrative. Some people actually don't really give a crap about aliens. It's more about hating the government. They can use it as a tie-in for other things. You know, political extremists on both ends of the spectrum can use it.
Yeah, I would think that you're right. There does seem to be that overwhelming. It's part of the conspiracy that the government has been lying to us this whole time. And you know, I would think after 75 years, somebody would sneak some evidence of this stuff out and show it, and it would be smoking gun, incontrovertible evidence or proof. You know, like what if they could show you a DNA sample from an alien being that's not human, or technology that we know is not human derived, or even a metal sample. We haven't even gotten a metal sample for all these aliens that are crash landing here. Presumably, they would have manufactured their spacecraft on their home worlds in another star system, and we'd be able to do an analysis of any piece of metal from their craft and tell instantly that's not from Earth's star system. But we never get that. A lot of people promise that and they hype it, but like the Atom Project, remember TTSA? They had all this crash retrieval stuff, and they're going to test it all and bring us the data. But then the data never came, and I think there's a reason the data never came, because that all that stuff was nothing out of this world.
And sometimes they even drag smart people into it, into believing this stuff. I think TTSA also had like a collaboration with the U.S. Army for a time.
Yeah.
But the Army eventually, you know, pulled out of that.
So, yeah, I don't know if you followed it, but TTSA got like $1 million contract to give them Art's parts, which was essentially hoaxed material that was sent to Art Bell, and even Art Bell didn't believe that it was anything extraordinary. Linda Moulton Howe tested it and was told it was regular earthly material. She didn't like that explanation, so she fired that scientist and kept hiring people until somebody told her that it was strange and unusual, or it had strange and unusual properties. But that still doesn't prove it's from another star system at all, right?
Right. You need like proper professionals doing this who are trained in material science, isotopic analysis, etc. And when you got people like Linda Moulton Howe in the mix, that's another combustible, combination, because she's still doing the rounds. She started off with those cattle mutilation stories back in the 70s.
I don't know if you know this, but we have a whistleblower that says she cracked those cows in the head with a shovel, or paid other people to crack them in the head with a shovel and kill them so that she would have some alien stories to sell.
Really?
We're going to do a whole story. It's kind of a goof, but yeah, we're going to do a whole story on our whistleblower who says that, I don't know, I thought it was just an old lady that had something against cows, Yeah, she started out kind of grounded, though. Like a lot of people,
Yeah.
She seemed very serious, very interested, and all about getting to the truth. But then we find out later that even back then she was fudging stuff to make the story work.
Yes.
And she got more and more fantastical, and now she's talking about orange gray aliens and Zeta Reticuli aliens and reptilians, and yeah, she just went kind of full. She went full wackadoo.
That's the risk of sinking your cost into fake stories, is that you can't back out of it easily, and then you have to escalate.
Yeah, that's why I wonder. Corbell and Knapp are saying that, are essentially saying that Grush will be talking again, and I'm assuming that means new interviews and things. Like,
Yeah.
how does he escalate it from here? Because you're right, you got to go bigger. Like, how is he going to escalate it from here? That's going to be. I can't imagine what he could say that would be more grandiose or more spectacular or more, out of this world than these original claims. And again, we're on 90 days, no evidence. As of today, 90 days, no evidence.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that the Nordic aliens are making a comeback?
I think that they are, because I think people have tired of the gray mythos and all the alien abduction stories. And now we're going to go, and everything goes in cycles, right? So the 50s, they were all Nordic looking aliens, and early 60s. So I think they're going to make a comeback, and we're going to be hearing. There's somebody right now making all kinds of videos about Valiant Thor right now on Rumble, and people keep sending me like, you got to cover this, but they get like 800 views. So I feel like I'm not going to punch down on this until it's bigger, But I like some of those early alien contactee stories because they're kind of like ridiculous old science fiction. Oh, they came from Venus. Never mind that Venus is not habitable, and then you get mental gymnastics like, oh no, they were from another star system. The government changed it to Venus for some reason. Okay, the Men in Black, or they live underground on Venus. That's why, or whatever. It's just that our understanding at the time, we didn't know about exoplanets or other star systems so much. So that if you're going to have an alien, it would have to come from our star system. And some of them are so ridiculous, like this Howard Menger, his proof that he met aliens was that he suddenly learned how to play piano overnight. Like instantly. They just gave him the ability to play piano. That was his proof, and that was enough. It's just bizarre. And some of the other early contactees I thought were kind of ridiculous, But they were human, like they were all seeing human-like aliens that look just like us. I mean, even from an evolutionary standpoint, doesn't that make no sense? Like if they came from another star system, something would have to, unless it was exactly like Earth and, had the same DNA and everything, they couldn't be exactly like us. What if their star was further away? Maybe they'd have bigger eyes or smaller eyes if their star was closer, or and they always have 5 digits like us, bipedal heads.
This is another reason why it's a religious myth, is that these are really angels, and people want to mate with angels. Like, you got biblical stories about humans mating with angels, producing hybrids. This is like the same kind of thing, but it doesn't make any evolutionary sense.
It doesn't make any sense that they would be exactly the same. For all we know, they look like octopus, or they look, what if they're just from an aquatic world? Why would they look exactly like us and be bipedal and be walking and talking? None of this makes sense.
Maybe they're time travelers. That's another trope that's been doing the rounds, actually.
Or the interdimensional people.
Yeah.
Right? But that doesn't make sense to me either, because I don't know. Yeah. But these are the mental gymnastics that, and what do you think of this term that's become so popular, non-human intelligence? Because that could mean anything. Like, my dog's pretty smart. Is he a non-human intelligence? I would think so.
I mean, it's just like non-human intelligence is almost like, fairy lore or supernatural things. They're saying that it's not necessarily aliens from another planet, but it could be interdimensional, or it could be something from inside the Earth or living here and we just never noticed it. So all of these things are kind of just like almost like mythologies that you would find in medieval Europe. It just has that sort of feel to it, I think.
Yeah, like before it was aliens, it was fairies and elves and dwarves and goblins and ghosts and all that kind of stuff. All of that would be considered non-human intelligence, all of that. And I guess you could just, I also think it's a bit of a cop-out. Like, it's like saying, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. It's non-human intelligence. And the same for the non-human biologics. That could be ants. That could be anything. We've recovered non-human biologics.
Yes.
What if there was some sort of non-human biologics on the space shuttles that crashed and burnt, and we recovered them? Then that would mean that we have recovered non-human biologics from a crash. That doesn't mean it's aliens, though. That just means it's not human. It's biological specimens that aren't human. So again, we have another cop-out. It's almost like they're giving themselves an out in case it turns out to be a prosaic explanation, right?
Right. And maybe the Russians had done experiments in low Earth orbit, and some of the orbits might have decayed, and then America recovered some of those samples potentially. That could have been part of the classified recovery efforts. Yeah,
I agree with you. That could be part of it, and then it's kind of like he could be telling the truth about non-human biologics. He's not lying. We've recovered non-human biologics, but it's not aliens. It's almost, like I said, convenient excuse. So I see also, we're running out of time, but I wanted to ask you about your recent video about the CIA and UFOs, because people have a lot of misconceptions. What did you find when you started digging into that?
Well, actually, I've been just reading this book by Curtis Peebles.
I'll solo this. Yeah. Watch the skies.
Yeah, and he goes into like the history of the UFO legend, myth in America, especially. The book was written in 1995, or published in 95, but it's very good. And he goes into like the 1950s situation. He talks about like Donald Kehoe and NICAP and all that, but he also talks about the Robertson panel and the CIA interest in UFOs and flying saucers. Excuse me. So basically, the reason that the CIA was interested is because of the potential for public panic, in a UFO flap. So the government wants to maintain order, especially like during the Cold War. They don't want communist subversion and infiltration. And then there's also the air vulnerability aspect, the fear that the Soviets might try to exploit a UFO flap to do a sneak attack on America, because the reporting channels would get clogged up, and then America would be distracted, or the military would be distracted by UFOs instead of Soviet bombers. So that was like that was the core concern that the CIA had.
So their interest was very sort of down to earth. They were more concerned with adversaries using UFOs to sneak attack us, or to exploit a UFO situation to gain an upper hand somehow.
and that was a very paranoid time. This is something that people don't really understand, is that during that period, we could have been gone to war at any moment. And there was a lot of uncertainty about what exactly the Soviets had in terms of weapons capability. It wasn't until like the U-2 and other reconnaissance platforms that we really got a better handle on their, weapon stockpiles and resources. But, in this information or intelligence gap, the CIA was very, very concerned about this, and they didn't want another headache, with UFOs added into the mix. So they actually recommended, or the Robertson panel recommended, that the government engage in an indoctrination effort to downplay the importance of UFOs so that people wouldn't panic and they wouldn't be susceptible to Soviet manipulation.
That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So the things like, but then that does also tie into a lot of conspiracy theories. Like people said that Project Blue Book was just a whitewash to explain everything away. And then we have sort of confirmation that that's exactly what the CIA and the government wanted, is to downplay these things. It's not that important. It's not an earth-shattering event, swamp gas or whatever it is, misidentified craft. And also there's this huge history of the government sort of encouraging alien stories to hide their black budget projects. I love that stuff. You're not seeing a stealth fighter or a U-2 spy plane. You're seeing an alien spacecraft.
That came a little bit later, I guess in the 60s potentially, where the government may have switched its strategy via the UFOs from a kind of debunking effort to more of a, at least tacitly, encouraging people to believe in UFOs, to act as a cover for classified aerospace projects.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the government would, of course, use any propaganda they could that would further their efforts to hide what it is that they want to hide. From, a lot of people aren't aware of some of these black projects. They're pretty intense. There's whole projects centered around stealth blimps that they wanted to use as observation platforms over major cities. Now, if you were the government and you were going to park a big stealth blimp with all these cameras that could read license plates anywhere in a city, if it was parked right over the city, you wouldn't want the people knowing that that's what, if they did catch a glimpse of it, that's what it was, right? An observation. You're going to, no, it's aliens, right? It makes a perfect cover for some of these projects.
Although there is a kind of danger there as well, because UFOs are a double-edged sword. If you encourage belief in UFOs, then that ultimately may, put you under pressure to release information, to debunk that myth that you wouldn't otherwise want to release. So it creates problems for the governments as well if they are indeed encouraging those myths.
Yeah, I think it's probably a huge headache for them. We've seen this latest UFO hearing, and now they have everybody, I don't want to say harassing them. Some people are, but people are hounding government officials now for answers about Rush's testimony, or for more details, or for, why is this guy so highly placed saying these things, and they're struggling to try to explain it. They don't know, I don't think, why he's saying this stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Can I just read a little?
Sure, certainly. Yeah.
A little blurb that Amy Collins wrote in response to the CIA video I did. She says, where it ended up is they wanted it both ways and were walking a fine line. One, to keep things stable with mainstream public with a giggle factor, with media manipulation. Two, to allow controlled UFO organizations to suggest aerospace programs were really ETs. In addition, three, they were watching to double check to see if there was anything to the unexplained and anomalous phenomena from within the same organizations that they had infiltrated, such as NICAP. And four, investigating into how UFOs could be used as a psychological warfare tool. And,
absolutely.
We're still paying for these policies, which have continued to escalate to this day.
Yeah, so the government themselves has contributed to perpetuating these mythologies and these
Oh, yeah.
stories and these conspiracies. You're right. It's a double-edged sword for them. At one point, it's useful, but later it becomes a problem when they have to explain what's really going on, or reveal some of the secret projects like Mogul or other projects that they would rather, I'm sure, would rather keep secret. So we've seen you kind of making some shorter videos. Can you tell us what you're working on going forward before we close here tonight?
I don't have anything planned really, but I don't know. I might
That's a
have
good
more
way to go about it. Whatever comes along that piques your interest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for being here, and we have put some links to your latest videos and some of your work in the description of the video, and I highly encourage everybody to check you out. There's so few people that are actually doing fact-based pieces, you know, instead of just jump right to the believer. You're looking for evidence of claims made, much like me, and I appreciate you doing that. It's pretty lonely. We're a tiny subculture already, but then you're going to section yourself off by being one of the skeptical people among this tiny subculture. It's pretty interesting. And of course, your website, Ufology is Corrupt. I love the name of that. We're going to just give that out. The link's in the description to one of his latest articles on Dave Grush whistleblowers and other apparent but not quite nothing burgers. And the link is in the description of the video, or you could just visit ufologyiscorrupt.com. He's got a whole lot of great material and looks into all of this stuff. So we want to thank you for joining us. I hope you come back again. I'm finally going to drop. I wanted to talk to at least a few other people. I had you and somebody else. We did an off-air interview because I walked away from this really deep dive into these 7 cases going, oh my God, it's so shaky. This is all so shaky. And it's all based on, you know, I guess gluing together all these shaky cases, people form their belief that this is true.
Yes.
It's disappointing to me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I remembered more evidence on some of those cases because I haven't really read or, you know, looked into them again since I originally first heard about some of them and did sort of that, you know, look into them. I was surprised there was so little evidence. It's basically mythology, modern mythology. Instead of Greek gods, it's alien spaceships.
Still interesting for that reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
From an anthropological and legend-making point of view, it's still very interesting.
You'd be surprised how many folklorists, professors of folklore, are deeply interested in UFOs for exactly that reason. Yes. Not because they believe it's aliens or it's true, but they just want to study how these things become part of myth and how legends are created.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we have here. We have legends of alien crashes and retrievals and all of this stuff. But it's good to know there's other people like you looking into it. I appreciate you being here. I hope you'll come back soon.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks. Mr. Luis Caetano from ufologyiscorrupt.com. I just love that he picked that for a website because you guys know how much we have been harping on the profiteering aspect of all of this stuff. And it's corrupt. Ufology is corrupt. We've got people out there selling completely and totally fake stories. They get caught. They don't really address the completely and totally fake stories. They just move on to the next completely and totally fake stories to get a new payday, and everybody seems to forget about that. So I have some more time to share with you. But before we do that, we have to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show, much like the PBS model. So if you like broadcasts like this and want to see more of them, it's a good time to remind you that we are viewer-supported, which means we continue this journey based on the kindness, generosity, and support of viewers like you. We sincerely appreciate all of you kind and generous benefactors. We've talked about this increased censorship And these monetization issues. For those unaware, we haven't made almost any YouTube ad revenue for several months now because they have been demonetizing our videos. For a while, it was as soon as we went live. Now they wait apparently until after the broadcast ends, and then they turn off the ads. They say it's not, within the advertiser-friendly guidelines. We've tried everything to correct it, make sure that we're not cursing or doing anything against that. And interestingly, you can go on YouTube and sell all the fake stories that you want and be fully monetized with ads. But if you make a video pointing out that the stories that people are selling monetized with ads are completely and totally fake, and here's why, and here's the evidence, they demonetize your video. At least that's been my experience. It's unfortunate, but that's the way that it works, which means the support of all of you guys on Patreon or being a channel member or throwing a couple of bucks in our hat is all the more important, and we appreciate all of you. I'll be back after a very quick break. The show is not over to take comments and questions from the live chat. We'll be right back, friends.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back, and I apologize for not being here yesterday, but I thought it would be best if I focus on an interview that I did yesterday. It's on Spaced Out Radio, and I'm a terrible show host. I should add it to the description of the video. I will do that, and please not until after tonight's broadcast and presentation, but feel free to check that out. I had a good time, and to be quite honest, I thought it was going to be a lot more drama and fireworks and contention, but it was a good conversation, and I think that I may be doing a lot more interviews. For those unaware, people ask me frequently to UFO people. I have found him to be an interesting person and researcher and a serious man. But Paula Harris, on the other hand, is absolutely off the rails of the woo train. Paul Harris believes everybody. Billy Meyer's real. Bob Lazar's real. It's all real. Everything that has to do with aliens, everybody telling a story. Paula Harris, that's a true story. She fully supports, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, she fully supports Billy Meyer's story being real, Bob Lazar's story being real, and many, many more. Essentially, anybody that comes out with a story about aliens, she thinks it's true and supports it. So many, many people were surprised, shocked even, that Jacques Vallée would be doing a book with Paul Harris. And in fact, I'm told that several people cautioned Mr. Valet against doing a book with Paul Harris, with the belief that if Paul Harris is involved in a story, it's probably fake. But despite being warned by that, Mr. Valet went ahead and investigated this story and did a book with this Paul Harris, who has been well known to, let's just say, play fast and loose with the facts, in my opinion, in many previous cases. But before we begin tonight's presentation, I had some thoughts that I would like to share with all of you. And that is about the nature of all of our journey to truth. We see that in life there are revealers of truth and there are inevitably concealers of truth. In life, unfortunately, you will encounter both. And both may try to occupy your ears, your eyes, your thoughts, and your mind. But you must guard your mind especially wisely. All of us must choose wisely and allow revealers of truth to enter our lives and our minds. And we must at all times diligently refuse to allow the concealers of truth to deceive us, to manipulate us into believing their self-serving lies designed to conceal the truth from us. There are people you will meet on your journey who are revealing to you the truth. And then there are also people you will meet on your journey who are concealing the truth from you with various methods. All of us must ask ourselves, while on our journey, who we will choose to support, who we will choose to let enter our sphere. Will we support the revealers of truth, or will we support the concealers of truth? Clearly, those concealing the truth can fool some people, but not you. You will evaluate the available information. You will hear both sides of the story whenever possible, and you will decide for yourself who is a revealer of truth and who is a concealer of truth. You are lucky, for you are armed with your own curiosity and your own insatiable quest for the truth. And during that quest, you will meet revealers of truth, and you will also meet concealers of truth. You must ask yourself about those that you have met on your journey. Are they revealers of truth, or are they concealers of that truth? Who has revealed the truth to you? Who has been kind and offered you all available evidence and data? Who has tried at every turn imaginable to conceal that truth from you? Who has offered you evidence, all that they were able to find, and plenty of data to support their arguments and conclusion? Who has done hundreds of hours of research, careful investigation, fact-checking, and who has done their due diligence before drawing conclusions or making statements, pretending to have facts in hand when they have none at times? It's always best to believe the people who have facts in hand before putting their mouth in gear. Who has done nothing but run their mouth talking about everything but that inconvenient mountain of evidence that the truth revealers have given you, actually provided for you? Who has been direct and offered you facts and been at all times, whenever possible, as honest with you as they possibly could? Who has muddied the waters? Who has used deception, deflection, I hate this word. Who has muddied the waters, used deception, deflection, obfuscation, and more to mislead you? Who has shown you the evidence and who has refused to let you see that same evidence? Who has given you a mountain of evidence to support their claims, and who has lied to you and told you that there is no evidence? On your journey to truth, you must remember who has told you the truth with actual proof and evidence, and who has lied to you with no evidence to support their self-serving lies. In life, there are revealers of truth, and there are concealers of truth. Choose wisely who you will support. Choose wisely who you will lend your eyes, your ears, and especially choose wisely who you will let occupy your thoughts and mind. Will you support a revealer of truth, or will you be deceived by a concealer of truth? Choose wisely, traveler, and I wish you the best of luck on your own journey to find the truth. And with that, we will begin this evening's presentation. But first, we want to make sure that we welcome the members of the live chat. What a great crowd we have this evening, already filling up in there. And we are going to, oh, look at that. We've already missed some super chats. So let's read those before we begin tonight's presentation. And I'm going to do my best to get through the super chats as we go through the presentation. I have an awful $15 PayPal pledge. Says, email finished and sent. Thanks for your time. Praise the cash. Well, Daniel is helping us to praise the cash with a kind and generous PayPal pledge. And we also want to be sure that we thank AJ for, wow, what an incredible $100 PayPal pledge. And the note says, very important role you play, brother. Don't say my name on the don't say my name on the podcast for the donation. Well, we already did. I apologize. I'm sorry. I should have read it first. I know a few of the people personally that you are correctly destroying. What you're doing is exactly what's needed to be done. I'll keep supporting your show whenever I can. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we have Maria with another kind and generous. This one's $150 PayPal. The generosity has just blown me away. And the note says, keep doing what you are doing, much needed in the community. I have been watching you for several months, and I am fascinated by all that you bring to the table. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Let me make sure. And we have sweet Caroline with a kind and generous $20 PayPal as well. Says, praise, great show tonight. Praise the cash. Yeah, we're praising it pretty good tonight, boy. This is a great night. And I love to see that sort of support. I just want to say thank you to all of you. And Anthony for a kind and generous $3 PayPal pledge as well. We thank all of you for kindness, generosity, and support. It's amazing that this is happening. And I also want to be sure to thank all of you because we have upgraded some of the computer systems here. For those unaware, I fix computers, and I'm like that guy that's a mechanic whose computer doesn't work, right? Whose computers are all crappy because I'm always working on other people's and not my own. But this week, we have a beast brewing for rendering video. And as soon as this upgrades are complete, I'm going to begin work on a documentary. And I also want to be sure to thank all of you because I couldn't have done this without you. I just got a 1080 Ti video card, which is the most modern video card I've ever had. It's got 11 gigs of RAM. I can't wait. And we have a 12-core beast, well, really 24 with hyper-threading, and that's just one of them. And we're going to have 3 of those suckers in a cluster to render video. I can't wait. That's all due to the generosity and support of all of you. For those unaware, I don't use the show for personal funds, only for things that are used to support the show. And certainly a video editing rig would be something that we need. If I showed you what I've been doing the videos on, you would laugh because they're old Intel iMacs. Remember when Intel switched over, when Mac switched over from Intel to their own silicon, suddenly nobody wanted those things anymore. And I snatched a bunch of them up from clients. I've been using them. They work. It's just I don't have an hour to wait for a video to render anymore. We got to get things going and produce more content. This new video editing monster will certainly help with that. So we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. Now, I'm sure a lot of people are tuning in to hear me talk about drama. I said what I had to say as far as revealers of truth and concealers of truth. I have tried to bring you all of the story, all of the evidence, whenever possible. Now, certainly, I have become quite cynical and jaded, and my approach may be to be just skeptical from the get-go. And I'm trying to be a little more open-minded. There are people out there who do nothing but lie, and they don't have evidence to show you. They say things, but they don't actually have anything to show you to support their arguments. This is how you can tell a revealer of truth from a concealer of truth. The revealer of truth will give you all the information they have and say, here is all that I have researched and found. And this is the conclusions that I have drawn based on these investigations, based on this evidence, and based on all of the fact checking that I did of the claims being made. A concealer of truth, conversely, won't give you all of the evidence. They will lie by omission. They will muddy the waters. They will make excuses. They will launch personal attacks about people's appearance, about people's family, things that are completely irrelevant to the conversation, because they want to misdirect you away from that revealer of truth so that they can conceal that truth from you. You can also spot a concealer of truth through financial means. If someone has a financial benefit to keep the truth from you and sell you a lie instead, so they financially benefit, they will. There are people out there right now who have to lie to you to eat every day. And quite honestly, I pray for those people. If you have to lie to people, especially when some con that you were running comes crashing horribly down because a revealer of truth comes along with evidence and shows it to everyone, if you have to lie, muddy the waters, personally attack people, do whatever you got to do, right? Intimidate, threaten, harass. And let's be very, very clear. There is clear harassment campaigns against revealers of truth. I'm going to say that one more time. There is clearly harassment campaigns against revealers of truth. People, the concealers of truth will do things, like insinuate you have pedo friends or call you one of those people. And you might be one of those people. They're doing that to push back and make the people revealing the truth to you say, it's just not worth it if these crazy people are going to go this far. It's just not worth it. I'll just move on to other things. No, I don't think so. We do not forgive here, and we do not forget. And we do not remain silent in the face of a concealer of truth. We will be the revealer. And certainly there will be stupid people who will be deceived, gullible people, or people who just like the concealer of truth, right? And say, well, he lies all the time, but he's funny or I like him. Good for you. You're still lending your ears and eyes to a concealer of truth. And once you lend your ears and your eyes, and especially your money, once you give your money to a concealer of truth, they've got you hooked. You are now being manipulated. You are being used and abused. And in many cases, you're being used and abused so that that person who's lazy and doesn't want to get a real job can live off of concealing the truth from you. And that is a very, very sad thing. And I pray for all of those people who fall victim to the concealer of truth. If that person won't show you the evidence or won't talk about it because they're cowards and they know that evidence will destroy their ability to conceal the truth, they will do so. You can't let them. All right, we want to thank Sandra McDonald for kind and generous $10 Australian. Says, thanks for doing the hard yards for our benefit. I don't think I've ever seen that smiley face emoji, but thank you for the kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you, Sandra. Boy, what a bunch of kind and generous people we have. So we will begin our presentation, and I'm going to share my screen, and we have, oh, you know what? Let me just make sure that I'm not going to share anything. All right, that's fine. I don't want to share anything personal. Like, I'm going to be sharing from Amazon here. Because this Trinity story, let's pivot to this, which is tonight's presentation on the Trinity UFO case. We have talked previously about over-promising and under-delivering. This is the way that a UFO hoax works. You have to overpromise in order to sell it. And then you will likely inevitably underdeliver, or you will bluff too far and your lies will be revealed. And that's what I believe has happened in this case. The people who wrote this book, you know, despite what people's opinions are, have really done a disservice to everyone by overhyping, under-delivering, and bluffing. Just straight bluff stuff. And the lack of fact-checking which supported this story being true is literally shocking. So this is the description of the book, and I think we should start here because here we can see how they have overpromised and underdelivered. Breakthrough research reveals the earliest evidence of U.S. government's UFO recovery, hard evidence that has existed since 1945 for the actual recovery of unidentified flying craft in the United States, according to this new research book, Trinity, the best kept secret. And I like this, written by two seasoned analysts of the global pattern behind the UFO phenomenon. Paula Harris thinks Billy Meyer's telling the truth, and all those hokey ass Billy Meyer photos are real pictures of spaceships. But suddenly now, they are seasoned analysts of the global patterns behind the UFO phenomenon. Way to sell it. Italian investigative journalist. Oh, she's an investigative journalist now. Of course, I could give myself that title as well. Paula Harris and French-born information scientist, Dr. Jacques Vallée. And by the way, one of the reasons I like Dr. Jacques Vallée is because he's a computer guy like me. He's an information scientist. And I know a thing or two about that, but it is what it is. They've teamed up to uncover the details of New Mexico crash in 1945, fully 2 years before the well-known incident at Roswell, and the famous sightings by pilot Kenneth Arnold in 1947. Over several site investigation surveys, Harris and Vallée reconstructed the historic observation of 3 witnesses. And what we're going to find is that there's problems with these witnesses, big problems, 2 of whom are still living, who described to them the circumstances of the crash. Remember, this is about a UFO crash and recovery. And you may recall all these people talking about crash recoveries and how all the truth is going to come out. A lot of them are basing their talking points on this book. I'm sure of it. They are sure that all these whistleblowers are going to come out and we're finally going to get the alien crash retrieval material, right? Not so much when you hear more details here. And remember, the United States government was going to study this, documented the step-by-step efforts of the military to remove the object, an avocado-shaped craft weighing several tons, from the property where it crash landed during the storm. Surprisingly, the literature of the field only includes a few passing mentions about the case. Yeah, and the reason that nobody did a book on this case is because a lot of credible researchers like Stanton Friedman and a few others, Ryan Wood, I don't know if he's credible. He's kind of in the MJ12 camp. He's been selling those fake documents for years, but whatever. And others have looked into the case and thought there's nothing there, and nobody did a lot of follow up. And I knew Stanton Friedman a little bit, and I know that if he thought there was something to the case, he would have been on a plane, and he would have been there, and he would have been investigating it. Timothy Good also passed up investigating on the case. A lot of people looked into the case and just said there was no there. So I was surprised when this book came out. Vallée suggests that the correlation is significant for physical, geographic, and biological reasons, quite apart from the obvious strategic implications. The witnesses were able to observe not only the actual crash of the object on their property, but every step of the military efforts to lift and take it away. Fearing retaliation, they remained silent for some 60 years about what they had seen and done over those 9 days at the site while the recovery was proceeding. So here we get quite a story of a UFO crash and a retrieval, and they've got physical evidence, which is incredibly rare in the world of UFOs. So certainly I was interested in this. And I just want to mention that when I read this book, I said, this is a great story, but I have to fact check everything in this story. And I knew it was going to be quite a lot of a big project to do that. So quite honestly, I held back knowing that after this book, more revelations would come about the book and how valid the claims being made in it. And what I can tell you now is that the claims being made in this book are absolutely, positively, factually incorrect and false. And this is the problem with the UFO world. And this stuff just gets entered into the lexicon. It becomes part of the mythos, and people just believe it because it's in a book. You can't do that. Just because it's in a book doesn't mean it's true. You need to fact check all of it. But luckily, some researchers have some very amazing, interesting information relating to this book and the claims made by one Paul Harris and Jacques Vallée. So we're going to go to some of this evidence, which is just amazing. And by the way, I'm glad that I didn't do this broadcast until tonight, because Jacques Vallée has responded to the claims of hoax. And we'll go over that, but what I can tell you is Jacques Vallée makes a bunch of excuses for his lack of integrity. I'm just going to say it, and people can say whatever they're going to say. I don't care. This book displays a lack of integrity, incompetence, a purposeful concealing of facts that would indicate the story is fake, and more. This book is the typical illusion that people put forward to make money on a UFO story. It has all the hallmarks. We've got lie by omission. We've got a huge problem with the timeline here. There's huge problems with the timeline presented in the book. And anyway, Jacques Vallée I think he wrote like a 20-page reply to the hoax claims. It's called Jacques Vallée Hits Back at Hoax Claims Over Trinity UFO Crash Book. And no, he didn't hit back. He excused himself. That's what he did. Well, hey, it's not really incompetence, and we're still investigating. No, you didn't do the work, but you sure took the money. And here we are again, right? This is another part of the UFO scam. It is the big letdown. So this book comes out, and I have to imagine, based on the popularity of this book, everybody that I know into UFOs bought it. I don't know if you did or people in the audience did. Let me know if you bought the book. Let me know in the live chat. The money's already been made. And after the money's already been made, now we get the stunning revelations that this book is riddled with problems, factual inaccuracies, lies by omission, purposefully left out parts of the story in order to sell it as a true story. Listen, if you have to leave out facts about the story so that people don't know it's fake, then the story's fake. But we're going to go into more detail. And it is two sources proving, in my opinion, definitively that the Trinity UFO crash is a hoax. The first is Douglas Dean Johnson, and we're going to share from his blog. And I'm a terrible show host, so you know what? I'm going to have to do it right now before I forget. I'm going to go into the live chat, and we will share the sources. We try to do that every show. Sometimes I forget to do it. I have to do it right now, because if I don't do it right now, I apologize, but I will forget. And I'm going to just put sources, and we will share this Dean Johnson thing. So in the description of the video, we're not going to go over this entire thing because we'll be here for a long time. And here is the problem with UFO grifters. They're not just making money on fake stories. They're also wasting your money and my money because the Defense Department's annual spending bill requires it to review UFO sightings dating back to 1945, the year some believe an object from space crashed in the New Mexico desert. So the government is going to waste money on this case that just some independent researchers have proven is a hoax. So your tax dollars and my tax dollars are getting wasted because UFO grifters are pushing the government to look into stories that they likely or quite possibly already know are fake stories. Let's just take a moment to check in with the live chat before we do this. 1 second, too. Let me change that background. That's horrid. There we go. That's a little better. All right. So 1 second. Let me catch up to the live chat. Geez, there's a lot of people here tonight, and there's a lot of chat messages. You guys are chatting away over there. I'm glad everybody's here. Let me welcome you. If you're just joining us, we're doing a presentation on the Trinity UFO case, which after the money is made with the book sales turns out to be not what people have said. And this is Douglas Dean Johnson, who did this guy is great. He goes to the mat. You know what I like about some research? I like researchers that go to the bottom of the rabbit hole to get the truth. And in this case, I have to say Douglas Dean Johnson did exactly that. So we have a very unusual situation there. We have the best possible witnesses, says Jacques Vallée, from a different perspective, June 3rd, 2021. You are reading the Hub article, Crash Story, the Trinity UFO Crash. You will find a series of links to the crash story files, sub-stories that present documentation and conclusions about specific issues related to the credibility and claims of the witnesses to a purported UFO crash and military recovery near San Antonio, New Mexico in August 1945. The subject of a book titled Trinity, The Best Kept Secret by Jacques Vallée and Paula Harris. Each of these crash story files is being published as a freestanding article with its own URL. However, every crash story file will go live simultaneously. So look at this. This is parts of the story all together. We have Eddie Apodaca, the real policeman who cracked the Trinity UFO case. And there's certainly a problem with that because this man we're going to get into it. All right. We've read you the synopsis of the story, so we're going to kind of go ahead. The Trinity UFO crash are based on my journalistic investigations extending over 3 months. See how I told you it would take a long time to fact check all the claims made in the book? It took this person, and again, this is Douglas Dean Johnson. It took him 3 months to go over this. The U.S. government may have recovered an anomalous device or portions thereof, or on one or more occasions over the past 70 years. Few things could delight me more than such a claim proved true, and the details laid out for the public in scientific examination before I pass from this mortal sphere. But this story is not that story. No, the Trinity UFO story is a tale dreamed up by a serial pretender, Remigo Baca, aka Ray Baca, now deceased, who faked a history as a political kingmaker and senior aide to the governor, and fabricated stories about viewing an ultra-secret government file about his fake UFO crash. Baca enlisted a man who faked history with a faked history as a police officer and wounded veteran, Joseph Lopez. These two fakers hijacked the names and personas of a real policeman, Eddie Apodaca, and a real governor, Dixie Lee Ray, as characters in their shoddy work of fiction. So we've got problems right from the get-go when the principal witness in this story is known to be a liar and a storyteller. Okay. So these are my opinions and conclusions. I believe that any objective reader will find the attached crash story files ample evidence to justify my assessments. So Jacques Vallée's role. That's such a shoddy narrative pasted together from a rough-hewn and morphing tales of Remy Baca, Jose Padilla, and Billy Brophy could have received such wide exposure over the past couple of years with respectful reception, even in the pages of the New York Times, and apparently some on Capitol Hill, is due very large part to the embrace of the story by Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée has made impressive contribution to multiple fields over his long life. He's now aged 83, including influential books on analysis and reflection on the nature of the UFO phenomenon. Vallée is widely respected among people who take aspects of the subject of UFOs seriously. A profile on Jacques Vallée in Jerome Clark's UFO Encyclopedia, 3rd edition, stated Vallée, as an elder statesman of ufology, is an almost universally revered figure. Yeah, well, not after now. Vallée first heard about the case from his friend Ron Brinkley in October 2017, but apparently only became immersed in it after he first visited with Paula Harris in October 2018. From the start, Vallée has depended heavily on Harris material. Regarding that visit, Vallée wrote, "The best kept secret. There had been no publicity, no big story, no interest from TV reporters, and only casual attention from a few ufologists in the 1945 crash story. Paula had the only consistent historical data and was eager to upgrade the research. Regrettably, in my view, Vallée invested in the Trinity case his prestige, and he also devoted some portion of his reported ample financial resources to promoting it." So Jacques Vallée gets in, and by the way, Mr. Johnson sent Vallée some questions about his fact-checking efforts, right? And also Paula Harris. I set forth 3 simple questions, asking the dates on which she had constructed 2 previously published interviews with key figures in the case, and asking whether she holds U.S. citizenship. The later point having legal significance with respect to her legal claims, as I discuss in Crash Story file. How may we expect Vallée, Harris, and others who have energetically promoted the Trinity UFO crash recovery story respond to the findings reported in the crash tale files? I would hope to see drastic course correction, so he hopes they do the right thing. Perhaps the apostles for the Trinity crash story will observe that Remigo Baca is now dead and cannot respond to my findings, but then neither can the long-deceased officer Eddie Apodaca or the long-deceased Governor Dixie Lee Ray now confront Baca or Padilla about the lies and the hoaxers told about them, lies that Jacques Vallée and Paula Harris believed all too readily and have now spread far and wide. So here's the findings. In the original tale, both in the direct accounts by Baca and Padilla themselves, and as the story has more recently been set forth by Vallée Harris' book, one key character is New Mexico police officer Eddie Apodaca. Consistently, in the accounts directly from Baca and Padilla, Baca is not just some random policeman sent in response to a trouble call. No, he is someone already well known to Padilla, a friend of the family, who was summoned to help deal with the puzzling situation, and was identified in this book as State Policeman Eddie Apodaca, a family friend who had been summoned by Faustino to arrive at the Padilla home. So they summon this family friend who they say is a police officer at the time of the crash. And this researcher found that Eddie Apodaca was a real New Mexico State police officer who was assigned to Socorro County, New Mexico, where Baca and Padilla grew up in the early 1950s when they were in their early teens. So there's a problem. The whole story is built on, well, this police officer was involved and he's a state police officer with an exemplary record. Great. Except he wasn't a police officer at the time of the purported crash in 1945. By the people who are making all the money selling this. They could have fact-checked this. They didn't. This is where the story begins to fall apart. And unfortunately, despite whatever excuses Valet or Paula Harris put forward, that's a huge hole in the story. Oh, the witnesses said they called their friend, the police officer, to the crash site, except he wasn't a police officer at the time. And they said he was. Big problem. Apodaca's visit to the crash site, his entry into the alien vehicle, all of the quotes attributed to him, they are pure inventions by Remy Baca and Jose Padilla, inserted into their made-up story. Paula Harris never checked. Jacques Vallée never checked. Read the details and see the documentation. The tale is not told by two children, as Vallée and Padilla often speak of it, but rather a tale told by two men who were in their 60s when they launched the hoax in 2003. These two were not terribly sophisticated liars. They started out somewhat tentatively, but it appears that they learned over time that they could elaborate on their stories to their heart's content and could slip up in any number of ways, and their stenographers would swallow it all, subjecting very little skeptical scrutiny. So there is good evidence that the two witnesses, especially Remy Baca, had hopes to raise substantial sums of money with their tale, and that they made repeated attempts to try to do so. It is not clear, however, if any of these efforts were ever terribly successful. So great. The two people who were trying to sell the story are trying to sell the story. And he was involved in MUFON in the 1990s when he was an insurance salesman in California. In publicity promoting his UFO crash story starting in 2003, Baca told substantial lies, documentable and highly pertinent lies. And he swiped material from various sources to incorporate into his stories in order to impress Paul Harris and others. Baca grossly exaggerated his stature in the political world of Washington state during the 1970s. Specifically, Baca falsely claimed to have been a crucial electoral kingmaker for one-term Washington state governor Dixie Lee Ray. So the guy's a liar, and he was in MUFON in the 1990s, and suddenly he's telling tall tales about crashed flying saucers in 2003. Baca fabricated a fantastically implausible tale that both Paul Harris and Vallée swallowed and have vigorously promoted, in which Governor Dixie Lee Ray of Washington State, a former member of the Atomic Energy Commission, showed Baca an ultra-secret file about the 1945 UFO crash at San Antonio. Yeah, 3 guesses. Guess what? That file doesn't exist, and the governor could not just show top-secret files to a civilian. So the story falls apart more. And Vallée and Paul Harris should have known this. But don't worry, no actual crimes were committed, because the secret file claim itself is completely preposterous, and it would be preposterous even if it did not rest on Baca's fictional claim to have had a close relationship. So he didn't even know the governor. He claimed he knew the governor, and the governor showed him some top secret files. Sure, you saw top secret files. The governor showed them to you, right? In 2003, before the Padilla story was known to the UFO world, UFO crash enthusiast named William Billy Brophy wrote multiple letters to the UK Flying Saucer Review in which he placed his father, a longtime deceased military pilot, at the site of the 1947 UFO crash in New Mexico, and associated his father in the Milky Way with another UFO crash in Mexico in 1950, never mentioning any 1945 crash. However, after the Baca-Padilla story started cropping up in the UFO literature, Brophy latched onto it big time, and after that spoke mostly of his father's claimed involvement in the 1945 crash story. Great! So a guy who never talked about a 1945 crash, suddenly his dad was in on the crash. These are all red flags of hoaxery. In an interview by Paula Harris, apparently conducted in 2010, later included by Remy Baca in his self-published book, The Edge of Ground Zero, Billy Brophy told Paula Harris that his father, pilot William Brophy, had been sent to recover downed alien craft on the Padilla Ranch site, and that a live alien was captured. Oh, see, this is where it gets good. This is where the lies get thicker and thicker. And, you know, it's good to know, but, like, you know, come on, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And just putting a story like this in a book, okay. Yeah, and I found Harris even referring to the recovery of alien cadavers, and then only in passing. They are not only mentioned in the edition of Trinity, nor have I come across any other interview in which Harris repeats her passing 2010 oblique reference to the pilot flying the alien bodies away. So we have a problem with the consistency of the stories, and I apologize for the beeping. People are messaging me. Let me do not disturb myself. There are glaring inconsistencies in the story, in the timelines, in the lack of fact checking. This is how you sell a book about UFOs. You just play fast and loose with the facts. You leave out anything that doesn't support the story being true, and you do that on purpose. That lie by omission is a problem. Yeah, and we've got claims from the various witnesses that turn out to be not true when you actually fact check them. You know, it's a real problem. And these are the acknowledgments and thanks till we get to the end of it. And we have all the partial list of sources. So I've shared this. We don't want to go through the entire thing, but I want to support good research, right? Yes, and here we go. Baca and Padilla claimed that Padilla used a pipe. In 2005, they made this claim. Pry bar, cheap bar, crowbar, in later versions, to pry a 12-inch metal souvenir bracket artifact off the panel of the interior wall of the downed alien craft. Oh, and we're going to see what that is. And it's not... Big surprise! Spoiler alert. The thing that they claim they pried off the walls of a downed alien spacecraft is not alien. In his early writings, he claimed that tests by unnamed analysts showed that the metal had exotic properties, and Harris at times in the past also embraced such claims. Yeah, Paula Harris claimed that the metal that they had microcircuitry embedded in it and so forth. However, the artifact has been analyzed by identified labs on several occasions and found to be a conventional terrestrial aluminum alloy, the product of prosaic manufacturing methods. Valet himself in 2021, noting that the artifact was manufactured with metric dimensions. So listen, unless the aliens are using our measurement system, that's an earthly object. There's no microcircuits in it. And just to be clear, if metal came from another solar system and we had it and it was analyzed, we would know that metal did not come from this solar system. This object exhibited no properties other than normal earthly metal. And it was manufactured using the metric system. So great job, Paula Harris, telling everybody that was alien metals with microcircuits in it. No, it wasn't. Yeah. A fiscal, and here's funny, the National Defense Authorization Act contains a provision requiring that the Pentagon office tasked with investigation of UAP and UFOs, all domain anomaly research, ARROW, to prepare a report detailing the historical record of the United States government relating to unidentified anomalous phenomenon, including any program of activity that was protected by restricted access and has not been explicitly and clearly reported to Congress. So because of these guys in this book, our taxpayers' money is getting wasted, kind of like our $22 million got wasted on Skinwalker Ranch. Great. So we'll check in with the live chat right now. Yeah, and we have one other thing to share here. Tonight's going to be a short presentation. I have some other show work to do, and we are still working on upgrading those computers. 1 second here. So now we're going to get into this so-called crash recovered object, right? That was from the crash. And boy, this one is a long one. So, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this one in the description of the video as well. Despite what some clowns say, we always credit any sources. And yeah, we credit whatever sources that we're using. And by the way, I have many more sources that back up what the gist of tonight's presentation is. Maybe we'll do a part 2 and rip this apart some more, but I think that this is going to be more than sufficient. Let's just check in with the live chat, make sure I didn't miss any of the super chats or anything. Yes, Brian, we'll take some comments or questions before we move forward. Brian Verkler says, but facts get in the way of profit. Yeah, that's how you sell a UFO story. This is exactly how you sell a UFO story. Oh, we forgot to check that guy wasn't a cop until the 1950s. So those people had to be lying when they said we needed help. So we called our friend who was a police officer at the time of the crash to our house. Yeah, he wasn't a police officer at that time. Facts, little minutia points matter. These things are important. And when people leave those things out or don't do that work, it's because it's going to screw the story, and you won't be able to make money off the story if people know the story has a lot of holes in it and is likely fake. Yes, and Mr. Ian is reminding everybody that avian lives matter. Check the description of our video. We've got lots of great merchandise available for you right now. Oh, and another thing to correct from the rumor mill. All of our content here is now and will always be free. Once per show, sometimes never, once per show, we play a bumper reminding people we're a viewer-supported show, which is no different than somebody reminding people how they can contribute to the show once per show. So people talking trash just because I play the bumper instead of saying it every night, that means I'm smarter, or I'm tired of doing the pitch. I don't want to do a pitch every night. So we put it in a bumper, and once per night, we will remind people that we are a viewer-supported show. Sometimes I forget, and we do it at the end of the show when the show's already over, so you can just click off. You don't need to listen. And our content is now and will always be free. We provide a public service here. We also put out some free documentaries, which, by the way, I have made $0, 0 pennies on. So while some people are getting paid to lie to you, I'm telling you the truth for $0, 0 cents in the case of those 2 documentaries. And of course, it's the people who are making money lying to you, they're going to throw shade. But it is what it is. Yeah. And Arden Paranormal reminding people to buy some merchandise to support our show. And I saw, Arden, don't you have an interview coming up or something like that? You need to, you should be putting your links in the live chat every night you're here as well. It's the least that we can do to support you in your other endeavors, right? Okay, and here I'm going to address this as well, because some idiot clown is putting my name on a thumbnail, somehow insinuating that I have something to do with the recent statement by alien scientists. Here's what I can tell you. Apparently, alien scientist is just having some problems, and he decided to step away from the world of UFOs. We here at Truth Seekers absolutely, positively, fully support him. He is a great guy, and we wish him all the best with whatever he chooses to do. Do I think that, I'm very concerned for him, so I've reached out to him. I made sure that he had my cell phone number and any other information that he needs to contact me, he has. I just told him simply, I'm here for you if you ever need me. I think, or I know that you have my cell phone number, but here it is again, just to be sure that you have it, or if you ever need it. And, I respect Jeremy's privacy. So I have his cell phone number. My kids were home today all day from school. They had off today, so I was very busy with my children. When I get a chance, I am going to call him and reach out to him just to check in with them and make sure that he is okay. I can tell you that everybody is very, very concerned, and so am I. another thing that I can tell you is that this being intensely connected to all this conspiracy land stuff constantly and doing all this research and all this reading and you know, it's taxing. It takes a toll on people. And certainly has on many people, including Jeremy, including me. I fully think it's a good idea to step away from this crap for as long as possible. Take some vacations, take some days off, get out of conspiracy land, and God bless him. He'll be in my thoughts, prayers, and meditations. We wish him all the best here. So I don't really know what happened. I know that apparently he's experiencing some personal problems, and he's going to be stepping away from everything, apparently. But I hope that he's okay. I hope that he gets some rest, recuperates, and is back at it. He does incredible work, and we should all support his efforts. All right, we're going to get back to this, and we're going to get to this crash material. And here, tonight is a perfect example, friends, of why this crash material garbage story, oh, wait a minute, wrong one. Why this crash material, crashed bodies, whistleblowers are all going to reveal it soon. You got to be very, very cautious with those claims being made, because a lot of people are selling you false narratives. And this book is the perfect example of it. I know for a fact that many of these UFO wackadoos who are pushing this to crash retrievals, it's the holy grail, and we're going to get the truth, and the government's finally going to tell us where those alien bodies are being kept in the pickle jars. A lot of those people pushing that narrative were basing their belief that that's going to happen on this book. And now we see that this book is filled with garbage. All right. So here's the crash retrieval. Here's the material that was, these are 4 PowerPoint slides from Frank Kimbler's 2015 presentation on Open Minds conference that are directly related to this investigation. So what we get is an alleged UFO artifact. Now, remember, they said that they pulled this off the wall of an alien spaceship with a crowbar or a pry bar or a cheat stick. They didn't even know. How did they do that? Who knows? Alleged UFO artifact, witness and other metal from the scene. But here is the problem. A real analysis. Frank Kimbler submitted a 1-page document to summarize his conclusions. After some very careful research, I have come to the conclusion that the San Antonio UFO artifact from 1945 may in fact be a part from a windmill. It may not be from 1945, but from the late 1950s or early 60s. So that's great. These guys claim that an alien spaceship landed on their property in 1945, and they pried this alien artifact off the wall of the inside of the spaceship, except it shows signs of being a windmill part. And it was likely manufactured in the late 1950s or the early 1960s. Big problem for Zach Valet, big problem for Paula Harris. Why didn't they do this analysis and include that in the book? That this might be a piece of a windmill, for God's sake. Why leave that out? Well, if you tell people it's an alien artifact pried from inside a spaceship, you got a book deal. But if you tell people it's a piece of junk apart from a windmill that wasn't even there in 1945, it couldn't have been, likely manufactured late 50s, early 60s, there's no book deal. There's no money to be made. It all falls apart. The actual part, and it is referred to as a tailbone, the part is found in many windmills and used in the tail vane mechanism to move the windmill in the proper wind direction. And here we have an exhibit of a incredibly similar object. And I'm sorry it's so small. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, let's make this bigger. Here we go. Boy, that's plenty big now. All right, here we go. So this is from this is the actual windmill part, right? That they found that strangely matches this object pretty close, right? And again, this object that they claim they pried off of an alien spaceship wall in 1945 was likely manufactured in the late 50s, early 60s, according to analysis. The parts were not exact, but keep in mind there were several windmill manufacturers and they had various models of windmills. There will be some variations in the design of the tailbone piece from model to model and manufacturer and manufacturer. So great. The alien artifact turns out to be a piece of a goddamn windmill. Great job. Great job, guys. Great job selling this story, but not a great job actually seeking the truth about the story. And by the way, I have included this blog as well. This piece, it's by James Clarkson. We want to acknowledge and support. He did quite a write-up. And look, Paul Harris got some close-up pictures of this and claimed there were microcircuits. No sign of that on analysis. There's no sign of microcircuitry on analysis, right? No sign of that whatsoever. Great. So this is the 1945 San Antonio so-called UFO artifact. Let's focus on that. And yeah, looks like it's nailed. It's a piece of a goddamn windmill, right? The analysis of the alleged ET artifact have not produced any results that objectively establish that the object was manufactured anywhere other than on Earth. The shape of the cast metal object has been identified during several investigations as most probably being a part of a windmill. Frank Kimber identified it as most closely resembling part number. They even have the part number of the windmill manufactured by the Aero Motor Company. You know, this is where it falls apart, friends. This is where it falls apart. Unfortunately, for the people selling this story, it seems to be a real problem. There's some issues that, let me see. The vegetation analysis by Sat Lin Mann concluded that the samples provided were Jimson weed, and other samples analyzed by botanists known to Paula Harris as Jason identified the other samples as cockle burr. According to Paula Harris, one team member developed an allergic skin reaction after pulling up a cockle burr plant. However, there were no reported further incidents of reaction to plant life. Yeah, so they have samples of plant life from the so-called crash site. Who cares? If the alien artifact is fake, who cares about samples, right? The validity of this case rests entirely upon the testimony of Jose Padilla. He has been consistent in his testimony according to interviewers. This means that he believes he remembers what he is describing. That is not the same as having a story that can be verified. Yeah, I love it. Oh, their story never changed. Just means it just could mean they're good liars, not that they actually know what they're talking about. Two metal samples have identical compositions. They are aluminum, primarily alloyed to copper and silicon. Small amounts of other elements are present. These alloys have a wide variety of uses. Some include engine crankcases, gas and oil tanks, engine oil pans, typewriter frames, and engine parts. Isotopic ratios determined for nickel, copper, and zinc compared to terrestrial values. We've talked about this before. Remember what I said. If you have a piece of metal that did not come from our solar system, you can identify it as still being aluminum or zinc or nickel or copper or gold or silver, but it will exhibit strange properties. The ratios of isotopes in that element will show scientists and materials analysts that this metal is not from Earth's solar system. So all these people making claims of alien crash retrieval material, including, by the way, the balls. Remember Jim's balls? Coulthard took a scraping off that ball that's reported to be some kind of alien probe, right? They can analyze that, by the way, in 20 minutes. And Gary Nolan refused to do it for whatever reason. Now he wants millions of dollars to do a simple elemental analysis with isotopic ratios. By the way, Gary Nolan has access to all those machines at Stanford University. He could do that analysis in 20 minutes and tell if the samples taken from that ball were made from metal that was made on Earth or another solar system. And they didn't do that. You know why they didn't do that? Because they were too busy selling you the story of Jim's balls. And in this case, the isotopic ratios are terrestrial. An extraterrestrial source for the materials is not ruled out. No, I'm sorry, but if the isotopic ratios are terrestrial, then they could not have come from another solar system. So unless the aliens are coming here and mining terrestrial aluminum and nickel and copper and then taking that back to their solar system and then making spaceships and then flying back here and crashing, that shit did not come from anywhere other than Earth. The story completely falls apart under scrutiny. And we began tonight's broadcast speaking about the difference between a revealer of truth, as we have shared with you tonight, these two fine researchers who revealed the truth, the real truth behind this story. And there are concealers of truth, like Jacques Vallée and Paula Harris, who could have done the very same research that these gentlemen did and did not do so. And I got to tell you, I'm used to the big letdown by now, right? I am used to it. I am used to the big letdown. However, I can't lie. I love the book. And I was thinking, boy, if this is really true. And I was also thinking Jacques Vallée is really balls deep behind this. So this could likely be one of the holy grails. The entire story falls apart, unfortunately, under scrutiny. There are revealers of truth and there are concealers of truth. And you will likely find that people trying to sell books, they're not giving you the whole truth. They are purposefully concealing parts of the truth to sell you a story, sell you a narrative, sell you an illusion. This is a great illusion of an alien spaceship. An illusory story would be better. It is the illusion of a true story that some people encountered a 2-ton strange crashed alien flying saucer. They even went inside. They peeled off pieces of metal out of that bitch. Took that metal back and saved it for 60 years to show researchers someday to reveal the truth of the alien visitation on Earth that they witnessed. Except the metal was made on Earth. The so-called artifact is a goddamn part to a windmill. And these super geniuses, Jacques Vallée and Paula Harris, missed all that. But in fairness, Jacques Vallée did respond. And this is where it gets really problematic. And you know what? In fairness, I will also include that. We'll just put Mr. Vallée's response in the description of the video. He basically made excuses for about 85 pages, it looks like. This is quite the... One second. We will share. Jacques Vallée hits back. Well, he didn't really hit back, right? Yeah. Check this out. So as research developed, Miss Harris found that Remy Baca, possibly inspired by the wildly expanding hype and financial bounty around Roswell, viewed the case as a personal opportunity and tried to promote it. To that effect, he wrote a fairly well-developed amateur book in which he gave himself a better role and published it. He did give himself a better role. So he wrote a book and lied in the book. And Jacques Vallée is acknowledging that, right? Even with our own observations about the man's ambition, which we discovered in our book, the extensive research in Stanford's archives reported a crash story actually supports our contention that Mr. Baca was a real businessman. So he may look how long this is. This is Jacques Vallée's response to Mr. Dean's he's not responding to James E. Clarkson's piece. He's responding to the first piece that we shared with you, which interestingly, they both come out at the same time. So Jacques Vallée is getting hammered here by two really, really good researchers in the form of Douglas Dean Johnson and also James Clarkson. Both of which did incredible jobs. But when we get to Jacques Vallée's response to this, it's really interesting that he literally wrote like a 20-page rebuttal, and most of it is excuses. There's no excuse for missing that the so-called alien artifact was manufactured on Earth, used the metric system, right? There's no excuse for that. I don't understand how you somehow leave that out. Let me share my screen once again. So I have, here's his response. And 1 second here. And we have all three of the sources that we've used in tonight's broadcast in the description of the video if you want to learn and read more about this. Why do I keep losing it? Oh, here it is. It's very small. So, boy, look at this. Why the critics are wrong. When I was brought into the Trinity case by my friend and co-researcher Ron Brinkley in October 2017, Miss Paula Harris had already spent 4 years conducting interviews in the area. And, with respect to Jacques Vallée, I just have to say Paula Harris also interviewed Billy Meyer and other complete and total frauds and believed them and tried to sell stories based on frauds in the past. So I'm sorry, I don't care how many years of research she did. In 4 years, she should have discovered the same thing all these other researchers discovered that you left out of the book. These are excuses, right? In particular, she had brought to the crash site a team of researchers from MUFON. Later, James Fox visited the place. And I don't really care if other people visited the place. Why aren't these important initial facts acknowledged in Crash Story? What, that people looked into the story? You still got all the facts wrong. It doesn't matter how many people saw the crash site. If a flying saucer really crashed there and they had artifacts and the artifacts matched terrestrial metals and was clearly apart from a windmill, then the story is fake. If the lead witnesses lied to you multiple times during the story, the entire story is fake. Jacques Vallée says the accusation of naivety and negligence against us made in Crash Story is inaccurate. As the preliminary author, I only used recorded data originating from Remy Baca when it could be compared and verified against other statements of fact. Then why did you leave out that he wasn't friends with the governor that he claimed to be? Why did you leave out that the cop he called to the crash site wasn't a cop at the time and he said he was? These seem to be important things. Why support this fictitious tale that our book relies primarily on Baca's version of the story? That is simply inaccurate. I read the book, Mr. Vallée, and yes, this book relies primarily on that witness's testimony. And if he's a known liar, that's a problem for you. I read the book. It's filled with stuff that you got straight from Mr. Baca. Granted that Mr. Baca may have seen an opportunity for fame in the events at Trinity, not illegal and commonly accepted in the glow of Roswell. The attack against him makes much of the fact that he must have been the leader of a plot to hype it. Well, he did show you a goddamn piece of a windmill, you idiot, and pretended it was a piece of an alien spaceship. So yeah, maybe he was behind the plot to sell this stupid fake story. And by all accounts, the guy's trying to get rich and famous from the story. Maybe that would be a red flag, right? The narrative rests on no data, and it contradicts the facts of our multi-year investigation at the site with witnesses our critics never met. Any judge would disqualify it as theoretical conjecture. No, I don't believe it's theoretical conjecture if you can clearly establish through an historical timeline that your witnesses lied multiple times about multiple things. Even with our own reservations about the man's ambition. Oh, wait, we got to that part. Okay. Why base an evaluation on a man's role and personally on only half of the data? Why deny the reality of his laudable research effort when it is evidence? Remy Baca was dead by the time I became involved with the case, but Miss Harris was well aware of his boasting. I read the book. There's no mention that he was a boaster or a bullshitter. There was no mention in the book that he boasts a lot or that he may have lied about being a kingmaker and being real important in the political scene in his home state. There's no mention of any. The book does not address these issues at all. Accusing us of being naive about Remy's Baca claims is a false argument. While we relied on his preliminary observations as a child, he wasn't a child at the time of the crash. He was a grown man. But whatever, which could be checked. Oh no, I think he was a teenager, so maybe child is an accurate description. Jose Padilla's recorded statements. It is true that I chose not to write a special expose of his boastings. So yeah, it's true that I left out all of his boastings. First, because it would have no bearing on the future of our research, or it may screw up the book sales if we tell everybody that this guy BS's all the time, right? He boasted all the time. We just left that out of the book, right? Motivation for doing the work. I detest incendiary verbiage that passes for research in retail ufology, even if it earns thousands of clicks on the internet. Similarly, trying to heap ridicule on our work for studying the bracket as if it was an extraterrestrial instrument is a non-starter. Nowhere can you find such a statement in Trinity. But you know what you don't find in Trinity? The fact that it was terrestrial metals and likely a piece of a goddamn windmill, right? You should be ridiculed for studying a bracket from a windmill and not mentioning in the book that it matches almost exactly a partner. Somebody found the goddamn manufacturer, likely, of that piece that you claimed in the book was a piece of an alien spaceship. Another false accusation suggests that I am claiming ownership of that object entrusted to me by Mr. Padilla. This is not now, nor has ever been the case. I had custody of it during the period of analysis and has now been donated to a major research institution according to the wishes of Mr. Padilla. Do they know it's a piece of a windmill? My supported error in embracing the boastful claims of Mr. Baca, my implicit naivety in thinking that the bracket was an interplanetary device, and my blindness in accepting the preliminary conclusions of early researchers in the case, including the MUFON team, are provably inaccurate. I'm sorry, Mr. Valet, you did not write in your book any of this stuff, that it was a bracket from a windmill, right? He lied by omission through this whole book. And this is 20 pages of excuses. It's like a child getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar. He was after them UFO dollars, and he got caught bad trying to sell a goddamn bracket from a windmill as a piece of an alien spaceship. This is what's wrong with the whole world of UFOs. This is what is wrong. People selling a goddamn bracket from a windmill as a piece of an alien spaceship. And I have the book. I can go get it. Nowhere in there do they mention. They hype it up. They tell the story of it being pried off the wall, off the inside of the alien spaceship, right? Is it an inconvenient truth that it's likely a piece of a windmill, or that it wasn't even manufactured until the late 1950s, early 60s, and it couldn't have come from a 1945 crash of anything? These are important details, right? But boy, guy's got Jacques Vallée has a perfect intellectual sort of attitude. Intellectuals and academics, like Gary Nolan, smarty pants, right? They always talk down to people like they're better than everybody, right? Not so much. This means that Jacques Vallée is no better than Stephen Greer. This means that Jacques Vallée is no better than Paula Harris, or I don't know, any of Linda Moulton Hale, anybody who's selling fake stories. Jacques Vallée is now known to be no better, no more trustworthy, no more worthy of believing than Linda Moulton Hale, David Wilcock, Corey Good, or any of the other grifter squad. To purposefully leave all of this out, right? And now you're going to write a 20-page, and here, I love this. Obviously, we will continue to work on these topics since we have custody of similar materials from other cases for comparison. That's where you muddy the waters. All right, that one was a windmill bracket and wasn't from an alien spaceship like we wrote in our book, but we got other pieces of alien spaceships. Sure you do. And now, this piss-poor, money-grab book calls everything Jacques Vallée ever did into question. And I hate that, because I have a bunch of this man's books, and I thought he was credible. So once again, the layers of deception get peeled back. And you know what usually peels back some of those layers of deception? The revelation of BS. The revelation of people purposefully omitting facts to sell UFO stories, right? Our main interest, which the book reflects throughout, goes beyond the fascinating episode of the crash. Well, it looks like there was no crash. The later reports we have uncovered point to 4 different types of high-performance materials that excite our interests. Later reports not included in the... So now he's got new evidence that the story's not fake, when the evidence that the story's fake comes crashing down on him. This is a moment of UFO history right here. This is the moment where we get to learn that Jacques Vallée is no more trustworthy, or you should no more believe Jacques Vallée about claims being made or things he says in books he's selling than you should trust any of these other grifter squad like Linda Moulton Hale or Stephen Greer or anybody else that's on the take for the UFO dollars. If this man was not just on the take for the UFO dollars, all of the information that the researchers provided, which we shared with you this evening, would have been included in their book. It wasn't. That's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that they just happened to leave out all the information that shows that this story is likely fake and a hoax. And to me, if you're going to claim in a book that somebody crawled inside a goddamn alien spaceship and pried a piece of the spaceship off and saved it for 60 years, and then it turns out to be a piece of a windmill, and then it turns out the tests confirm it's terrestrial metal, maybe, just maybe, you should never have sold that book to begin with. Or you write a story and you include all aspects of the story and let people make up their own mind. I would have been fine with that. But I got sold a lie by Jacques Vallée, of all people. And it turns out that all those people who said this story must be fake, this story must be fake because Paula Harris is attached to it. That's what people said when they heard that this book was coming out with Jacques Vallée partnering with Paula Harris. I even had a friend that said, this is not going to end well for Jacques Vallée. He's going to destroy his career, his good reputation for being honest and trustworthy and being a good researcher and not being one of the grifter squad, gone. Welcome, Jacques Vallée. You are now part of the grifter squad. And we can no more trust anything that you publish than we can Linda Moulton Howe. And that's a sad day for the world of UFOs, friends. So that's all we have for you. I'm going to take some questions and comments from the live chat. Let me just make sure we didn't miss any other super chats or things to call out. We'll check in with the PayPal as well. And 1 second here. Oh, yeah, we're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. Please put your comments or questions in all capital letters. Welcome you. If you're just joining us, we have wrapped up our presentation for this evening. We'll be taking comments and questions from the live chat. I saw some good comments here that I want to share. Yeah, Patty Wilhelm says, facts don't matter when money is at stake. Yeah. Jacques Valet parking, UFOs only. That's a bad joke, Victor Wag, but we'll allow it. We will allow that, yes. All right. 1 second. People are talking about demons and interdimensional stuff. And then we have John P. Adventure sharing, I don't know what. Face green smiling. I think they're CIA operatives. We want to make sure we welcome all of you three-letter agency people watching. Comments or questions for me, please put them in all. Unknown Sender is mentioning Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Material Science Division. Yeah, that's purportedly where they take a lot of the so-called alien crash retrievals, right? Randy, 1979, says, Valet's reputation now lies in the Paris catacombs, smoldering with all the skeletons. Yeah. It's unfortunate, right? Lou Elizondo tweeted while I was live at Truth Seekers. What did he tweet? Do I care? You're just telling me that he tweeted while I was live? Okay. I have to go to an incognito window because Lou Elizondo is a puss and blocked me for asking questions, big military guy, right? You're telling me that he tweeted, heck yeah, I'll provide the buffalo burgers. You provide the beer or wine for those who are more sophisticated. Reflecting on this beautiful afternoon with 4 pups, although we cannot be all together, let me thank each and every one of you profoundly for what you do. Happy belated Mother's Day. Okay. I don't need to know if he, I thought you were saying that he tweeted at me. But we thank you for that, but I don't really care what he has to say generally, right? Yeah. All right. Questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. I got a 1080 Ti video card with 11 gigs of RAM to jam in my new beast, thanks to all of you kind and generous benefactors. And actually, just to make the haters cry some more, we have not reminded you that we are a viewer-supported show, so we will do that. And by the way, just to repeat, all of our content is always free. We're available on every podcast platform, Rumble, Twitch, BitChute, Odyssey, and a few other places. Facebook Live, Twitter, we put all of our shows. Please do follow me at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. Is the best way to keep up with me and new shows. And we also want to welcome, we got something like 50 subscribers in the last day or two or more. So we want to welcome you new friends. So happy that you're here. Please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really does help. And here's our announcer, Mr. Ian. One time we let people know
you crybaby bitches. One time per show, we remind people that we're a viewer-supported show. So go cry to somebody else, bitch.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.